Baroness Dolly.
I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper.
My Lords, the Government's Violence Against Women and Girls strategy sets out our assessment of the need for women's domestic and sexual violence services and pledged increased funding of £80 million over the spending review period to support refuges, rape support centres and FGM and forced marriage units, helping local areas ensure that no woman is turned away from the support that she needs.
I thank the Noble Lady the Minister for her answer. She will know that on a typical day, 155 women and 103 children are turned away from refuges because of a lack of suitable space. How will the government guarantee the special status and desperate need for refuges and the need for sustainable funding in the light of the proposed new funding model for supported housing?
Well, my Lords, the Noble Lady makes a very valid point in terms of the demand for services, and that is why the Government has taken a whole picture look at these services for domestic violence. In other words, freeing up spaces within refuges by moving on accommodation, preventative services and, of course, some of the services within the woman's own home as well, such as the domestic violence prevention orders to try and keep those perpetrators of violence away from the home.
My Lords, I recently met a young lawyer who told me that she had met with 36 women. She was aware of 36 cases in Pakistan where women had been abandoned by men who were UK resident. Can the Minister say what is being done to eradicate this appalling state of affairs?
Well, my noble friend highlights something that is truly a terrible state of affairs. In fact, one step worse than some of those women who actually make it to this country, because the women in other countries who have no leave to remain, have no rights in that country, really are the most vulnerable women in the world. Of course, the women who come here and experience domestic violence may also have no leave to remain here. They may have their passports taken away from them, and this is something that the government is not just mindful of, but doing something about.
My Lords, Women's Aid's most recent annual survey found that over a third of women's abuse organisations were running a service with no dedicated funding. Will the Minister confirm whether some of the £20 million announced in the budget last week to tackle domestic abuse will be used to support these organisations, and if so, how will it be allocated? And if the Noble Baroness, the Minister, is unable to give precise details in her answer today, please could she write to me?
Well, the Noble Lady will know that the funding of £20 million, I think she's referring to, has only just been announced, and it is for victims of domestic violence. The tampon tax fund for 17-18 of £15 million will most definitely focus on improving the lives of disadvantaged women and girls, including the organisations supporting women and girls affected by violence and abuse.
Well, I welcome very, very much the government's announcement of the amount of money that the Noble Baroness, the Minister, has just talked about, in addition to, I assume, the 20 million that she also referred to in the budget. Can I ask how the government's commitment is going to be transpired into the national, local government politics and priorities, where many local authorities are not necessarily choosing to prioritise domestic violence in the same way that the government is at the moment prioritising. I make the examples of, for instance, Hamlet Council, which has just closed some of the longest-serving women's organisations who supported vulnerable women, just as she listed. So what is she going to do? What is the Noble Lord, the Minister, going to do to ensure that local authority makes that as much of a priority as the government seems to?
Well, the Noble Lady will know that the government set out a national statement of expectations which actually placed an expectation on all local authorities to provide the services that these women need, and it is mostly women. And local authorities can bid into the Vorg Transformation Fund, and the whole point of doing things the way that we are now is because one of the concerns previously was that women were only dealt with in the local authority from which they came. Now, if you're a victim of domestic violence, you are not usually going to stay in that local authority. So the whole strategy of expectations and the whole new model of providing services recognises that.
My Lords, can my noble friend the Minister...
Minister will agree that violence is always dreadful, but it's particularly dreadful when it happens in the home, and it's particularly dreadful when there are children in the home. I wonder if the noble lady, the Minister, could use her good offices to ensure that when the police are called to incidents of domestic violence, that they don't treat simply the needs of the adults, but do whatever they can to protect the well-being of the children that are caught up in these dreadful situations.
Well, the noble lord is absolutely right, and of course he will know all too well the effects that domestic violence has on children. He talks about the police and how they deal with these situations, and the police have actually had an awful lot more training into what to do when they encounter such situations. Because, of course, the child of a domestic violence incident, even one domestic violence incident, will carry that episode with them, and it may affect them in the future. I was going to say something about the domestic violence prevention orders, which, of course, as I explained to the noble lady earlier, keep the perpetrator from the home for 28 days. But also perpetrator services are now being developed to actually give men some insight into changing their behaviour.
My Lords, can my noble friend the Minister update the House on her assessment of the UK services which educate and support women and girls who have suffered abuse such as FGM and breast ironing or other gender-based violent crimes carried out in the name of religion or cultural tradition, but which are nothing short of the abuse of young British women and girls?
I thank my noble friend for that question. Of course, we now have FGM prevention orders. FGM is a crime. It's always been a crime, but we are dealing with that. Any of these things are crimes against women and against girls. And of course, last week we talked about how multi-agency work can actually help to tackle some of these problems. And of course, if a doctor notices such symptoms of violence or abuse, or indeed, as you talked about, breast ironing or FGM, the whole model of multi-agency working is now set up to allow that information sharing so that these perpetrators can be brought to justice.
Baroness Berridge.
My Lords, I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper.
Our links with the Commonwealth are extremely important. We enjoy excellent trading relationships with Commonwealth partners and are committed to strengthening these further. As we leave the EU, openness to international talent will remain one of this country's most distinctive assets. The process will be managed properly so that our immigration system serves the national interest. The precise arrangements are yet to be determined.
My Lords, I'm sure...
I thank my noble friend the Minister for his answer. And within the trade that was outlined, there are many British citizens of Commonwealth heritage who run businesses that trade incredibly effectively with those countries of heritage, and many want to see renewed opportunities for migration between the United Kingdom and those Commonwealth countries as free movement within the EU comes to an end. So could my noble friend the Minister please confirm that there is or will be a strategic plan for engagement with the Commonwealth diaspora within the Foreign Office?
My noble friend asked an excellent question, and clearly one that many in the House want to rise quickly to ask questions on. I'm delighted to say that trade with the Commonwealth has grown sharply over recent years, in fact by about 10% a year since 1995. Trade with the Commonwealth stood at almost $700 billion last year and is projected to hit $1 trillion by 2020. Last week, I'm delighted to say that we had the inaugural meeting of Commonwealth Trade Ministers here in London, co-hosted between the UK and Malta. One of the things that we talked about was the need to continue to have the very best movement of the brightest between Commonwealth countries in order to continue to build that trade. And so it is a point that the Secretary-General and the Commonwealth Secretariat will be taking away to work on with all 52 members of the Commonwealth.
My Lords, I apologise for my enthusiasm for this topic. My Lords, I'm sure the whole House recognises and congratulates the Noble Lord Marland on his excellent work to organise the Commonwealth Trade Ministers' meeting. Can the Noble Lord the Minister please tell us when the Government will reply to his letter with an apology for claiming credit for organising it, as was outlined in the White Paper, when it was the Commonwealth that did? Furthermore, does the Government understand that our chances of success in trade with the Commonwealth will be enhanced if we treat it as the modern free association of nations that it is, rather than as a British possession, as its incorrect claims seem to suggest to other Commonwealth nations?
I'm delighted to put on record our thanks to Lord Marland for organising the first day of the two-day conference. I think in the White Paper it said that the conference was going to be held in the UK rather than being organised by the UK. If he didn't make that clear, my apologies once again. But he did a wonderful job in bringing together 37 trade ministers from across the Commonwealth, and we had very fruitful meetings. I think what the meeting did draw out to the Noble Lord's second point is that there are a wide range of economic opportunities and challenges across those 52 countries. Some at the moment are subject to GSP schemes from the EU, others have economic partnership arrangements, and a number have free trade agreements. Going forward, what we recognise is all need to be treated differently in order that we can achieve the best outcome for all 52 countries.
There is certainly a role for government, not least to create the environment to allow the private sector to thrive. However, UK industry and multipliers should be looking to partnership with their peers across the Commonwealth for corporate opportunity.
I very much agree with the Noble Lord that this is best handled on a business-to-business level. However, I do think the government has a role to ensure that we have the very best framework in order to allow businesses to prosper by trading with each other.
My Lords, does my Lords.
This side.
It's this side.
This side.
Power to the Lord. The United Kingdom currently enjoys free trade agreements with 32 out of the 52 Commonwealth countries by virtue of our membership of the European Union Customs Union. And if we leave the Customs Union and revert to World Trade Organization rules, the Commonwealth Secretariat has said there's no guarantee that such positive trading relations with those Commonwealth countries can be guaranteed. And not only that, the Commonwealth Secretariat calculated on 2015 figures that the least developed Commonwealth countries would have faced $800 million worth of increased tariff payments to export to the United Kingdom if we were on WTO rules. Which part of that would the Minister agree would be perfectly okay, to quote the Foreign Secretary?
Yeah. The main point of our meeting with trade ministers from around the Commonwealth last week was to agree that we had a smooth transition going forward. Whether that be an association agreement that's taken forward, a GSP scheme, or whether that be an EPA or even an FTA. There are a number of countries in the Commonwealth, as you pointed out, that we currently don't have FTAs or any agreement other than WTO with. At the moment, we are on WTO terms with Australia, with New Zealand, with Canada, with India, and many others. We believe that in the new world, all of those can be improved to the benefit of the UK and the Commonwealth as a whole.
My Lords, no, it's me,
is currently negotiating.
Order.
My Lords, we will hear from the UKIP representative.
My Lords, does the government agree that the EU's single market will continue in long-term and irreversible decline,
No.
whereas the Commonwealth contains many of the markets of the future?
I'd like to thank the Noble Lord for that question, but I am not able to predict the future of any part of the world. What I would say is that the UK's trade outside the EU has grown more quickly in recent years. I think over about the last 5 years it's grown by 6% inside the EU, but it's grown by more than 14% outside the EU. So we feel very optimistic that in a new world of trading more powerfully individually outside the EU, that we can boost UK exports.
My Lords, New Zealand, for example...
This side.
New Zealand, for example, is negotiating currently a comprehensive free trade agreement with the European Union. If, after Brexit, which will be at least 2 years hence, we also seek to have a separate free trade agreement with New Zealand, in what way will we benefit that more than if we remained a member of the European Union?
That question is incredibly difficult to answer because we don't know the shape of the EU agreement with New Zealand and what they'll agree, and whether in fact they can do that within a 2-year period or whether it will take much longer. Equally, I can't say today what the deal will be with New Zealand. The Prime Minister has announced a working group. In due time, we'll begin that working group. But I am confident that the UK will be in a position to strike comprehensive and also beneficial trade deals for the United Kingdom.
Lord Kennedy of Southwark.
My Lords, I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name in the order paper. I refer the House to my register of interests, declare that I'm elected councillor and a Vice President of the Local Government Association.
My Lords, the Government recognises the key role that local authorities play in the provision of housing, and we welcome their views on the development of the Government's policy. The recent Housing White Paper makes it clear that we're keen to hear about innovative options and ideas from the sector.
My Lords, with a renewed focus on the provision of sheltered housing accommodation, the Government will be able to provide well-designed housing suitable to the needs of older people, while releasing much-needed council homes for families. Why aren't the Government doing more in this area? And does the Noble Lord agree with me that the ridiculous plans to force councils to sell off their most expensive family homes, if implemented, will be a barrier to this aim and should be scrapped?
My Lords, with regard to the first comment, as I say, we're open to looking at bespoke deals, and several local authorities are already engaged with us, for example Sheffield, Stoke-on-Trent, to discuss that in terms of the Housing White Paper, which I think is recognised for its boldness, certainly recognised by many people, the boldness in looking at these issues. In relation to the higher value assets that he mentions, he will be aware that we will be announcing shortly a pilot in relation to that.
My noble friend aware that back in 1979 I wrote a pamphlet called The Disaster of Direct Labour. Will you confirm that whilst every encouragement will be made for local authorities to commission building, they will not be allowed to build any themselves? And additionally to that, can you confirm that the sheltered housing dimension that my colleague across the way said, that is a vitally important area, and I would hope Her Majesty's Government look very seriously at that element of council housing.
My Lords, as my noble friend says, sheltered housing is absolutely vital. I'm very pleased to be able to say that. I don't think there's any suggestion of bringing back the direct labour that he was a byword in relation to that, I'm told, in relation to direct labour in the 1970s. I don't think there's any such suggestion. But we do recognise the importance of council housing, and he will know that in the last 5 years we actually built more council housing than had been built in the previous 13 years, which people will remember was 1997 to 2010.
Lords, in reminding the House that I'm also Vice President of the Local Government Association, could I ask the Minister whether he is aware of the comment by the Chartered Institute of Housing 10 days ago, which said this, that the Government's ambition to solve the housing crisis will not be possible if an imbalance in housing funding continues. That is because new figures have revealed that just £8 billion of the £51 billion earmarked for housing up to 2021 will directly fund affordable homes. Does the Minister agree that we do need many more homes for social rent?
Yeah. My Lords, the Noble Lord will be aware that the Housing White Paper, I think in a very welcome way, certainly welcomed by many people across political parties, the London Mayor, for example, talks about the boldness, talks about the fact that we are looking at a mix of housing. That is absolutely right that we should do so. And and of course social housing is an important part of that. I was unaware of the particular quote that he mentioned, but he will know that across the range, many people, independently of party and across many professional organisations, have welcomed the Housing White Paper as initiating a very valuable debate on housing right across the board.
Since the White Paper consultation specifically excludes Chapter 4, I wonder if the Noble Lord the Minister could confirm that DCLG would nevertheless welcome informed commentary around the wider implications as it relates to housing, particularly for older people, which is the only real type of housing with care which will release pressures on both the health service and social care.
My Lords, I'm very pleased, first of all, to acknowledge the role that the Noble Lady has played in relation to that particular sector, which is, of course, vital. She will know, because she's been certainly pushing hard on this, and correctly so, that we have made provision for housing in the type of area she talks about for older people, in particular in relation to the current neighbourhood planning bill. But I'm happy to acknowledge how important this area is.
My Lords, how many government initiatives have there been in the past that have failed on this issue?
My Lords, I'm not sure what particular issue the Noble Lord is referring to, but I'm very happy to agree that the housing has been a challenge for all political parties since the war. We're simply not building enough. But that's no reason to give up, my Lords. If we gave up because past initiatives had failed or hadn't totally succeeded, that would not be valuable to anybody. The Housing White Paper and this government's determination, I think, are clear, and I would welcome the Noble Lord to do his best to ensure that he holds our feet to the fire in delivering.
My Lords, when does the Noble Lord the Minister expect to get back from the 2015-16 figure of less than 1,000 new start homes in the social sector to the 40,000 started in 2009-10? I declare my interest. I got into local government in the 70s in Preston, when we had people coming across from Northern Ireland to escape the violence, and in those days we had housing to help people when they arrived. Now, with the dreadful figures the government have got, local authorities won't be able to help such people.
My Lords, acknowledge the role that the Noble Lady had in relation to the dreadful position then in Northern Ireland, and hope we never ever go back to that sort of awful situation. But in relation to the general point she's made, I've already acknowledged to the Noble Lord, Lord Shipley, the importance of the social sector. We have, as she knows, a target of 400,000 affordable homes up to 2010, up to 2020. I correct myself, I apologise. And obviously it's important that we get to the sort of figure that we need to meet the housing needs of the country across a whole range of sectors, but including the social sector, certainly.
Lord Harris of Haringey.
I draw attention to my interest as recorded in the register and beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper.
My Lords, securing the UK is about active law enforcement using and sharing intelligence to ensure that resources are effectively utilised in line with threats and pressures. Law enforcement partners work to prevent dangerous items from ever reaching our shores, and at the border, a combination of law enforcement officers and officials, targeting and technology is used to make our already secure borders even stronger.
My Lords, I'm grateful to the Noble Lady, the Minister, for that answer, which I interpret as meaning there is no plan to increase the resources available to protect our borders. In September of last year, the outgoing Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police said that the rapid increase in gun crime was a result of more illegal arms coming into the country. And last month, dog walkers on the Suffolk and Norfolk coasts stumbled across packages containing cocaine with a street value of more than £50 million. I'm told the weight of this was 360 kilograms, and to put that in context, that's about 3 times my body weight, so we're not talking about a small amount here. So could the Noble Lady tell us whether the government is being complacent about the arrival of drugs and guns into this country, or whether they are actually going to do anything about increasing the resources to patrol our borders and making them effective.
Well, my lords, the government takes the issue of guns and drugs arriving in this country very, very seriously. And the noble lord, in fact, the House will have heard me talking previously about Operation Dragonroot last October, in which 800 potentially lethal weapons were seized and 282 suspects arrested. In addition, 80 kilograms of illegal drugs were seized. I don't know how that compares to the noble lord's weight, but that's a lot of drugs.
My Lords, currently EU citizens use automatic gates at UK airports that only check that the person seeking entry is the passport holder. Once we have left the European Union, EU citizens will have to be questioned about the purpose of their visit, as there will be no automatic right to entry. How will the border force cope without a massive increase in resources, particularly when they are already failing to meet their own targets in terms of delays?
Well, the noble lord asked me a bit of a hypothetical question in terms of numbers, but what I will say to him, because he asked about e-gates, is that e-gates have provided a very efficient way of handling people through passport control. Not only are they very efficient, but in terms of the facial recognition service that they provide, they're very, very accurate indeed. And just to give the noble lord an example, one officer can deal with 5 e-gates.
My Lords.
My Lords, there are naval reservists from HMS President serving, as we are here today, on board Border Patrol vessels. But unfortunately, they have not got the resources. And one suggestion I made last year was that it would be very good for the reservists that we should have about a dozen equivalent to the old-style MTB fast boats, grey, reservists on board, marine reservists on board, and stationed at various of the small ports up and down the coast. The advantages of that is the populace at large will actually see they are being protected. It's a role for the reservists. I'm sure the subject will come up at the major debate being led by the noble Lord Hull next week, but I just wanted to ask whether the Minister, my friend, the Baroness, the Minister, would feel this is worth pursuing.
Well, I can tell my noble friend that we do take a very robust approach to maritime security, and that Border Force and partner agencies use a combination of cutters, radar, onshore assets and aerial surveillance to detect and stop small craft. We also work closely with domestic and international enforcement colleagues on an intelligence-led approach, allowing us to tackle the criminals involved before they leave for the UK. And we have got some cutters, some more cutters on order.
My Lords, 260 years ago tomorrow, Admiral Byng was shot for upsetting the government. At the risk of standing into the same danger, the coordination of the very limited assets around our inshore waters, 7 craft for the Border Force, is a complete and utter dog's dinner. Does the noble lady, the Minister, not agree that there is a crying need to establish a command and control centre to coordinate action that the NMIC, the National Maritime Intelligence Centre, provides, so that we can actually protect our inshore waters? Because at the moment we absolutely are not doing that.
Well, I can assure the noble lord that I'm not going to shoot him. But what I would say is that the NMIC brings together 14 maritime security stakeholders to provide the UK with a unified picture of maritime threat around the UK and globally. And as I think I've probably pointed out in previous questions, it is this multi-agency, multi-effort approach to intelligence and security and control of our borders that I think is the way forward.
Thank you. I'm sure the noble lady Baroness is aware that wildlife crime is another international illegal activity that feeds into all sorts of crimes here in the UK. And the Wildlife Crime Unit is always under pressure. Interpol takes it incredibly seriously. They have 30 officers. Is the British government going to take it seriously as well and not cut their budget?
Well, the British government does take it very seriously. In fact, I was watching last night, as I'm sure the noble lady was, what's it called, the programme on at tea time on Sunday, Country File, about what, the death of wildlife and some of the wildlife crime that goes on. And yes, the government does take it very seriously indeed.
During oral questions just over a month ago, I suggested that figures on the number of firearms illegally imported into the United Kingdom that are seized each year were not very meaningful without an estimate of the percentage of firearms illegally imported into the UK that are seized each year. And I also asked whether we were seizing most firearms that are illegally imported or only a very small percentage. And on behalf of the government, the noble lady the Minister has since written to me saying that the information I was seeking is, quote, operationally sensitive and not suitable for release. Why is it operationally sensitive? I hope it isn't operationally sensitive because of the low percentage of firearms illegally imported into the UK that are seized each year. Certainly, withholding information, though, is very helpful to the government, since it means it cannot easily be held to account for its failures identified by the Metropolitan Police Commissioner last September, and to which my noble friend Lord Harris of Haringey has already made reference. Will the noble lady, the Minister, look again at the figures and information the government can provide on this issue? Governments should be able to be held to account.
Yeah. Well, I agree with the noble lord that government should be held to account, but I cannot give him the figures, and I hope he'll understand that I simply can't give him the figures. What I was going to suggest is actually to meet at some point the noble Lord Harris, given his sustained interest in this subject, and perhaps we could talk through some of the issues that he is concerned about.
Social security, contributions, rates, limits and thresholds amendments and national insurance funds payments, Regulations 2017, Lord Young of Cookham.
My Lords, with the leave of the House, I beg to move the three motions standing in my name on the order paper en bloc.
The question is that the three motions in the name of Lord Young of Cookham be agreed to en bloc. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Contrary not content. The contents have it.
Automatic enrolment, earnings trigger and qualifying earnings band, Order 2017, Lord Henry.
My Lords, I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Contrary not content. The contents have it.
Further consideration on report of the Higher Education and Research Bill, Viscount Younger of Lecky.
My Lords, I beg to move that this bill be now further considered on report.
The question is that this bill now be further considered on report. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Contrary not content. The contents have it. After Clause 82, Amendment 144, Lord Starkey.
Islamic law forbids interest-bearing loans. Islamic law forbids interest-bearing loans, and that prohibition can be a barrier for Muslim students going on to attend our universities. I first became aware of this when I visited the Preston Muslim Girls' School. The visit was part of the Lord Speaker's outreach programme. I talked about the work of the House, and I tried to answer the girls' questions. There was one question that I couldn't answer, and that was, why was there no Sharia-compliant system of student finance? Many of the girls came from very religious backgrounds, and some would not be able to accept interest-bearing loans. This meant they could not go to university, and they were certainly qualified to go. Ofsted rates their school as outstanding on every measure. The headmaster explained to me that when tuition fees were low, many Muslim students were able to attend university financed by family and by friends. But since 2012, this has become very much more difficult, given the current level of fees and the real rate of interest now payable on student loans. And as the excellent impact assessment to this bill notes, the situation worsened in 2016-17, when maintenance grants were replaced by interest-bearing loans. The Muslim community is disadvantaged by all this. The impact assessment says the unmet demand for student finance consistent with the principles of Islamic finance, might mean that some would-be students may be prevented from participating in higher education on the basis of their religious beliefs. The coalition government took this problem seriously. In 2014, there was a BIS consultation which had an astounding 20,000 responses. In its response to the consultation, the government's conclusion was clear. The government supports the introduction of a Sharia-compliant takaful alternative finance product available to everyone. But they added, given the complexity of these issues and the time needed to resolve them, it is unlikely that any alternative finance product could be available before academic year 2016-17. That was in September 2014. We're already in academic year 2016-17, and we're too far into it for any scheme to be available for academic year 2017-18. And worse, I've been told privately that the scheme will not be ready until the academic year 2019-20. That is 7 years after the problem was recognised. That is 5 years after a solution was agreed. That is 2 academic years from now. Muslim communities have been disadvantaged for 5 years. They have another 2 years in prospect. At committee, I tried to persuade the government to accept a deadline of 2018-19 for the introduction of a Sharia-compliant system. I chose that date because Islamic finance experts had assured me that a takaful system could be put in place from a standing start within 8 to 12 months. Some of these experts had advised the government on the introduction of a takaful system, and they knew what it took to get it up and running. The government rejected the idea of a deadline. They rejected it without saying or even hinting at what they thought might be an introductory date. However, the Minister was kind enough to meet with me to discuss the situation. He and his officials made it clear that the government was not prepared to accept any kind of deadline, nor did they give an estimate of when a Sharia-compliant system might arrive. I repeated that I'd been told that the problems with the student loan company and HMRC were causing the delay and the uncertainty, that the student loan company and HMRC had not assigned the scheme sufficient priority and they had not assigned sufficient resource. I explained again that the prominent Islamic finance experts believed it should take no longer than 8 to 12 months to put a system in place. These experts also pointed out that establishing the Sharia-compliant Help to Buy guarantee scheme took only 5 or 6 months to develop and launch. I also asked whether the department had told schools, and through them Muslim families, about the work going on the takaful system. The answer was no. And the reason given for this was the desire to avoid raising expectations. I thought this was precisely the wrong answer. If the department had been in better touch with the Muslim community, it would have known that expectations had already been raised. They'd been raised by David Cameron as long ago as 2013, when he spoke to the World Islamic Economic Forum in London and announced the arrangement of student finance on a Sharia-compliant basis. That was 4 years ago. I thought Muslim students and their families, their communities, had a right to know what progress was being made and when to expect a solution. And that is why my amendment seeks to require the Secretary of State to tell all relevant schools about the progress being made and to give an estimate of the likely date of availability. And there is a frustrating irony in all this. I mean, the government's to be congratulated on bringing forward enabling primary legislation, but it is surely wrong to have such a long delay and such continued uncertainty over the date of introduction of the scheme. And it's surely wrong not to understand the worries and concerns this delay and uncertainty causes in the Muslim community. To refuse to report progress, to refuse to estimate a likely delivery date, is to avoid responsibility. It doesn't treat the Muslim community as adults. The impact assessment, talking about the implications on the Muslim community of the move from maintenance grants to interest-bearing loans, and talking about the introduction of the takaful system, referred to the government's public sector equality duty. That has force. So does simply being honest, open and transparent with the Muslim community about progress and a likely availability date for takaful financing. It is their children's futures that we're talking about. In its 2014 consultation response, the government said there is a demand for the proposed alternative finance product, and responses to the consultation indicate this would enable many of those who have been or will be prevented from undertaking both FE and HE to attend by removing the conflict between faith and funding. My amendment simply asks the government to say when this conflict between faith and funding will be resolved, and I beg to move.
Amendment proposed, after clause 82, insert the new clause, the words as printed on the marshalled list.
My Lords, I rise to speak in favour of the amendments tabled by the Noble Lord Sharkey. I would like to declare my interest as co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Islamic Finance. The APPG has recently been reformed and is now an active body. I would also like to state that I am a voluntary patron of the Islamic Finance Council. My Lords, I have a long-standing experience of financial services and have a strong connection with the City of London. I have promoted Islamic finance and attended numerous conferences in this country as well as abroad. I also used to be visiting lecturer at various colleges and thus have a deep interest in the education and well-being of students. Sharia-compliant student finance is one of the many issues that fall within the scope of Islamic finance. The United Kingdom has the largest Islamic finance market outside the Muslim world. Its assets now exceed $20 billion. Worldwide, the Islamic finance sector is now valued at over $20 trillion with an annual growth of over 15%. We have in this country very competent accountants, solicitors, consultants, and other professionals who can help foreign countries develop their Islamic financial structures. This is the point I made in your Lordship's House twice recently, including the debate tabled by the Noble Viscount Waverley on the subject only last week. It's however incumbent on the UK to look at its own structures and address deficiencies wherever they may arise. Otherwise, we would not be seen to be a model for others to follow. This brings me to the matter in hand. My Lords, in 2013, the UK hosted the 9th Islamic Economic Forum. This was the first time that the forum was held outside the Islamic world, for which the UK drew great praise and admiration. The former Prime Minister, David Cameron, spoke at the forum and stated that he would like London to be a great capital of Islamic finance in the Western world. He further made the point that London proudly possesses the virtues of openness and innovation. Indeed, we need to be innovative to be a market leader in Islamic finance. At the conference, Mr. Cameron made 3 commitments on behalf of the government. These were as follows. Number 1, to issue a sovereign sukuk for around £200 million. Number 2, to provide a student loan scheme which is Sharia compliant. Number 3, to arrange for start-up loans for new businesses based on Sharia principles. Regarding the first commitment, a sukuk was issued for £200 million, which was in fact very successful and was oversubscribed 10 times. It is important that we now deliver commitment number 2, which is the arrangement of a Sharia-compliant student loans. It has been 4 years since the commitment was made, so I feel it is most overdue. David Cameron has said, never again should a Muslim in Britain feel unable to go to university because they cannot get a student's loan, simply because of their religion. Indeed, the government continued to elicit its commitment to this. In 2014, the Department for Business, Innovation and Skills held a consultation relating to Sharia-compliant student financing. In its response, the government stated that they acknowledge its importance and support the introduction of such a scheme. What is important is that we now push ahead and make it available to students as soon as possible. Increasingly, I find that many young Muslims wish to reconnect with their Islamic principles. My lords, we have more than 300,000 full-time students today. It seems clear to me that this wish remains unfulfilled for some students without a Sharia-compliant student finance scheme. The diversity of modern Britain must be reflected in all spheres of life in order to integrate the next generation of Muslims and other minorities with the rest of the population. My lords, for the last 4 years, I've been asked by the High Commissioner for Bangladesh to present awards to British Bangladeshi school leavers. My lords, I have found that the performance of these children has improved dramatically in recent years, and this community is now performing exceptionally well at school. More of these children now wish to move on to higher education, thus increasing the number of Muslim universities, the Muslim students at our universities. Today, funding a degree in the UK requires significant expenditure. Tuition fees combined with living expenses cost at least $22,000 a year for an average student. Of course, studying in London will undoubtedly cost more. A student loan is therefore the only route to education for many people. My lords, let us be frank. A bright, young Muslim student may be forced to make an unfair choice, either to forego their principles or opt out of going to university altogether. The lack of Sharia-compliant loans therefore directly impacts the potentially life-changing decisions for parents and potential students of whether to continue into higher education. They simply do not want to get involved in interest-based loans which go against their faith-held principles. This can have wider implications. For example, as someone who has been involved in combating radicalization, it's clear to me that education is a key tool to better integrate our communities and further enhance social cohesion. My lords, I do welcome the government's commitment to ensure our world higher education sectors remains financially sustainable, with an ability to invest in the excellent teaching which students expect. However, we must also give all young people, irrespective of their religious belief or racial origins, the opportunities to succeed and study. By doing so, we'll encourage all communities to take an effective role in the advancement and well-being of our country. We want religious minority groups to be given the same chances as others in order that they become valuable members of our society. My lords, I may add that Sharia-compliant financing appeals beyond the Muslim community to those who simply desire a more ethical form of financing. In my experience, there are a number of non-Muslims who have opted to take up Islamic financial products on a matter of principles. My lords, I've received letters and emails from leading Muslim organizations and community leaders who would like the government to now introduce the Sharia-compliant student financial arrangements. The letters have been received from the Muslim Council of Britain, Muslim Association of Britain, East London Mosque and London Muslim Centre, the London Central Mosque Trust Limited, and Islamic Cultural Centre, Muslim Engagement and Development, and also from the Honourable Jafar Kapasi, OBE. My Lords, I have passed copies of the correspondence to my noble friend, the Minister. Additionally, my Lords, I've received a letter from Mr. Muhammad Dameen, MBE. Muhammad Dameen is currently the chairman of the Conservative Muslim Forum. He's a chartered accountant specializing in Islamic finance. Until his retirement, Muhammad Dameen was a partner and head of UK Islamic finance at PricewaterhouseCoopers. Muhammad Amin is firmly of the view that it is possible for Sharia-compliant arrangement for students to be introduced by autumn of 2018. I've also forwarded a copy of the letter to my noble friend, the Minister, the letter received from Muhammad Amin. My Lords, whilst I fully support the development of a publicly available and regularly updated progress report as outlined in the amendments, I would prefer to get a commitment that the Sharia-compliant student loan scheme will be available in the UK by autumn of 2018. My Lords, I do very much appreciate the fact the Department of Education has opened a tender for consultants to make a bid to assist in the development of the Sharia-compliant scheme for students. This tender was opened on 21st of February and the closing date was 7th of March 2017. My Lords, whilst we welcome this step by the Department of Education, we would ask that a commitment be given for the scheme to be operational by autumn of 2018. My Lords, I, together with others, are of the opinion that it is possible to do so if there is a will to prioritise the project. My Lords, on our side, we are very happy to provide any help and support which may be needed.
I rise to support the amendment and the powerful speeches made by the noble Lord Starkey and Lord Sheikh. I am staggered, indeed, to be reminded how long all this has been going on and with what difficulty the government seemed to be approaching this particular issue. Nothing should stand between the young and their education, and I do fear that the lack of a Sharia-compliant scheme may be bearing particularly hardly on young women. It is not unknown in communities like my own Scots family for the men to get first crack at the money and the women to follow. It would not surprise me, I fear, that the same was still the case. The real point is that we can do Sharia-compliant finance. 20 years ago, when I was in the city, we were doing Sharia-compliant finance. We were making money out of it. And it strikes me as staggeringly ungracious of us not to have made the student loan scheme to work when we have been profiting from similar schemes as a country. I beg to support the amendment.
No, you go first.
My Lords, I stand to support the amendment. In doing so, I declare an interest being the Vice Chairman of the Islamic Finance APPG, which has been recently set up. My Lords, as we all know, in the census of 2011, it has been recognised that more than 2 million Muslims live in this country, and many of them would like to have finances which are Sharia compliant. And many of us are having to make compromises when these finances are not available to take the interest-based finances, and particularly with the student finances, when a scheme has been already in many ways agreed that it should go ahead. It's taken so long for the government to complete the legislation process for it to be introduced. It is beyond my understanding why it's taking so long. May I say that as the case has been made very well by Lord Sharkey, Lord Sheikh and Baroness Cohen, I would only say that this Sharia supported takaful scheme, when it is introduced, what we need to make sure that it is available easily, and it is available to all Muslim and non-Muslim students who want to benefit from it. And one other thing which I am mindful, and I'll ask the government to keep in mind, is that the scheme does not become more expensive to the students in any way. I have seen in some countries non-interest-based finances which in the small print have built-in various kind of charges, administration charges, fees, handling charges, and at the end of the day they become more expensive or just as expensive as the interest-based schemes. And I just hope that the government will make sure that this scheme does not become at least more expensive to the students. And with that, I urge the government to complete the legislation process as quickly as possible to make the scheme available to students by beginning of the next academic year 2018.
My Lord, may I just add one thing? I was speaking to a Muslim friend this morning who has 6 young children. She and her husband take education extremely seriously. The children go to extra tuition. Families like that will find it very, very difficult if a scheme is not put in place soon, as far as choices are concerned for the children's education. She was very excited to see that there was such an amendment on the order paper today, so I hope it will be supported this afternoon.
My Lords, I rise briefly to support this amendment, and doing so declare my interest as Vice Chair of the All-Party Group on Islamic Finance. I wanted simply to ask the Noble Minister if he could reflect on what his colleague, the Baroness Goldie, said at committee stage as to why the government couldn't give a timescale for this. She said, "This careful, sensitive and important work cannot be rushed towards a deadline that's simply chosen and written into legislation. Our timeframes must be grounded in the realities of the work necessary to deliver a workable system." Well, what are these realities that mean not only is there inordinate delay, but we don't even know what the delay is likely to be? It seems to me that this is, as we've heard, a relatively modest proposal. There are a lot of expertise which would enable it to take place. Can the Minister assure us that the real reason for this delay is not that there's simply such a shortage of staff in the relevant government departments and so many other priorities, not least with Brexit, that they're simply not prepared to put the resources, civil service resources, into getting this scheme off the ground? My Lords, it's very easy, or would be very easy at the moment, if you were in a Muslim community, to believe that the government was simply not taking its commitment seriously in this specific respect, because there's such little action to show. And if the Minister isn't prepared today to give a firm date when the government expects this scheme to be introduced, could he at least give his support to the amendment of my noble friend Lord Sharkey, which would at least bring some degree of limited certainty into the process going forward?
Well, Lords, I too would like to speak very briefly in favour of the amendment. It seems to me there's no ideological objection to the proposal from the government. What's happened is lost priority. Now, that loss of priority may be for perfectly innocent reasons, but surely everyone recognises it's capable of being misinterpreted to the adverse very adversely from the point of view of good relations in the United Kingdom. So I'd simply urge the government to restore it to the priority it had when it was first announced.
I had not intended to speak in this debate, but I've been encouraged to do so. But first of all, let me remind your lordships of my interests as declared in the register, that I'm chairman of a Sharia-compliant bank in London, and therefore have some knowledge of the problems, but have also spent a lifetime in Sharia banking in my professional career. I would encourage the government to move ahead as rapidly as possible in providing these loans, and clearly there are no real problems in doing so from a Sharia point of view. All those problems are well understood and are easily addressed by using conventional techniques in Sharia banking. There are problems, however, in terms of the way that the Bank of England treats those types of loans. And there are problems in the way that the Treasury looks at them. And I would suggest that the government really needs to move ahead to resolve those issues as quickly as possible, because the benefit to the Muslim community in providing these types of loans outweighs any difficulties that I could see the government could face.
My Lords, with all the voices in accord around the chamber, it seems almost odious for me to join in and add my support to it. I had a conversation with the Noble Lord Sharkey before he was just after he put down his amendment before we came to the meeting today, and I was suggesting to him that it was a rather weak amendment and he ought to sharpen it up, because I thought that would be a lot of an interest around the House, and I've been proved right in that, to the point where perhaps a vote would be sensible. I'm sure his intention in speaking today is not to force a division on the House, because the arguments are so all-encompassing and so completely unanswerable. I hope the Lord the Minister will be able to stand and make a firm commitment, as previously suggested, that, first of all, he supports the intention of introducing this measure as quickly as possible. Secondly, he will not allow the apparent problems with the supply line to hold up the supply of Sharia-compliant laws. After all, a touch of competition, perhaps from those experts in the field who might be able to step in, might be the way the government might get itself out of this hole. But certainly, it's a very, very sorry tale. The idea that students who could benefit from these loans and who can't, because of a conflict between faith and their ability to operate within the system that we currently available, seems to me to be so utterly shocking that it just needs the government to say it will change.
My Lords, the Noble Lord Sharkey is to be commended for his continued work to emphasise the importance of the government's plans to put in place a viable system of alternative student finance. I know that he has had a useful discussion with the Minister, my honourable friend Joe Johnson, and my noble friend Viscount Younger. I'm grateful to my noble friend Lord Sheikh, who reminded us of the history of this commitment and indeed the objectives of further opening access to higher education to more people who might be unable to access it at the moment. And his points on the importance of Islamic finance on this country, and particularly on the potential benefits of alternative student finance, are well made, and we'll consider very carefully the correspondence he has sent on to us. I'm also grateful to Baroness Cohen for reminding us of the adverse impact of the current regime on women. And I'm grateful to other noble lords who have come in on this debate. In response to Lord Hussain, who is worried that this might be more expensive, I've looked very quickly at page 53, clause 7, subsection 11, where it says that the person making the regulations concerned achieves a similar effect to a loan under this section. So the idea is it should be neither more nor less expensive than the equivalent finance under a conventional student loan. During the debate in committee, my honourable friend sought to assure noble lords that the government is fully committed to delivering alternative student finance. We are actually the first government to legislate to make alternative government finance possible, and we've legislated at the first opportunity. And as the noble Lord, Lord Stevenson, has just reminded us, there is no disagreement at all about the policy and the objective. Introducing alternative student finance is one of our priorities for the student finance system. We are working to expedite its delivery. We want this new alternative system to be available to students as soon as practical, and I can inform the House today, in response to the questions posed by the Noble Lord Sharkey and other Noble Lords, subject to parliamentary processes, we are currently working towards it being open to applications from the first students within this Parliament. I can see there is interest in more information on our progress, but I'm afraid that a quarterly report, as required in the amendment, would be an unusual and unwarranted step. It would be onerous and I suspect of limited value to the people we're trying to support. And actually the bill is not the place to set out administrative process around policy development. The bill is about the legislative framework needed to bring in alternative student finance. I'm very happy to give an update on our progress here today in the light of the very clear interest shown, and I have detected a note of impatience in the speeches we've heard this afternoon. And of course, Noble Lords will have an opportunity to hold the government to account through the usual processes, whether tabling questions or scrutinising the regulations we intend to bring forward using the powers within the bill. Officials in the department are cooperating closely with counterparts in delivery partner organisations, and together they are working through the requirements for the new alternative student finance system. We've started the process to engage dedicated experts in Islamic finance to work for the government and support the detailed implementation of alternative student finance. We're also commissioning research that will explore the views of Muslim prospective students and their non-Muslim peers to help ensure that alternative student finance will meet their needs. I can also assure Noble Lords we are actively considering how best to bring alternative student finance to the attention of prospective students in England in the run-up to its launch, and we want to ensure that we reach prospective students studying in a variety of settings, or indeed not currently studying at all. It's only by working hard to develop and deliver complex and detailed plans that we will be able to meet our policy objective, a shared policy objective, of supporting participation in education. This careful, sensitive and important work has to be done properly first time, but it does take time. But I would reassure all Noble Lords who have spoken that it is indeed one of our top priorities. One final point of reassurance. I note that in Amendment 208, the Noble Lord Sharkey has sought to ensure his proposed new clause in Amendment 144 would be commenced on royal assent. I want to assure Noble Lords that although the government's clauses enabling alternative student finance are to be commenced by regulations and not directly on royal assent, this is actually consistent with the rest of the bill and should not in any way be considered as an impediment to the government's commitment to making alternative student finance available as soon as practical. In the light of the progress that I have set out here, and in the light of the commitment we have given about the timing of the introduction of this important new initiative, I hope Noble Lords will feel that a reporting clause in this legislation is not required, and I would therefore ask respectfully if the Noble Lord might withdraw his amendment.
I'd like to thank all the Noble Lords who've spoken in this brief debate. And I have to say I'm actually astonished by some of the government's response. To say that this scheme will be open for application before the end of the Parliament. The Parliament ends in 2020. On the whole, I think the government's response takes insufficient account of the worries caused by the uncertainty of the date of availability amongst the Muslim community. It takes insufficient account of the perfectly understandable desire of the Muslim community to know what progress is being made. And it gives no substantive explanation for either the very long delay to date or the inability to get this work done in any reasonable kind of time. The government has offered no rebuttal of the Islamic finance experts' view that with political will and proper resource, we could have Sharia-compliant student finance available for students going up to university in April 2018. My Lords, this is all extremely disappointing, and we should do better. My amendment will at least let the Muslim community know what progress is being made and when to expect a solution to a problem that continues to disadvantage them and their children. And I would like to test the opinion of the House.
The question is that this amendment be agreed to. As many as are at that opinion will say content. Contrary, not content.
Not content.
Clear the bar. My Lords, the question is that Amendment 142 be agreed to. Those members are of that opinion will say content. Contrary, not content.
Not content.
Contents will go to the right by the throne, and not contents to the left by the bar. My Lords, the question is that Amendment 144 be agreed to. My Lords, they have voted contents 225, not contents 227, so the not contents have it. After clause 84, amendment 145, Lord Watson.
My Lords, I rise to move Amendment 145 in my name and that of my colleague Lord Stevenson. My Lords, students beginning their university courses after 2012 were told that if they took out a student loan they would be required to repay it at the rate of 9% of future earnings above £21,000 a year. Government repeatedly promised that the 21,000 figure would be uprated each year from April 2017 in line with average earnings. Indeed, that was confirmed in a letter to parents by the then Minister for Universities and Science, now the Noble Lord, Lord Willits. That letter contained no caveats, so students and their families knew where they stood as regards repayment of their loans was concerned. At least they thought they did. Until the 2015 autumn statement, when the then Chancellor announced that the repayment threshold on student loans was to be frozen at £21,000 from April 2017, instead of being uprated in line with average earnings. So, my Lords, this is fundamentally a question of broken faith, of trusting what the government says, proving ill-founded. Quite apart from the substantive issue in this amendment, that question of trust is, we believe, far from being insignificant. This issue has been revisited following debate in committee, and on that occasion the Noble Lord, Lord Willits used his ministerial experience to explain that when the decision was taken in 2011 to freeze the repayment threshold, the figure was based on 75% of projected average earnings in 2017. Earnings in the intervening period having risen by less than anticipated, the Noble Lord told us that, as a result, the repayment threshold has become significantly more generous relative to earnings than we expected when we set it. Unfortunately, my Lords, this possibility was not mentioned in his aforementioned letter to parents. My Lords, by the logic of that argument, had earnings risen more than anticipated, then students would be facing an increased threshold next month. And Noble Lords will forgive me if I cast some doubt on that probability being allowed to occur. And indeed, my Lords, nor should it, because an agreement is an agreement and should be respected as such by both sides. The Government's action amounts to breach of a contract, with one party unilaterally changing the terms of the student loan. In any other context, it would be open to legal action to have the contract enforced, and that action would succeed. My Lords, when the bill was under consideration in the other place, the Minister for Universities and Science, Mr Johnson, called on universities to redouble their efforts to boost social mobility. He was right in his exhortation, although wrong to suggest it was solely the responsibility of institutions, because when Labour left office in 2010, 71% of state-educated pupils went to university. By 2014, that figure had fallen to 62%. Yet this change will have a disproportionate impact on graduates on modest incomes and will act as a disincentive for young people from less well-off backgrounds to take up a place at university, because they'll know that an earlier cohort of students were misled by government over the repayment term of their loans. Indeed, their parents of that cohort were also misled, and some of the financial impact may well fall on them. My Lords, Amendment 145 would prevent any changes to the repayment of a student loan, irrespective of whether that benefited students after the terms and conditions of repayment had been agreed. This would apply to existing loans after the commencement of the Act, and it would ensure that such a situation would not recur by bringing loans under the regulation of the Consumer Credit Act 1974, which many people indeed are surprised to learn does not apply at the moment. Some regulation of the student loan market is needed to provide the protection that students need. And in replying for the Government in committee, the Noble Baroness Goldie told Noble Lords, "On the matter of student loan terms and conditions, I share your Lordship's desire to ensure that students are protected." But she then went on to say, "However, it's important that the Government retain the power to adjust terms and conditions." My Lords, how are these two statements capable of reconciliation? They are not, because only the Government is protected, not students, the very people the Noble Viscount the Minister has consistently said throughout our deliberations are at the heart of this legislation. Yet the unilateral reneging on loan agreements demonstrate that, in fact, students' interests can be dispensed with whenever the Government deem it necessary. My Lords, that's unacceptable, and it's one more reason why this amendment should be adopted as a new clause to the bill. I beg to move.
Amendment proposed, insert the following new clause in the words printed in the Marshall list.
I could very briefly comment, as I've already had my arguments referred to by the Honourable Lord opposite. I'll just make very briefly two comments. The graduate repayment scheme is neither conventional public spending, nor is it a commercial loan. All three parties, when faced with the question how you finance higher education, have concluded that the best way forward is such an arrangement. If it's public spending, it's going to be a low priority for public spending and the funding of universities will suffer. If it is a commercial loan, which now appears to be what the Labour opposition are calling for, and if we really were to have it regulated under the terms of conventional private loans, one of the first requirements would be the requirement to know your customer, make an assessment of an individual recipient to see whether or not they should be, whether they have the capacity to repay a student loan. The agencies would have to decide whether to lend to any one individual or not, and disadvantaged students would certainly lose out from such an assessment. That's why this scheme is a midway house between two unpalatable alternatives, and why all three parties have backed it. And as part of that arrangement, it seems to me legitimate that governments should be able to decide, I've always thought every 5 years, in explicit public review, the balance between repayments by graduates and repayments, essentially, and the remaining burden being borne by the generality of taxpayers as the loans are paid off. That seems to me a sensible arrangement. It brings necessary flexibility into the system, and it's why it's always been made clear to students that governments have the right to change the repayment terms as they wish. That seems to me a sensible feature, and if we go down this route of treating it like a private contract and private repayment, it will have consequences which all of us in this House, and particularly the party opposite, will come to regret.
Yeah. My Lords, I share the noble Lord Watson's concern that students should be entitled to protection when they take out student loans. Protections are already available in law and take account of the particular nature of these loans. Student loans are not like the commercial loans of the sort regulated under the Consumer Credit Act. They are not for profit and are universally accessible. Repayments depend on the borrower's income, not the amount borrowed, and the interest rate is limited by legislation. I'm grateful to my noble friend Lord Willits for summarising the excellent speech which he made on this very subject in committee and putting forward powerful reasons for not treating these as commercial loans. Can I turn first to the issue of the threshold freeze? To put higher education funding onto a more sustainable footing, we had to ask those who benefit from university to meet more of the costs of their studies. This enabled us to remove the cap on student numbers, enabling more people to get the benefit of a university education. As the noble Lord said, when the current system was first introduced, the threshold of 21,000 would have been around 75% of the projected average earnings in 2016. Since then, updated calculations based on ONS figures for earnings show that figure is now 83%, reflecting weaker than expected earnings growth since 2012. Uprating the repayment threshold in line with average earnings would cost around $5 billion in total by April 2021, compared to the current system. The total cost of uprating by CPI would be around $4 billion over the same period. The proportion of borrowers liable to repay when the 21,000 threshold took effect in April is therefore significantly lower than could have been envisaged when the policy was originally introduced. The threshold would now be set at around 19,000 if it were to reflect the same ratio of average earnings. The current 21,000 threshold remains higher than the 17,495 threshold that applies to loans taken out under the system left behind by Labour in 2010. Low earners remain protected. Borrowers who earn less than 21,000 a year repay nothing. Borrowers earning more than this repay 9% of their earnings above the threshold, irrespective of how much they borrowed. Any outstanding balance on the loans is written off after 30 years, with no detriment to the borrower and no effect on their credit rating. This bill makes no changes to any of those arrangements. Turning now to the terms and conditions of student loans, my Lords, it is of course important that, subject to parliamentary scrutiny, the government retains the power to adjust the terms and conditions of student loans. As I said a moment ago, I fully share the noble Lord's desire to ensure that students are protected, and that is why the loan terms are set out in legislation.
would he say that, would he comment on the fact that if the situation had been reversed and that earnings had risen by more than had been anticipated, that the government's ability to vary those loans would have been carried out in a manner that benefited students rather than as was happened on this occasion?
What perversely the Noble Lord's amendment does would prevent the government from making any changes to the loan agreement that would favour the borrower. In other words, if the situation was changed, under his amendment, we wouldn't be able to alter the terms to the advantage of the borrower. That is one of the effects of his...
I made this point in my speech. That is what our amendment says, and it's what it's designed to say. The point is, when you reach an agreement, you stick by it. You don't vary it either way. I'm certainly not advocating that it should be it should be varied the other way. But I asked the Noble Lord the question, would he and his government be prepared to vary it the other way had earnings risen by more than had been anticipated?
The response that I gave is that we wouldn't be allowed to under the terms of his amendment. So we have flexibility, which the Noble Lord has denied us. What his amendment does would mean that future cohorts of students and taxpayers would have to bear the risks of the scheme, because he's insulating the current students from any change. And perhaps that is why the Labour Party did not legislate to prohibit changes to the terms and conditions of existing loans, where they introduced the system of income contingent loans in the late 1990s. And as I said, the amendment in his name would prevent the government from making any change to the loan agreement that would favour the borrower, were this ever to be necessary. Secondly, it's also important the government should continue to be able to make necessary administrative amendments to the terms and conditions to ensure that the loans can continue to be collected efficiently. An example of this was that the repayment regulations had to be amended in 2012 to accommodate HMRC moving to an electronic system to collect PAYE income tax through employers. Not being able to make this type of technical change to the regulations would eventually affect our ability to collect repayments through the tax system. Having reflected on the question that the Noble Lord asked me twice, I think the best answer is that I'm reluctant to comment on a hypothetical question. Turning to the regulation of student loans, my Lords, the current student loan system is heavily subsidised by the taxpayer and is universally accessible to all eligible students, regardless of their financial circumstances. Taking out a student loan, as my noble friend has just reminded us, is in no way the same as taking out a commercial loan, and they shouldn't be regulated as if they were. This fact was recognised by Labour when they legislated to confirm this exemption in 2008. The key terms and conditions are set out in legislation and are subject to the scrutiny and oversight of Parliament. My Lords, extending a system of regulation designed to regulate a competitive market in personal finance to a system of subsidised loans whose terms are set by Parliament would be impractical, expensive and fundamentally ill-conceived. The additional costs of the regulation would need to be borne by borrowers and taxpayers and would not be in their interests. My Lords, I return to the point. This is a heavily subsidised government loan scheme, and it remains right that Parliament should continue to have the final say on the loan terms and conditions, as it is best placed to balance the interests of taxpayers, borrowers and students. We are committed to a sustainable and fair student funding system. Our system allows the government, through these subsidised loans, to make a conscious investment in the skills of our citizens. We're seeing more young people going to university than ever before, and record numbers of 18-year-olds from disadvantaged backgrounds. And our funding system has enabled us to lift the cap on student numbers, and with it the cap on aspiration. I hope this addresses the concerns raised by the Noble Lord, and I therefore ask whether he might withdraw Amendment 145.
My Lords, I thank the Noble Lord the Minister for that reply. I think some of the comments he made about the government's commitment to student loans would have carried more weight had the extended as far as Sharia compliance loans were concerned, and we know from the previous debate that that's not the case. I think, although I take on board the points that the Noble Lord, Lord Willits made, he didn't address the major point of this amendment, which is challenging the fact that the government have changed the game, the rules of the game after the game has begun, leaving a huge amount of students worse off financially as a result of their actions, and that is not something that is acceptable. I haven't heard anything from the Noble Lord the Minister that suggests that the government regret the move they've made. In fact, they've said quite clearly, for financial reasons. Those financial reasons are impacting on students. We believe that's unacceptable, and I'd like to test the opinion of the House.
The question is that Amendment 145 be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. Clear the bar. The question is that this amendment be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents will go to the right by the throne, and the not contents to the left by the bar. that this amendment be agreed to. My Lords, there have voted contents 235, not contents 248. The not contents have it. Amendment 146, Baroness O'Neill of Bengal.
This amendment is to try to help to ensure that higher education providers, including new ones, have adequate standards of governance, and in particular standards that support the integrity of the student loan scheme. The intention of the bill is to permit a wider range of higher education providers to offer university education in England. The novel term English higher education provider has a capacious definition. It is simply an organisation that offers higher education in England. It could be a public body, a charitable body, a company limited by guarantee, a for-profit company. It could, my Lords, also be an organisation with a single proprietor. My Lords, we've tended in our debate so far to speak of such providers as having governing bodies. This can sound reassuring and familiar, but there's nothing yet in the bill that requires an English higher education provider to have a governing body that meets specified standards, let alone UK standards. The term English higher education provider is therefore somewhat misleading. We would not, I think, my Lords, speak of a Chinese textile company that sells cotton t-shirts and socks here as an English cotton clothing provider. But the English higher education provider that the bill envisages are to count as English merely if this is a market for which they provide something. My Lords, we all hope that new entrants that the bill, when enacted, may attract, will offer high-quality university courses, ideally, of course, courses that are not sufficiently available in the current spectrum of UK university offerings. For example, we might hope that some new providers would offer the quality of undergraduate education that the best American liberal arts colleges or the best technical universities in Germany or Switzerland offer. I myself think that that is very unlikely. The cost base for these institutions is extremely high. The US liberal arts colleges, and I have taught in my time at 5 well-known undergraduate programs of that type, require a 4-year degree and charge extremely high fees. These institutions are typically part supported by endowment and could not function without endowment funding. The cost of STEM provision, such as technical universities in Germany or Switzerland offer, is evidently also high, as it is for their counterparts here. So such institutions are not likely to see a ready market for their standard offering here, particularly as there would be very high competition from the best existing UK institutions. At most, they might offer a restricted, down-market set of courses only in subjects that are cheap to teach, but whose graduates are assumed to be well paid, typically law, business or accountancy or subfields of these. That approach to their franchised overseas provision has been taken in other jurisdictions by some prestigious US institutions. However, my Lords, I'm not going to name names because I think that would be unfair. However, my Lords, the major risk is that institutions of quite other sorts would seek to enter the market to provide higher education in England, lured by the prospect that their students might have access to publicly funded tuition loans. At present, somewhat surprisingly, there's nothing to ensure that those who seek to provide higher education will have even adequate, let alone high, standards of governance. We have talked rather cosily about the governing bodies of higher education providers, but that need not be the situation. Noble Lords who followed the story of the collapse of Trump University and the compensation settlement that was reached a few months ago will recognise the sort of risk I'm talking about. Noble Lords who haven't yet had the enjoyment of following the gory story might start with Wikipedia. It is not an edifying tale. The amendment seeks to address this problem by requiring incorporation under UK law for any English higher education provider whose students may gain access to publicly funded tuition loans. This requirement would allow the Office for Students to discover something about the governance and therefore about the finances of any would-be English higher education provider that hopes to franchise its offerings in the UK. The OFS might even be minded to set a fit and proper person standard for members of such governing bodies and university leaders. My Lords, we do this for banks. Should we do less for universities? I beg to move.
Amendment proposed, insert the following new clause in the words printed in the Marshall list.
My Lords, this is a golden thread in our debate, which has been pursued with considerable vigour by the noble Baroness, who has on every occasion, I think, asked either difficult questions. In fact, she's been quite free with her favours, asking questions of me and of others around the whole chamber when we failed to measure up to her high standards of accuracy and precision in relation to what we were talking about when we mentioned the words English, higher and education in sequence. So here we are at the crunch point where she's put down a very specific amendment which would have quite strong repercussions, I think, for any body which was attempting to recruit English higher education students to a body that would, because along with those comes public money. So the main argument, as I take it, and one that we're looking forward to hearing from the noble Lord the Minister, is that we are risking public money to bodies for whom we have no certain knowledge about where they are incorporated, how they are incorporated, and what rights and responsibilities they have, both to the students and along the way. She could have mentioned several other areas, and I think that they're important to get on the record. Under the Consumer Rights Act, students are owed a duty of care by those to whom they sign up in terms of a course, that there are specific issues which must be supplied by the institutions which are doing so, and that the remedies lie in legal protections, those which would be exercised by the student in court against those bodies. If they aren't incorporated in the UK, how are they going to manage that? I think the noble Lord the Minister should respond to that in a positive way when he comes to do so. We are also concerned, I think, with issues that may have to do with insolvency. It is quite interesting and instructive that in the bill that is accompanying this bill as it goes through the Technical and Further Education Bill, most of the bill is taken up with the measures that are to apply if a college further education goes into insolvency or is wound up. There's a special educational administration regime with particular powers which place on the person appointed as the insolvency practitioner in this case to ensure that primary and above all other rankings the students are protected, and that measures put in place to ensure that those students are protected in the sense of their courses being continued if that's possible, or transferred to another like institution if that is not possible. Creditors, who in insolvency law, as your Lordship's House is I'm sure well aware, are normally given primacy in this, are relegated to second place. But we have no such system for higher education institutions in the UK. There is no, therefore, provision for what happens to a private company in particular, which decides that it no longer wishes to teach its students. And where will the students seek redress? The cases mentioned by the noble Baroness are relevant in this jurisdiction as well as abroad, and it's going to be very interesting to see, if this does happen, how on earth it is that students are going to recover their loans and their opportunities if there is no incorporation which allows them to do so. We are, in fact, discussing this at a time of a change of ownership of a very distinguished private provider, BPP, for which the situation, of course, is not nearly so dire as the one that I've been discussing, but nevertheless reflects a very major arrangement, whereas the ownership has changed, the senior management have decided to not continue, and there is still uncertainty about how the overall form will go on. So this is a real situation involving very large numbers of students, lots of money, and very difficult legal and jurisprudential positions. My Lords, the government are taking this seriously. We've had a letter delivered to my hands as I walked into the chamber, which deals in 4 pages with some of the issues that the noble Baroness raised in her discussion. I'm not in any sense wanting to be slight about the letter, because it's useful to have on the record where it is, but it seems to be broadly of the view that the existing arrangement under which the Office for Students, or as we prefer to call it, the Office for Higher Education, and surely we will be calling it shortly, the Office for Higher Education, will have responsibilities under the registration and the degree awarding powers to make sure that nothing untoward happens. I don't think that is sufficient, my lords. We need to have better certainty about what institutions that are responsible for our students, how they are responsible, in what way they are incorporated, and what the legal position is when we go forward to this. I look forward to hearing the noble Lord and the Minister's response to this, but I do not think that he'll be able to measure up to some of the very strong critiques that have been made so far.
My Lords, as the noble Lord Stevenson has pointed out, we are in a very strange position where you have far greater protection if you are studying higher education in a further education college than you do if you are in a university, because there are very clear requirements going through this House for what will happen if that institution becomes insolvent. And this is an issue which has been raised on a number of occasions in this chamber with respect to the fact that although the government is committed to a protection regime for students in higher education, it is really not a very clear or demanding one as far as we can tell. But this amendment goes, in a sense, a step further, because it draws attention, as both my noble friend Baroness O'Neill and noble Lord Stevenson have pointed out, to a situation in which, over and above issues relating to the institution that is delivering the education, there is an issue of ownership. And it's an issue of ownership which may mean that in situations, extreme situations, it is very unclear where students would seek redress, never mind how. Now, the government is aware of the new issues that have come about as a result of creating a sector in which providers can be bought and sold. And in 2015, the government asked HEFC to look at this issue, and as a result there are now some new regulations about the treatment of degree awarding powers in the event of a change of ownership or legal status. And in that situation, HEFC must indeed discuss the potential implications for degree awarding powers, including continuing eligibility to hold degree awarding powers, and must be assured that the original institution that was awarded degree awarding powers is in substance the same institution in spite of the change of ownership. And that is, of course, what is happening with BPP at the moment, and there is no reason to suppose that this will not be indeed the case, that the institution will continue to be a distinguished provider of higher education. But what these new regulations, which I think everybody in the sector who is actually providing good quality education, whether they are private or not-for-profit, I think everybody would agree with this, but what they do not get to the heart of is the issue of how, if an institution is owned by a company or body overseas, and this may be somebody who has taken the entire institution private, how, in that situation, the OFS is confident, will be confident that it can make sure that an institution complies with the conditions of registration. Because in that situation, you may indeed end up with an institution that is changing hands very regularly, and I give you the example of the University of Law, which in the 3 years after it moved from being not-for-profit to being a for-profit company, changed hands twice. How are we going to operate if we find that students are in effect left without not only the institution in which they enrolled, but without any clearly identifiable body to which they can have recourse and which the OFS can bluntly bring to court and demand that it do what it should do? And I think this really is a major issue. And therefore, what this amendment seeks to do is to make sure that there is a body in this country to which students and the government can address themselves in the event of, I am sure, an extremely rare, but for everybody involved, a completely catastrophic event. And I would add that setting up a subsidiary company, setting up a company in this country generally, is not a very complicated or time-consuming affair. And I really believe that it cannot be beyond the power of the government, and it would not distort the underlying objectives of the bill to ensure that any institution that is offering higher education to students in this country who are getting loans subsidised by the taxpayer is clearly identifiable and can clearly be addressed in the case of students being left without an education and indeed creditors being left without obvious recourse.
To support the amendment, which may come as a faint surprise since I am Chancellor of BPP University, where the ownership is momentarily changing. I'd just like to observe that our ownership is sort of changing. It's a part of our old owners have become our new owners. We do not expect it to lead to instability. Our Vice-Chancellor is going to be replaced by another Vice-Chancellor who has been there for a very long time. I myself, as Chancellor, am staying. The Chairman of the Academic Council is staying. Above all, this is why I can support the amendment with perfect confidence. We are a regulated university. We are a for-profit, but what we may do with our profits is very strictly limited. And in relation to university fees, we are not able to charge, we are limited as to what we can charge for fees and expect it really to stay that way. We may only charge £5,000 a year for an undergraduate degree, unless it's a 2-year degree, in which case we're allowed to charge £6,000. And none of that is expected to change, nor could we change it unilaterally. So, and this is because of the regime at the present, for those of us registered in England, is extremely secure. And I would support any amendment that kept the regime looking as secure as it currently is. And I think that's really where I am. I support the amendment. It's right. We fall into it and will continue to fall into it.
Lords, I just wonder to what extent this amendment actually focuses on the general questions that have been raised. As far as I can understand, this amendment focuses on whether students at a particular institution should be eligible for loans. And what I'm not certain about is whether, if a university is a campus of a foreign university, for example, American or some other foreign country setting up a campus here, is this amendment intended to provide that students at such a campus will not be eligible for student loans? And what I'm not certain about is whether or not they are at the moment eligible for student loans in that situation.
The government wants to provide students with options and choice, and to enable them to pursue the path through higher education that is best for them. We want a globally competitive market that supports diversity, where providers that demonstrate that they have the potential to offer excellent teaching and can clear a high-quality bar can compete on a level playing field. In order to deliver that competitive market, through this bill we are introducing a single, simple regulatory system appropriate for all providers, with a single route to entry and, for the first time, a risk-based approach to regulation. And it is through imposing conditions of registration that are directly linked to risks that we are able to improve and strengthen regulation of the sector. This bill will enable us to go further than ever before and protect against the very issues that I know noble lords are concerned about, in that for the first time we can focus attention where it is needed, rather than the current one-size-fits-all approach. This means that we do not have to take such a blanket approach as proposed by this amendment, and one that would automatically exclude potentially excellent providers. Let me be absolutely clear that we're talking about providers who are carrying out on their activities principally in England, so inevitably there will be a presence of some kind in England. And although each case will depend on its own facts, in determining where a provider carries out its activities, questions such as where the provider's management activities take place, where its courses are designed, where course material is prepared, where supervision, marking or other evaluation takes place will need to be considered. It is not simply a matter of where students are studying. Clauses 4 and 79 of the bill are clear that only those providers who carry on or intend to carry on their activities wholly or principally in England can successfully apply for registration. and only registered higher education providers can benefit from their students having access to student support. And whilst there is no requirement in the bill that providers must be incorporated in the United Kingdom, this does not mean, however, that the bill has inadequate safeguards in respect of foreign established registered providers. If, following its assessment of risk, the OFS considers that there are particular risks arising from the fact that a provider is incorporated outside the United Kingdom that need to be addressed, these will be mitigated through the imposition of specific registration conditions. And, my Lords, I can commit today that the Government will give clear guidance to the OFS about carrying out its risk assessment in the case of providers that are not incorporated in the UK, and outlining factors for the OFS to consider and address when it decides what registration conditions to apply to these providers. Let me give you an example. The OFS will need to have a clear understanding about how it can effectively regulate this sort of provider, backed up through registration conditions where appropriate. This will include, for example, understanding of how the necessary verifications on matters such as quality, such as financial sustainability, can take place before a provider could be granted entry to the register, as well as how effective enforcement action can be brought by the OFS and how students' complaints can be dealt with. To provide some specifics, it will be open to the OFS to seek financial guarantees from parent or holding companies so that the OFS may have sufficient confidence that the provider can deliver ongoing high-quality provision. And, my Lords, as happens now, we would expect the designated quality body to have in place arrangements with overseas quality assurance bodies to share information about higher education providers operating in their respective jurisdictions. And it is also open to the OFS through Clause 15 to impose a public interest governance condition on registered higher education providers, which requires the provider's governing documents to be consistent with public interest principles listed by the OFS. The list must include, but is not limited to, the principle that all academic staff have the freedom within the law to A. question and test received wisdom, and B. put forward new ideas and controversial or unpopular opinions, without placing themselves at risk of losing their jobs or privileges. Furthermore, it is clear that in respect of a registered higher education provider's activity in England and Wales, the applicable law will be that in the Higher Education Research Bill and other relevant English and Welsh law. So, for example, its activities in England will be subject to the relevant applicable law as it applies in England, for example, tax and equalities legislation. It is not necessary for a provider to be incorporated under the law of the United Kingdom for English courts to have jurisdiction. And it is worth noting that English higher education providers operating overseas are not subject to restrictions that relate to where they are incorporated. And I do believe that Noble Lord Stevenson hinted at this in his speech, but if we were to unilaterally impose such restrictions, this could be seen as a barrier to free trade, and consequently there is a real risk that other countries may retaliate, and this risks damaging a valuable export industry for the UK. And we must also be mindful, my lords, that until we exit the EU, we should not be legislating in a way that conflicts with EU law. A requirement that a provider is incorporated in the UK may breach EU law on freedom of establishment and freedom to provide services. As such, we do not believe that there is any benefit to be gained from insisting on a requirement that registered higher education providers are incorporated in England and Wales or another part of the United Kingdom. At this point, my lords, I hope that the House will bear with me while I speak briefly about a slightly different issue. And before I ask for this amendment to be withdrawn, I would like to say that we have been looking again at Clause 114, the pre-commencement consultation. The House will recall that this enables the Office for Students to rely on consultations carried out by the Secretary of State, the Director of Fair Access, or HEFGE, before the OFS has the power or duty to do so. Where the power or duty would, once it exists, require the OFS to consult registered higher education providers, we want it to be as clear as possible that the Secretary of State, the Director for Access, or HEFGE may satisfy this requirement by consulting an appropriate range of English higher education providers before any such providers have been registered. To this end, the Government undertakes to bring forward at third reading a minor and technical amendment to provide that clarity. I do hope that Amendment 146 will therefore be withdrawn.
My Lord, I thank noble lords who've spoken in this short debate, and I thank the Minister for taking the time for quite a detailed reply, and I think a useful one. The issue may not just be incorporation. However, I have to say that some franchise operations will leave the student in the other jurisdiction with remarkably slender forms of redress, and that is the fundamental issue. At this stage, I think I will withdraw the amendment, but hope to bring back an improved amendment at third reading, and, if possible, to have conversations with the noble Lord the Minister before then, because I think this is a problem we would all wish to get right, and it is not clear to me that the elastic definition of the English higher education provider plus great faith in the regulatory competence of OFS is sufficient. My Lords, we've all known the happy thought that a free market provided with a capacious regulator will deliver everything that is desired. Experience in the last 30 years has not borne that out, so I think we need to take due care. With that, I beg leave to withdraw the amendment.
Is it your Lordship's pleasure that this amendment be withdrawn? It is by leave withdrawn. Amendment 147, Lord Dubs.
My Lords, an amendment on this particular topic was put before the House at committee stage, and this is, I've now had it reworded to take account of the Minister's objections on that occasion. And essentially, the amendment concerns access to student support for higher education by people who are either refugees or by people who have humanitarian status. Now, in fact, those people with refugee status are eligible to get this support, and they don't have to wait 3 years to do so. The anomaly concerns those people who have come here under what is called humanitarian protection, mainly, but not Syrians who've come under the Vulnerable Persons Scheme. And these people, if they wish to get student support, if they wish to get student support for access to higher education, have to wait 3 years. Now, that is a pretty long period of time for people whose education may already have been harmed and damaged by what happened in their lives before they got to this country. And in every other respect, those with humanitarian protection have the same rights as those who have refugee status. I mean, refugee status comes under the 1951 Geneva Convention for Refugees, whereas, as I understand it, humanitarian protection comes under domestic and EU law. But it is only in respect of not having to wait for 3 years if you have refugee status that there is a difference between the two. And that must surely be an anomaly. To make things even worse, of course, the position in Scotland is better than it is here. Not sure this is a day when I should refer to Scotland in glowing terms, but certainly they do better. So I hope the government will look at this, and I think it requires a statutory instrument to put this right. I hope the government will look at this. I'm concerned both about those people who are already here and are waiting for getting this access to higher education, as well as people who will be coming here in the future. Now, in the year to September 2016, there were nearly 2,000 decisions made about Syrian nationals, and there were only 3 grants of humanitarian protection. The rest all got, or virtually all of them got, refugee status. So we're talking about people who really are suffering from a couple of anomalies. One is if they come with humanitarian protection, they have difficulty in getting access to higher education. And if they could only get refugee status, that will all be sorted out. So I'm optimistic that the government will move. I did have a meeting with the Home Secretary at her request earlier this afternoon, and I was left with a feeling of hope and optimism. Government does speak with one voice. I hope I'm not exaggerating. I did check that it was all right for me to mention the meeting. I hope I'm not too excessively optimistic about this, but if government speaks with one voice, I hope to hear that voice reflected in what the Minister has to say in response to this amendment. I beg to move.
My Lord, I just want to add a word to say how...
Sorry, I'm proposed... Member proposed, certain new course printed on the Marshal List, Amendment 147.
So I just want to add a word to say how much I appreciate fact, my noble friend has put this amendment down. He referred to an anomaly. In view of what he says about his meeting with the Minister, I hesitate to make this point, but I just would disagree with him in saying it's an unworthy anomaly. And when he said he hopes the government will look at it, it seems the government is looking at it, and I just want to say congratulations to my noble friend in having got it this far.
My Lords, I rise to support the amendment. I won't repeat what I said at committee, other than to emphasise the importance of the amendment to promoting the integration of young people who've been granted humanitarian protection. At committee, the Noble Viscount the Minister responded that the issue is already addressed within the student support regulations, in that, as we've heard, this group is eligible to obtain student support and have home fee status after 3 years residence, but then acknowledged that those with refugee status are allowed to access student support immediately. And the implication seemed to be that 3 years, well, really isn't that long to wait. Well, 3 years may not be very long for us, older people, but for a young person, it's a lifetime. And as my noble friend Lord Dubs has said, a young person in this situation, 3 years is absolutely crucial. The Noble Viscount and the Minister also said that people with humanitarian protection under the Syrian resettlement scheme are not precluded from applying for refugee status if they consider they meet the criteria, as if this was a straightforward thing for a young person to do. What neither the Noble Viscount and the Minister nor the Minister in the Commons was provide us with a satisfactory explanation for denying this group of young people access to higher education without a 3-year wait, which, as I said, could feel like a lifetime. And I'm very encouraged by what my noble friend has said about what the Home Secretary has said, because I would also like once more to press the government through the Noble Viscount and the Minister, and I'm hoping perhaps this is what part of the conversation with the Home Secretary was about, to look at again at the issue more generally, because actually there are one or two other ways in which humanitarian protection does not provide the same rights as refugee status does. And I know that this is being looked at within government. It's something I've been kind of having a go at in a number of different ways. The Noble Lord Bates, in answer to an oral question of mine a while ago, pointed out that the reason for humanitarian protection is to enable, for the Syrian resettlement scheme, to enable them to move very quickly. And that I can understand that. But once here, surely it would be possible to then review the situation to see whether full refugee status can be granted, once the paperwork and everything can be looked at. So I do hope that the government will look at this. They say they're looking at it, but nothing ever actually seemed to happen. And in the meantime, I believe that this amendment is the very least we can do to help this vulnerable group of young people fulfil their potential and build a future in our country.
My Lords, from these benches, and I've checked with my noble friend Baroness Garden, I can say from these benches we support this amendment. The Minister at the last stage referred to keeping the issue under active review, and I was going to ask what that meant and whether there had been any activation since. I think the Noble Lord Dubs, I think, has to be optimistic. We all do, because it would be very depressing if one couldn't be optimistic on this subject. One would so rapidly go downhill on it. He has referred to the situation as being an anomaly, and indeed it is, as well as being intrinsically important. And I would think that only very small numbers of people must be affected by this. If you look at the numbers who have humanitarian protection, and then think about the numbers who might be seeking university education. I'm myself quite puzzled as to what 3 years residence proves and what relevance it has or should have to the entitlement to that education or the ability to profit from a course. And I think this bill has, as so often when we talk about higher education, been a basis for our referring to the soft power of international links through higher education, and so on, and also the contribution to the UK's economy as a result of people benefiting from higher education. And this cohort of people would, in just the same way, contribute to the UK as a result of it, and be one of those further links of good relations, good international relations. I'm very glad that the Noble Lord has brought the matter back, and I look forward to some good news.
Well, Lords, I think we're all very grateful to my noble friend Lord Doves for producing, bringing back this amendment in an amended form. But I think we should also pay credit to the Noble Viscount the Minister for arranging a meeting with his counterpart in the Home Office, Baroness Williams, which was extremely helpful in identifying two things which I think have allowed us to make progress. One was that the original drafting seemed to imply a much bigger number and a much bigger problem than could have been resolved within the scope of the clauses originally proposed and amended. And we were able, after discussion, and it was a very good discussion, to get that right down to a very narrow point, which was and did seem to be a point of quite considerable unfairness in relation to the people that my noble friend has mentioned, and also to the Home Secretary, to whom reference has been made, for taking the trouble to see Lord Dobbs today to make sure that he understood the context within which the decision, which we hope to hear shortly, has been made.
My Lords, can I begin by thanking the Noble Lord for bringing forward this amendment and, as others have done, commend him for his tireless campaign on behalf of a group of vulnerable people. It's an important issue, and our short debate today, coupled with the debate we had in committee, has demonstrated wide support and compassion for those who seek our protection. The UK has a long and proud history of offering sanctuary to those who genuinely need it, and the government takes its responsibility in asylum cases very seriously. Those who come to this country and obtain international protection are able to access student support and home fee status. Uniquely, those who have been granted refugee status and their family members are allowed access to immediate and full support, as has been said in the debate. This includes access to tuition fee loans, living cost support, and home fee status at higher education institutions. This is a privilege not extended to others, including UK nationals who may have lived overseas for a few years, or EEA nationals, all of whom need to have lawfully resided within the EEA for at least 3 years prior to commencing study. This requirement for 3 years lawful residence was put before the Supreme Court only 2 years ago in the case of Tijeri, and the Supreme Court upheld the government's policy of requiring 3 years ordinary residence in the UK prior to starting a course as fully justified. The Supreme Court also upheld the government's case that it was legitimate to target substantial taxpayer subsidy of student loans on those who are likely to remain in this country indefinitely, so that the general public benefits of their tertiary education will benefit the country. Noble Lords have expressed sympathy and compassion for those people who have entered the UK under the Syrian Vulnerable Persons Resettlement Scheme and the Vulnerable Children's Resettlement Scheme, who are currently granted humanitarian protection, and the government shares that sympathy and has taken a number of actions to support those on the scheme. The government is not persuaded of the need to give humanitarian protection more favourably than UK nationals for the purpose of student support. The Noble Baroness Ruth Lister raised some wider issues, and I confirm that we are looking at them in the round. UK nationals arriving from overseas must wait 3 years before accessing student support, regardless of their personal circumstances. So must nationals of British overseas territories, and that is not a lack of compassion, but a fair, objective and non-discriminatory rule to demonstrate the lasting connection to the UK, upheld by the Supreme Court in the Tijeri case. However, turning to the specific group whose cause the Noble Lord has championed, I know the Home Secretary has met the Noble Lord to discuss how we can progress the issues of access to higher education, and I know that she shares my sympathy for the matters presented by the Noble Lord, Lord Dobbs. The government understands the importance of accessing higher education as soon as possible for those on the Syrian Vulnerable Persons Resettlement Scheme, and the Vulnerable Children's Resettlement Scheme, and is looking very carefully at this issue. I hope the noble Lord will understand that I can't say more than that today. I know that he will continue to engage with the Home Office on this issue over the coming weeks to resolve some of the complexities in the determination of refugee status, to safeguard the UK's proud history of offering sanctuary to those who genuinely need it. I wasn't at the meeting which the noble Lord attended earlier today, but if he came away from that meeting with a spirit of hope and optimism, it is certainly no purpose of mine to do anything to take away from that. And, my Lords, in the light of the ongoing discussions that are underway with the Home Office, and against the background of the spirit of hope and optimism mentioned by the noble Lords, I hope the noble Lords might feel that this is not an amendment that should be pressed to a division at this stage.
My Lords, I hope I haven't gone over the top in my sense of optimism. Not anything I normally do in relation to this government, and I have experienced the contrary on other but related issues. However, I take a little bit of comfort in what the Minister has said. I took more comfort in my early meeting today, but that's not on the record for our debate now. However, I repeat, I think government does speak with one voice, privately and publicly, and I'm hopeful that what is an acknowledged anomaly, the government will be able to deal with before too long. It is unfair. People who've missed out on education, who've had enormous difficulties in their lives, if they want to make some sense of their lives, then 3 years wait to access higher education is an appallingly long time. What are they supposed to do in those 3 years? Sit at home and watch television? It is a real indictment of people who want to move forward. I accept there are other groups who are also penalised in this way. I think they should be looked at in the same way. But I do think that if people are going to make a positive contribution to this country, then I think it is right that we should not withhold the chance of having higher education from them. That way they can make a much bigger contribution to this country and a more positive one. So I will beg leave to withdraw the amendment on the understanding that at intervals the government will let us know how they're getting on with looking at this. I beg to withdraw the amendment.
Your Lordship's pleasure, the amendment be withdrawn. The amendment is by leave withdrawn. Clause 85, amendment 48 and 49 leave the House. These two amendments have been debated. Government amendments, formally. Page 57, line 17, as in the words printed. Which the amendment be agreed to. Amendment say content. Currently not content. Content, so amendment 149. Page 57, line 22, leave out paragraph DA and insert paragraph DA and EA. And the amendment be agreed to. Amendment say content. Currently not contenting intent, so. After clause 85, amendment 150, Lord Hannay.
My Lords, I rise to propose amendment 150 on the order paper in my name, and that also of Baroness Loyal of Blaisdon, Baroness Garden of Frognall, and of Lord Patton of Barnes, whose absence from the Chamber today due to a health problem, both he and I deeply regret. When we debated these issues relating to overseas students and academic staff and to global research cooperation at committee stage, there were 4 amendments in my name, which it has now been possible to telescope into one. That is 150, which we're discussing now. And in summary, they seek this amendment to do the following: to place a duty on the Secretary of State to encourage overseas students to come here for their higher education. Secondly, to urge UKRI, the new organisation coordinating research, to encourage and facilitate the maximum international cooperation, international research cooperation, in particular with EU projects and programmes, which may be less easy to do after Brexit than it was when we were a full member, as we still are. Thirdly, it seeks to put an end to the policy of treating students for public policy purposes as long-term economic migrants. And this is a subject which has been debated an awful lot of times in this House without anyone, I think, except the lonely person on the ministerial bench, expressing a contrary view. And fourthly, it seeks to ensure that no more restrictive immigration rules than those that exist now are placed on undergraduate and postgraduate students with the offer of a place to study here, or on academic staff with an offer of employment. I underline those words, the two words offer, because it is not intended that they should have free movement rights to come here and look for these things. They would need to have the offer. Now, I'll just try to answer very briefly two questions which seem to me pretty salient in this matter. Why does it matter? And why should we be worried if we just don't do anything about it? Well, I would argue it certainly does matter. In 2014-15, overseas students made up 19% of all students. The study that has just been done by Oxford Economics on behalf of Universities UK has demonstrated that these students, overseas students, bring £25.8 billion of income and economic activity to this country. That is suggested to be roughly providing for or helping to support 206,000 jobs. In postgraduates, the figures are much higher. 25% of all postgraduates are overseas. In some cases, like business studies, 55%. In cases of maths, 45%. In cases of computer science, 42%. And so when you look at academic staff, you also find that the figures are very high, 28% overall and 31% in the STEM subjects. So basically, these figures, what they show is how absolutely essential overseas students and overseas academic staff are to the government's own industrial strategy, which will rely hugely on these students and on this, input. Now, the second question, should we be worried if we do nothing? Well, I think we should be pretty worried, frankly. The global market is growing rapidly, and in all the forecasts that are available, it is stated as certain that it is going to go on doing so in the next decade or so, and perhaps longer. The UK is second only to the US as a provider of higher education to overseas students, and that is a tremendous achievement and a massive national asset, both economically and in terms of soft power. But I have to say that the figures also show that we are losing market share to our main competitors, quite seriously, to the US, to Canada, and to Australia, to mention the three most important ones, none of whom, I may say, treat students for public policy purposes as economic migrants, and that is the nub of the matter. The 2015 figures tell the story. The USA, up 10%. Canada, up 10%. Australia, up 9%. The UK, up less than 1%. Now, the most startling figures of all are the numbers for Indian students, which are, since 2010, down 53%. And this is surely a country which we all believe and hope that we will have a much closer relationship with when we negotiate the trade relations following Brexit. And I should just one final point on this. I do think we are becoming heavily over-dependent on one source of overseas students, which is China. China now provides 4 times as many overseas students as any other foreign country. That is, I would have thought, a source of some vulnerability in an uncertain future. So I would suggest that the case for a shift in policy that is set out in this amendment is a pretty unanswerable one. And I would also say that the government has, to its credit, dealt with probably the biggest problem in this area, which was that caused by the dodgy language schools. And so not only is it unanswerable, I really hope that now the government will set about answering it, which is to say that they would agree this amendment. I beg to move.
Amendment proposed after clause 85 and certain new clauses printed on the marshal list is Amendment 150.
My Lords, I'm pleased to have added my name to this hugely important amendment moved by the Noble Lord, Lord Hannay. I too regret the fact that the Noble Lord, Lord Patten cannot be here due to ill health, and of course wish him well. Lord Hannay has given a powerful and comprehensive introduction to the amendment, the contents of which we have discussed many times in your Lordship's House, with agreements in all parts of the Chamber. This bill presents us with a great opportunity to address the concerns that have been expressed in debate, but also in various select committees of both houses. For example, in recent years, 6 parliamentary committees have recommended the removal of students from the net migration target. Apart from the government, I have spoken to literally no one who is against the measures proposed in the amendment. Quite the contrary, there's strong support. I've spoken to overseas and UK students, to academics, to the administrative staff of higher education institutions, to people working for the bodies responsible for standards and quality, and to many of our citizens from all backgrounds and different parts of the country. They understand, as my noble friend Lord Darcy said at second reading, that we must secure and sustain our ability to excite, attract and retain the world's greatest minds. This, my Lords, is fundamental to the excellence of the UK university system. Like the polling undertaken by UUK, my conversations provide clear evidence that even those people who are anxious about immigration, they welcome foreign students, and they do not think that they should be included in the migration figures, and they do not want any more restrictive immigration rules than currently exist placed on undergraduate and postgraduate students and academics, not now nor in the future when our immigration policy is being revised to deal with Brexit. To use somewhat unparliamentary language, my Lords, it is a no-brainer. As Lord Hannay has said, the case for the shift in policy set out in the amendment is unanswerable. The problem of bogus students studying at bogus institutions has, thanks to government action, been dealt with. We still await the results of the consultation on the study immigration route and a firm rebuttal of the destabilising statement made by the Home Secretary at Conservative Party conference. But the statistics regarding overstaying students are, to say the least, questionable, and new data demonstrates that the number of overstayers is negligible. Undergraduate and postgraduate students are visitors, not economic migrants. Their contribution to our higher education institutions is enormous, not just the fee income which enables universities to thrive and innovate, but also their economic impact on the wider community, the culture that they bring that enriches the experience of our own students, the soft power that lasts a lifetime, and the huge addition to and influence on the invaluable research being undertaken in our universities, which affects the economic and social well-being of our country, our capacity to deliver industrial policy, and so much more. So it's absolutely clear, my Lords, that we should, and indeed we must, welcome overseas students, especially as we begin life in a brave new global Britain, where collaboration and soft power assume a greater importance. The Noble Lord the Minister can say until he's blue in the face that overseas students are welcome, that there's no cap on figures, and that our offer compares favourably with our competitors. The fact is that even if all these things were true, the perception is very different, and we can all cite numerous examples of potential students now choosing to study elsewhere, and the statistics given by the Noble Lord Hannay are clear evidence of this. If the government were to agree to the amendment, this perception would be changed immediately, and the flow of Indian and other students now choosing to study elsewhere would be stemmed. I do hope that the Minister will not rely on the argument about best practice in migration calculations, which requires us to follow the stipulations of the UN. This has always been a weak argument, but post-referendum, when the government proudly asserts its determination to take back control, it is risible. Likewise, the statement by the Minister that it would be inappropriate for the government to seek to influence how statistics are compiled. My Lords, what is a government for? This amendment would provide a strong signal in the increasingly important and competitive market for higher education that this country really does welcome international students.
Yeah. My Lords, I have added my name to this amendment, as indeed I did at committee, and can add the regrets that the noble Lord Patten isn't here, and wish him well. My support comes for all the important reasons that we've heard set out so very persuasively by the noble Lord Hannay, and it was evidence-based persuasion, which is always the very best sort. Our higher education sector has derived immense benefit from collaboration with European research establishments, not just financial benefit, my Lord, but benefit in research, scholarship, and in international understanding and good relations. And in this new uncertain world, these relationships are ever more important. Our international students we have discussed at length. They're valued, they're valuable, and they should in no way be deterred by any undue immigration categorisations or controls. And I hope very much that in the light of the overwhelming view, not just of this House, but actually from all the messages that we're hearing from people around the country, that the noble Lord the Minister will be able to assure us that this amendment will be accepted.
Lords, if I might speak to my amendment in this group. The purpose of Amendment 151 is by collecting data and publishing it, to drive improvement and collaboration. This is something that has been urged on me by several universities because they feel that there is another way, that we don't need to proceed by confrontation if both universities and the Home Office will agree to work together. And my view, my Lords, is that is something that we should insist on. This is not a time, particularly given what we're going to spend the rest of today doing, for argument, however hallowed that argument is by time. It's a time for pulling together for the good of the United Kingdom. And from the point of view, this isn't a one-sided thing. From the point of view of universities, that means that the great universities really have to join in the great campaign, which is the campaign that the government runs to support the whole of British education abroad. At the moment, it's really only supported by those who don't have sufficient of a reputation to justify marketing on their own. But we need, for this to succeed, for the good of the nation, we need the great universities to join in. There are a few which have, a few more on the periphery, but it has been a shameful show by and large. My Lords, we need universities to recognise that in their alumni they have an enormous ability to help us trade internationally, and that this is not something which they should seek to keep to themselves for their own commercial interests, though obviously they have some importance. This is a time when they should be actively looking for ways to make this available to the nation. But as was seen in committee, this is not the case. And universities really need to recognise that they have a role to play in helping the nation over the next few years. And they also have a role to play in supporting the immigration system. The immigration system is not there, like some tax-avoiding man in the pub, to be gamed to see how much money you can make out of it by taking the money from overseas students and not shouldering the burdens. I know universities are better at this than they used to be, but they're by no means perfect. Universities are at the focus of a lot of people coming into this country. We, as a House, are today offering Amendment 150, and I shall support it wholeheartedly. But there needs to be reciprocation from universities. They need to recognise that cheating on immigration is the same as cheating in examinations. They need, for the good of the country and for the good of themselves, to get wholeheartedly behind supporting that concept. My Lords, the Home Office, as we all know, is not set on collaboration. I did ask the Home Secretary a question a month ago in a meeting as to whether the Home Office would collaborate with universities, and she said they would. I wrote her a follow-up letter to which she has not replied. I think that's pretty typical of the attitude at the moment. They seem to think that they're in a little box, that all they have is their responsibility to keep people out of this country. But it's not true. At this moment, everything is all our responsibility. We must all help the Home Office do what they have to do, and they must help us do what we have to do to make a success of leaving the European Union. And the Home Office is, to a substantial extent, the front sales desk, for universities. They are the people who talk to directly the customers that universities wish to attract. But they run an antagonistic website, impenetrable documentation, treacle-filled systems where it can take 6 months for an appeal to be heard. They refuse visas on the basis of unknowable questions like, what modules do you expect to take? Well, nobody knows what modules they expect to take until they've had a bit of experience of the university, and maybe the modules aren't even set. And there are even some cases where students have been told that they're being refused a visa because the equivalent courses are cheaper in their home country and they ought to be following them. My Lords, this is not collaboration in any sense of the word. My Lords, I hope that we will achieve a notable victory on Amendment 150. But when it comes back to us, what we should be looking for is not victory at the end, but reconciliation. We need the Home Office and universities to be working together for the good of us and for each other.
My Lords. I would like to speak not only on behalf of the universities but our industry. This amendment is extremely important to, first of all, capture research students where we need them. And I would cite the nuclear industry, where recently Dame Sue Ian, who chaired the Nuclear Industry Research Advisory Board, pointed out that over 20% of PhD students working in the nuclear industry now, that's moving forward very fast, were from overseas, and a much higher percentage of the postdoctoral research fellows who are the PhD students in the next stage of life, and that's something not addressed by this amendment, but something that we must address. The Americans do this all the time. You get very bright overseas students as PhD students, and then you make it easy for them to stay on. They are the lifeblood of high technology industry. If we do not resolve this problem, and the best starting point is this amendment, our industry is going to be in trouble, not only our university research.
Briefly, to strongly support Amendment 150 in the name of Lord Hannay and others. Lord Hannay rightly posed the question, why should we bother? Well, as a former Associate Vice President of the University of Manchester and now an Honorary Special Advisor to the University, I am well aware of the huge benefit of international students to the University of Manchester and to the City of Manchester, and why they should not be treated as a long-term economic migrant to the UK. As we have heard, there are currently 437,000 international students studying in the United Kingdom, including 125,000 EU students. There are currently nearly 11,000 international students studying at the University of Manchester and a further 2,500 EU students. As we've heard, the government's International Education Industrial Strategy, published in 2013, estimated that for 2011, international students brought £13.6 billion into the economy. For Manchester, direct income from international students for fees alone will be £200 million in 2016-17. Further, Universities UK estimates that international students lead to the creation of over 170,000 jobs across the United Kingdom. Independent analysis undertaken by Viewforth Consulting found that the University of Manchester international students created over 1,100 jobs locally in the Manchester economy. International students allow UK students to appreciate diversity and develop a global perspective. They also act as great ambassadors for Manchester and the United Kingdom when they return to their home countries. Manchester has contact with over 400,000 alumni, of which 25% are based outside the UK, including many in leading positions in business, government and universities. Now, I've been proud to visit Manchester alumni in Hong Kong, China, South Korea and many other parts of the world. A recent poll before the last general election indicated that 91% of the British public think that international students should be able to stay and work for a period after their graduation. We should do nothing to further undermine the attractiveness of British universities for such international students. And as we've heard from Lord Hannay and others, the arguments are unanswerable. Please, at last, will the government recognise the value of such students to Britain and accept Amendment 150?
My Lords, I wish to support the amendment moved so ably by Lord Hannay. In committee stage, I was not able to speak to his amendments, but I did support a similar amendment moved by Lord Lucas. It seems to me we have an ideal amendment before us tonight. I declare an interest, as for over 20 years a senior associate member of St Anthony's College, Oxford, which is a wonderful example of an international postgraduate college, bringing in people from all over the world, many of whom go back to their native countries to occupy positions of influence and leadership. My Lords, we must do nothing to deter that. If we want evidence of the fragile state of feeling in our universities and academic circles, we don't need to do any more than pick up this morning's Times, the letter signed by the Vice-Chancellor of Oxford University and the heads of 35 colleges. You may say, and you may be right, that some of their fears are exaggerated and misplaced. My Lords, I sincerely hope they are. But nevertheless, they are real. And anything that we can do at this difficult stage to reinforce confidence in academic circles must be helpful. Now, I don't doubt for a moment what my noble friend, the Viscount Younger, has said often. I have a high regard for him. He is a man of utter probity and integrity. But, my Lords, it isn't good enough repeatedly to say there's no bar on students, they can come as often as they like, in as many numbers as they like. But then to say, as other ministers do, but of course we've got to look at immigration figures. Those who are coming to this country as students conflate those two statements and believe that there is a risk. We can, to quote a phrase, at a stroke this evening, prove that there isn't a risk by saying they will be separately counted, they will not be part of the overall figures, and, my Lords, I think we should do no less. And I very much hope that we will pass this amendment tonight and that we will indicate to another place that we would like them to examine this, and then we'd like to see it incorporated in one form or another. I'm sure the noble Lord Hannay does not claim any exclusive right for his particular wording in his amendment, but, my Lords, we want something that echoes that in this bill before it becomes an act of Parliament.
My Lords, I rise to support Amendment 150. At Pembroke College, which I have the honour of being master in Cambridge, we have some 10% of our undergraduates who are international students from beyond the EU. We have some 30% of our postgraduate students who are international students from beyond the EU. They add enormously to the well-being and the distinction of the college. The noble Lord Hannay has made the financial case very clearly. The noble Baroness Royal, has made the soft power case very clearly. The noble Lord Browers made the industrial case very clearly. I want to add that there is a very strong educational case as well, because having international students amongst the mix of students at our university adds enormously to the quality of the educational experience that the students have. They share with each other, they learn from each other, they associate with each other. They hear of people from different backgrounds, different experiences, different parts of the world. The education that comes from that ability and that richness is something that could not be replicated by the best of teaching. It can only come from being amongst and sharing with students from very different national backgrounds. That is an enormously important part of the value of our higher education in this country. Let us make sure that we keep that, and this amendment is one way of doing it.
I feel compelled to respond to these words by the noble Lord Smith. I am a long-standing governor at LSE, where I'm now an emeritus governor. We've been recently rated second only in the world as the most prestigious centre of learning in higher educational learning in the social sciences, and as the highest rated such place within the United Kingdom. I don't go on much on the tables myself, but I can't help being proud of that statistic. And the evidence speaks for itself. A very high proportion indeed of our student community is overseas. And of course, it is not just what comes to the atmosphere of the centre, but it is also the quality of the education itself which benefits from this input from people with different insights from different parts of the world. I fervently believe that the centre of higher education worth its name should be part of the international community in which it recognises that Britain is inseparable from the rest of the world and that you can't operate in higher learning without an international community and indeed international staff, which is a very important part of LSE as well. And what worries me is that it doesn't take very long for an impression to grow, and we are hearing too much anecdotal evidence that people elsewhere in the world are beginning to wonder whether UK is in fact the place they want to come and pursue their studies. And indeed, one hears of academics who question whether they really want to go on developing their own career in the United Kingdom because they're not certain that it's the sort of place in which they want to live and bring up their families. My lords, we have a huge challenge here, and we have a great opportunity this evening to put it right.
My Lords, I rise to support Amendment 150 in the name of the noble Lord Hannay, and in doing so declare my interest as set out in the register. When, many years ago, I went from a Midlands comprehensive school to Cambridge University, in many ways I felt I was a foreign student. That aside, there is no social, economic, political, moral or legal reason not to support this amendment. I offer just these words to add to all of the comments made by noble lords I full-heartedly agree with. Quote, "You want our trade, you don't want our children," said by the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Modi. if that is the impression which is being received in India and other nations around the world, how can we possibly expect to attract the brightest and the best to come and study in the United Kingdom? And that's what we need, that's what we want. Our doors, our arms should be wide open to the brightest and the best to come and study here, because there is no downside. International students come and they pay and they study. If they stay, they work and they contribute. If they go home, they are the best advocates for soft power. The GREAT campaign is indeed, as its name suggests, great, but it is as nothing as that advocacy of international students who've had that experience in the UK. British higher education is the most gleaming jewel in our soft power crown. There's absolutely no reason not to support Amendment 150 this evening. I urge every noble lord to do so, because it's in the interest of international students, it's in the interest of the United Kingdom. We would want this at the best of times, but in what's ahead of us, we shouldn't just want this, we absolutely need it, and we should absolutely pass this amendment this evening.
My Lords, as a former international student myself, I'm the third generation to be educated in this country from my family in India. I'm chair of the advisory board of the Cambridge Judge Business School, which was just now ranked number 5 in the FT Global MBA rankings. And as the Noble Lord, Lord Holmes said, our universities are the best in the world, along with the United States of America. I am rising to wholeheartedly support the amendment in the name of Lord Hannay. I'm sorry that Noble Lord, Lord Patten is not with us. And his amendment talks more than international students, talks about competition from other countries, and in terms of collaboration as well. And I think that point should not be missed. And I made this point many, many times, that at the University of Birmingham, where I'm proud to be Chancellor, when we carry out collaborative research with, say, a university like Harvard, of which I'm proud to be an alumnus to the business school, it's 3 times the impact of our individual research. So it's essential that we do that, particularly with the European Union referendum and the potential of a Brexit coming up. There are accusations, my lords, that international students overstay. I would like to ask the Noble Lord the Minister, could he confirm that there is a report at the Home Office that has shown only 1 to 1.5% of international students actually overstay? If he doesn't answer that question, why is the government continually refusing to put in visible exit checks at our borders? If we scan every passport into this country, EU and non-EU, and if we scan every passport going out of this country, EU and non-EU, we will know who's coming in and who's going out, particularly with regard to international students. And I would urge the Noble Lord the Minister to respond as to why the government is not doing this. As the Noble Lord, Lord Hannay said, the global environment in which we're sitting is one in which the demand for international students is increasing by 8% year on year from countries like India. We have no target to increase the number of international students, and this amendment very clearly says that the government needs to make it a priority. In fact, I go further, there should be a target. Countries like France, for example, have a specific target to double the number of students from India by 2020. And as the Noble Lord, Lord Hannay said, where India is concerned, the Indian students went up to nearly 40,000 around 2010. They've now dropped by over 50%. Canada, the United States, Australia, all have programs to increase the number of international students. In fact, Australia has a minister for international students. The Australian High Commissioner told me last year in India, thank you for your immigration policy on international students. You're sending them to us instead. My lords, this is ridiculous. The competition that we're facing, the European Union countries, now non-English speaking countries, are incentivizing international students, countries like Germany, countries like Sweden, I've already mentioned France, and of course the Netherlands. Why can't we accept this amendment once and for all, makes international students a priority? And a survey, especially in the backdrop of Brexit, it's even more important. A survey last year said that 82% of EU students reported that they would find the UK less attractive because of Brexit. 35% of non-EU students reported that they would find the UK less attractive as a result of Brexit. This means that 50,000 EU students could be at risk and 63,000 non-EU students could be at risk. And the proof of the pudding, my lords, the latest fewer EU students have applied to start university courses in the UK. There was a 9% fall in the number who had applied for courses according to UCAS. At Cambridge, we know the figure has dropped by 14%. My lords, I'm also president of UKISA, the UK Council for International Student Affairs, representing the 450,000 international students in this country, of which 130,000 are from the EU. UKISA's response to the EU referendum result was very clear. This sends worrying signals to the thousands of EU students and indeed British students hoping to participate in EU mobility programmes, but given the government's relentless pressure to cut net migration, including curbs on international students, it's not surprising this has been the result. And my lords, I'm also co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for International Students. My co-chair in the House of Commons is Paul Blomfield, and our purpose is again to recognise that international students and the global prominence of UK education, to promote the value of international students, and, as Noble Lord Holmes said, to promote the soft power of international students and raise awareness for issues about international students, and to Noble Lord Haney's amendment to provide a platform for collaboration. My lords, before I conclude, just to give a specific example since the committee stage of this bill, that at the University of Birmingham last week I chaired our annual court and annual meeting, and there we highlighted that not only one-third of our academics are international, of which 18% are from the EU, a quarter of our students, including from the EU, are international. And we just released an independently prepared impact report on our university. One of the highlights of this impact report, and I quote, 8 additional international undergraduate students would add £1 million to the economy. My lords, that's what we're talking about. It is economic illiteracy to not promote international students. It is economic illiteracy to send out signals that international students are not welcome here. In Birmingham, our international students, according to this report, impact report, contribute £160 million to the economy. And, as a Noble Lord Holmes said, they're advocates for Birmingham and the UK around the world. They are ambassadors for Britain around the world. And UK just last week, again, since the committee stage, UK last week released a report on international students, and they said that international students are vital for a successful post-Brexit industrial strategy fit for a global Britain. And they spoke about the soft power. And my lords, at any one time, there are 30 world leaders who've been educated at British universities. And a point that has not been made so far, the UK report spoke about a Comms Res for Universities UK public opinion poll, which says that the public do not view students as immigrants. Only 23% of Remain voters and 25% of Leave voters view international students as immigrants. And of those that expressed a view, 75% said they would like to see the same number or more international students in the UK, and of those that expressed a view, 71% would support a policy to help boost growth by increasing overseas students. This polling suggests that the current visa policy is not addressing public concerns. I go one step further. This poll suggests that the government is entirely out of line with public opinion when it comes to international students. And the proof of it, my lords, would we have the current president of the Royal Society, the first Indian to be president of the Royal Society, Sir Venki Ramakrishnan, Nobel laureate, Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge. And before I conclude, my lords, Universities UK do not argue that students in the UK should not be counted. I don't think any one of us are here that's saying they should not be counted. What we're saying is that they should not be included in a net migration target. And again, our direct competitors categorize international students as temporary citizens. In the United States of America, they're classified as non-immigrants alongside tourists and business visitors, and those on cultural exchange programs. In Australia, they're classified as temporary migrants alongside tourists and visitors. And in Canada, they're classified as temporary residents. My lord, these are our direct competitors. If they can do it, why are we not doing it? Every time, my lords, this has been brought up in this House, we have had unanimous cross-party support saying, take international students out of the net migration figures. But, my lords, the government's not listening. The Prime Minister's not listening. The Home Office is not listening. So what option do we have? The only option is we have legislation. So I urge noble lords to support this amendment. Net migration figures, my lords, create a perception. They create a perception that unfortunately has become reality in putting off international students. International students must be a priority for our universities, our economy, for our position in the world, for our domestic students, and more importantly, in this uncertain future, for our whole country.
50 would serve to redress a number of unsatisfactory outcomes. These already threaten to undermine our economic competitiveness, skills, trade, exports, and soft power deriving around the world from our usual reputation for welcome and fair-mindedness. Adjusting through this amendment, however, is perhaps all the more fitting, remaining as we do within the Council of Europe of 47 states, and within which affiliation, through good practice such as this, we can therefore continue to assist balance, democracy and common sense.
I'm very glad to follow the remarks of Lord Billamoria, and on one specific thing. Given Brexit, we're all very alert to what Britain's competitive position is going to be after we leave the European Union. And Lord Billamoria referred to competition from continental European universities, and in particular those in France, where there is a government-backed, very energetic programme to try and attract foreign students. Our advantage, my lord, is the English language. Now, we share that, of course. Some may dispute it with the United States, with Australia, and even with Canada. But we do not share it with France or Germany or some of our continental friends. And I think we've got to really bear this now in mind. It is a competitive edge which is important for the United Kingdom. The final point I really want to make on this issue is that we've heard the case for the educational benefit of these students here. We've heard the moral case, if you like. We've heard the economic case and the academic case. I think there's also an argument that this is the moment to actually send a signal. It's a moment for the government to grasp that instead of appearing so often actually to be in some ways negative about our position in the world, certainly our position in Europe, this is an outward gesture, it is a positive gesture, and today we should make it.
There are a lot of reasons to support this amendment, quite apart from the general support it receives in public opinion polls. There is the vital economic arguments, the value added to our country and our universities, as numerous lords have mentioned. There is the fact that our main competitors, as Lord Billamoria has just emphasised, United States, Canada, Australia, all do not treat their visiting students as part of their net migration figures. There is the fact that our Prime Minister has outlined a vision of a post-Brexit Britain as a truly global Britain. That and the fact that 75% of domestic students, as the Noble Lord Smith touched on, say that studying alongside international students is a useful preparation for working in a global environment, which they are going to have to do, my lords. We need these students to remain world-focused and world-class. We must stop sending out the wrong signals to these international students. We must become a truly global Britain. We need a change of emphasis. But the main reason that I personally believe we need these students, as the Noble Lord Holmes has mentioned, is because of the long-term effect they will have on the international reputation and prospects of the UK for the length of their lifetime. Students, undergraduates and graduates who come to this country are inevitably the future leaders of their country. They are the future business leaders, the scientists, the top civil servants, the diplomats, the politicians, the cabinet ministers, and even presidents of their country. A 2015 report by Comries indicated then that 55 current world leaders had studied in the UK. In the sub-Saharan Africa, where I go to on a regular basis, I have personally met businessmen, leading scientists, ambassadors, MPs, ministers and deputy presidents, I'm afraid I don't quite move in presidential circles, all of whom have studied here, and their understanding and respect for the UK exudes from their every pore. And this Anglophilia, my lords, is worth billions to the UK, quite apart from the money that's been brought in. Certainly all the budget of the British Council could be lost as a result of having international students here. Certainly the cost of many of our overseas embassies could be contrad. Maybe even this respect for Britain could be counted as a contra against our overseas aid budget, and possibly even in certain instances in the future against our defence budget. But what is more, my lords, they have paid for it themselves. In the process of absorbing their Anglophilia, these students have contributed millions to our economy. So for the present viability of post-Brexit Britain, and above all for our long-term reputation and respect as a truly global Britain, as aspired to by Theresa May, we must do all we can to encourage international students, academics and researchers to come here. And we must stop beaming out the negative signals that are currently driving the future leaders of the world to seek elsewhere for their academic experience. Every part of government, from the Department of Education, from the FCO, should be beating down the doors of the Home Office to accept the principles of Amendment 150. It would be a very short-sighted government that would resist it.
University, a truly global university in science and technology with almost 2/3 of its students coming from outside the UK. In looking at the government's green paper on the industrial strategy, it's clear that what we want to try and forge for a post-Brexit UK is a vibrant industrial sector that is truly multinational in terms of businesses, and that depends on being truly global in our approach to research, and indeed being truly global in recruiting students, the brightest and best from across the world. Now, I know that we're in a particularly overheated moment in terms of immigration, and the government is quite understandably nervous as a kitten on that respect. But the reality is we're now in a situation where we cannot regard international students as people who are coming as supplicants to us. We are going as supplicants to them because they have many choices. What international students want is to come to somewhere where they will be able to study as an undergraduate and then potentially as a postgraduate at the cutting edge of whatever their discipline is, where they feel that their families are welcome to come and stay also with them because they may be here for many, many years, and where they have the opportunity of moving seamlessly into employment with a company or an organisation that they may have had contact with during their graduate or postgraduate years. That's what they want. And that is actually what we are preventing happening if we're not careful. The signal has gone out that Britain is not open for business for international students, whether that's right or wrong. And I really do feel that the time has come, after all these reports from other committees saying that we should change this very, very important signal. I think it's now the time for the government to ponder on that, because the reality is we are going to not see any diminution in the heat and steam around immigration over the next few years. We are going to see it worse and worse as we exit from Europe. And I think the time now has come to really make sure that the byproduct of that heat and steam is not that we fail to deliver for our high standards of education, our high standards of research, and our place in the global business community.
In rising to support Amendment 150, I declare an interest as somebody who has, for many years in the past, led a large research group at Oxford University, which was heavily dependent upon international students, not just from the European Union, but from all over the world, from Argentina to the far eastern corner of what was then the Soviet Union. But I wanted particularly to refer back to one of the many select committee reports
the Noble Baroness Lady Royal referred to the fact that this whole question of overseas students has been examined in recent years by many select committees, one of which was the Science and Technology Select Committee when I was the chair, and in 2014 we produced a report on STEM students, science, technology, engineering and medicine students, in relation to international students and immigration rules. And I just want to quote a paragraph. What we concluded in the summary of our report is, above all, we are concerned that government policy is contradictory. The government are simultaneously committed to reducing net migration and attracting increasing numbers of international students. And parce what Lord Billimoria said, certainly in 2014, the government had a target of increasing international students by 15 to 20% over the next 5 years. And then we go on to say, as other noble lords have said during this debate, this contradiction could be resolved if the government removed students from the net migration figures. So I'd first of all like to ask the noble lord, the minister, in replying, does he recognise this target that the government certainly had 2 or 3 years ago? Does it still exist? And if so, does he recognise that government policy is currently contradictory?
My Lords, I would like to speak briefly to Amendment 150 and to oppose it. And I'm sure that noble lords will listen very carefully to the arguments that have not yet been made. And I should make it clear that I speak as someone who is firmly in favour of foreign students. I agree with much of what my noble friend Lord Hannay had to say, and indeed it's hard to disagree with most of the contributions that we've heard this afternoon, from people who run universities, who run colleges, who know students, and who are absolutely clear about the benefits of foreign students. And I agree with that. That, my lords, is not the issue. The issue is there a problem here in relation to immigration, a massive issue for the public? And if so, what should be done about it? Is it sensible? Is it viable? Is it feasible to make immigration policy by legislation? I rather doubt that, and I think if you look a little more carefully at this amendment, you'll see that there are matters in it that don't square up with the reality of how the immigration system works, and don't really go beyond legal matters in terms of trying to suggest what policies should be. And I suppose the first most incredibly obvious point to make, and it hasn't been made yet, is that any student who comes here, does his course, maybe works for a while and goes home, doesn't contribute to net migration. They're counted out and they're counted in. They don't make any difference to net migration. And what's more, all our competitor countries mentioned today, Canada, United States and Australia, all include, by the way in which they do their immigration figures, they include migrant students who stay on. There's no question about that. So the issue for public policy is surely how many do stay on and illegally, not how many stay on legally. And as the noble Lord Billimoria mentioned, that is a matter of, at the moment, of intense scrutiny by the ONS and by the Home Office, and rightly so. That issue needs to be resolved. If there is a serious degree of overstaying, then that has to be dealt with. If it's the statistics that are weak, then we need to change our tune and maybe change our policy. But it's not clear to me what, in practice, this amendment is intended to achieve. Because in the real world, the ONS will continue to use the International Passenger Survey in order to assess the flow of students in both directions. Exactly the same definitions as are used by all of our competitors. If the amendment is intended to mean that students should be ignored, both on their arrival and their departure, then you simply have no measure whatever of whether they contribute to net migration or not. And as international students from outside the EU contribute now 46,000 a year to net migration, it's a significant number. I mean, we don't know whether that's accurate or not, but the fact of the matter is it is a significant part of the case and needs to be considered. So I put it to you, Noble Lords, that this clause will not clarify matters. It will only add to confusion over the numbers. And if the only purpose is, as some Noble Lords have suggested, that when all the numbers are put together, the government should put into a separate paragraph those who are students, well, fine. But that's a political decision. It's not a matter for legislation. And whoever takes that decision is going to have to say, oh, wait a minute, what happens if we actually do that? I can think of one or two newspapers that might add them straight back in and then accuse the government of fiddling the figures. So that, I think, needs to be borne in mind. Now, lastly, my Lords, subsection 3 seeks to legislate to prevent any tightening of conditions for foreign students. I mean, that's surely a matter for policy and not for law. And the House will be aware, I hope, that there are very strong pressures on our immigration system, and in particular that there has been widespread abuse at the college level. The National Audit Office estimated that in 1 year, to 2010, about 50,000 students from the Indian subcontinent came here to work rather than to study. And that largely explains a drop in students from India that has been referred to once or twice. The House certainly know that 900 bogus colleges have lost their license to bring in foreign students. That is a massive number. My Lords, this has been a scandal that has gone on for years, and I regret, I really do regret, that the academic lobby, which it should be powerful, should be accurate, should be on the case, hardly a word have we heard. So I do sometimes wonder whether some of the stuff put out by the Universities UK doesn't give a negative impression of our universities, not a positive one. These are the people who've been complaining for 6 years. Of course, foreign students are going to think, well, there's something up here, we're not really terribly welcome. Let me turn now to the university level, which I think is what most Noble Lords have been talking about. We can't preclude the possibility that there will in future be some scams that apply to universities. We know, and Noble Lords will remember, I hope, that in recent years, 2011 to 12, the highly trusted sponsor licenses were removed, or suspended, I think, from Glasgow Caledonian University, from the Teesside University, from the London Metropolitan University. Why? Because they've been on the fiddle. Now, what happens in the future? You pass this amendment, a raft of smaller, less distinguished universities than my noble friends here start fiddling the system one way or another. You bound the government's hands by law. That cannot possibly make any sense. My Lords, these amendments don't, in my view, amount to scrutiny, nor do they amount to holding the government to account. They're rather an attempt to make policy by legislation. And I suggest to you, and I'm not in a majority tonight, but I suggest to you that that is wrong, both in practice and in principle.
Could I? My Lords, I shall be very brief, and I didn't intend to speak, but when I hear Lord Green, I understand that what he believes is always a fact, and what other people perceive is their opinion. It seems to me that we need to get this straight. We are not talking about bogus colleges on this amendment at all. And the example of 2012, which Lord Green has drawn attention to, and I don't normally go out of my way to defend a Conservative-led government, actually demonstrated that the toughening up of the system within higher education was working. It actually demonstrated, albeit that there were questions at the edges in relation to the 10% threshold, that the system of inquiry and review was secure. And what we're talking about here tonight is, by common sense and by morality, but also by economy, got to be good for Britain. And it's got to be good for Britain for a psychological reason that I probably need to try and explain to Lord Green, which is, yes, it is true that students who come in and go out eventually contribute to the way in which net migration is calculated. But if we have a drive to bring people to the United Kingdom, which I think virtually everyone in this House wants, when they come in, when these increased numbers come in, they show up in the immigration figures as a net increase, but it's down the line when they show up as a net decrease. So by driving to bring people here, you negatively affect the psychology of the way in which people perceive net migration. And if you take higher education students out of the figures, you immediately reduce the perceived totals, which are the headlines to which Lord Green referred in terms of those tabloid newspapers for which he's written and for which I have from time to time written myself. It's all about the way in which people perceive that the government is failing in its net migration targets because things are included, and specifically higher education students, which shouldn't be there. People see the headline figure and they react to it, and understandably, because they don't have the arguments put in the way that we're debating them tonight. I'm sorry to delay your Lordship's House, but when Lord Green speaks, my hackles rise, and my intellect demands that I at least try to counteract his lifelong drive to reduce people coming to the United Kingdom.
Can I be very brief? I should declare an interest as a visiting professor at LSE and UCL, and my first job was as a lecturer in economics at the University of Glasgow, where I saw firsthand the joys of teaching a diverse group of students, and all the points that were made about education I take and the economy. But I want to speak as a former permanent secretary of the Treasury. Far too rarely in this House do we pass amendments which have the effect of helping the Chancellor and reducing the deficit. Undoubtedly, this will do that, so could you pass on that message to the Chancellor? That's a very good reason for accepting this particular amendment of Lord Hannay's, and I support it.
Follow that. My Lords, this has been a terrific debate. We have taken our time over it. We've rightly taken perhaps a little longer than we perhaps should have done on it, but it's been worth it. I think we've explored the issues that Lord Hannay wished us to do so, and we've come to a resounding conclusion from all aspects of the House, apart from the noble Lord Green, who asked in parenthesis, or stated in parenthesis, he was sure he was not in a majority. On this occasion, I have to say to him, I think Lord Blunkett put it rather well, I don't think you're ever in a majority on this issue, and I'm glad that the arguments have been made so that we can knock them down. There are, at the heart of this debate, issues that are relatively straightforward about counting and about reporting and transparency. And I think the points were rather well made by the noble Lord Krebs, apologies, Lord Broers, who also made a very good speech. I'm sorry, in no sense comparing the two, but Lord Krebs is on the point, which is that the government itself is in a quandary over this. The noble Lord Dubbs said that he was trusting a single government voice when he was introducing his amendment, which is the last group, and more in hope than perhaps in experience, he has agreed to go with the government on and trust it on this. This is one where I think the government speaks with many voices, and I'm afraid we're going to get the government view tonight, but it's not going to be the view which I think many people in the government would like to see. And I think the fact that we've got as much support from the Conservative benches as we have from all around the House suggests that this is not an argument the government can win. And I do urge them to agree that that what is down in paper here, a very straightforward set of amendments that would solve the problem about the way in which students who come to study here are treated as economic migrants when they're not, that helps with the staffing issues that are going to be so important for industrial strategy and for our future post-Brexit, and it is a common sense and no-brainer solution, as so many speakers have said. We've covered the economic, the industrial, the cultural, the educational, and the local perspectives about why having overseas students here is just a good thing for us in every respect. We've told how much money it's involved, but at the end of the day, as many people have said, it is about perception. The noble Lord Holmes of Richmond said, quoting the Prime Minister of India, "You want our trade, but you don't want our students." It is about the perceptions that are built up. I'm sure the Noble Lord the Minister, when he comes to respond, will say there is no cap. Every overseas student can come if they're qualified to do so. But at the end of the day, as Lord Cormac said, the signal that has been sent out to the world, in which the world believes, is a perception that we do not want the students to come here, and we have to take a stand and make that case absolutely clear to the world. The fight back can start now. It's a flag that we should all be waving and joining together right around the House, right across the country, to say that this is something that we want to happen. I leave it to the Noble Lord the Minister to say that he also agrees.
Well, my Lords, once again, for the second time, I am grateful to the Noble Lord Lord Hannay and to my noble friend Lord Lucas for providing your Lordships with an opportunity to discuss the issue of international students. And I also send my best wishes to my noble friend Lord Patten, who cannot be with us today. Can I say at the outset, I am left in no doubt, my Lords, about the passions expressed in this debate by noble lords around the chamber. As I have previously indicated, and as the noble Baroness Lady Royal has indicated, we have indeed said this before, so I would like to say it again, so that the House is in no doubt, that the government very much welcomes the contribution which international students and academics make to the United Kingdom's higher education and research sectors, and we have sought to nurture and encourage that. Let me deal first with the amendment from my noble friend Lord Lucas. Its goal is one that I entirely share, that of ensuring maximum transparency, and I'm pleased to say that there is already a wealth of information in the public domain about the contribution of international students, and that the provisions in the bill will add to this. As I have previously indicated, the bill already includes provisions requiring the Office for Students to monitor and report on the financial health of higher education providers. This can only be done if the OFS understands the types of students and the income they bring to the sector. Clause 9(1)(b) requires all registered providers to give the OFS such information as it needs to perform its functions. This will ensure that the OFS has power to gather information it considers it requires on international student numbers. Furthermore, the Higher Education Statistics Agency already publishes detailed information about international student numbers, along with a breakdown of the countries they are travelling from. We envisage these arrangements will continue. And this amendment would also require information about the proportions of visas granted when set against the total numbers of applications submitted by each institution. The Home Office already publishes a breakdown of Tier 4 visa applications, including the number granted and those refused. My Lords, as I explained at committee stage, I don't support providing this information broken down by institution. If there is an institution which, for any reason, has seen its visa refusal rate rise, that does not necessarily make it a failing institution, provided that it passes the Home Office's basic compliance assessment and there are no other compliance issues. No action will be taken against it by the Home Office. But I am sure that the institution concerned would want to make any changes to its system that it deemed appropriate out of the public spotlight. I dare say any institution that finds itself in that position would support the government's position on this. My noble friend and I both support transparency, I know, and the publication of as much information as possible. Much of the information that he seeks is already available and published, and this bill will strengthen those arrangements. There are small elements of his amendment where, for the reasons of practicality or commercial confidentiality that I have given, I would not favour publication of the data in question, but those cases are very much the exception. And I can assure my noble friend that the information in which he is interested will be collected and published for all to see. Let me now turn to the amendment from the noble Lord Lord Hannay. These topics, as the House will know, were covered at some length at committee stage, and I do not propose to repeat all that I said then. However, it is important that I do put on record again that there is no limit on the number of genuine international students which educational institutions in the UK can recruit, and I make no apology, my lords, for repeating that again. And equally importantly, the government has no plans to limit any institution's ability to recruit international students. Likewise, as recently emphasised by the Prime Minister, the government is committed to ensuring that the UK continues to be one of the best places in the world for science and innovation. I previously pointed out that the United Kingdom has a very competitive offer when compared to other major recruiters of international students, whether you look at speed of visa processing, proportion of successful applications, work rights during study and post-study opportunities. While, of course, there is no room for complacency, my lords, the United Kingdom continues to be the world's second most popular destination for international students, and we have welcomed over 170,000 international students to the UK for the 6th year running. And the noble Lord Hannay spoke eloquently about the importance, very importantly, my lords, the importance of overseas students to the UK, backed up by statistics. We continue to look for ways to promote the UK as an attractive place to come to study, and we have a very generous offer for international academics who want to come to work in UK universities. The Chancellor's recent budget acknowledged that the continued strength of UK research and innovation depends on access to world-class skills, ideas and also talent. It set out how the UK is investing in our industries of the future, and the government committed to invest over £100 million over the next 4 years to attract the brightest minds to the UK. This will help maintain the UK's position as a world leader in science and research, and it includes £50 million specifically ring-fenced for fellowship programmes to attract global talent, and also over £50 million from existing international funds to support fellowships that attract researchers to the UK from emerging research powerhouses such as India, China, Brazil and Mexico. In the Tier 4 visa pilot, 4 universities are involved in a trial which involves less paperwork surrounding applications and a longer period of post-study leave, and the noble Lord Bradley referred to this in his speech. We made a speech about similar issues, I know. This is an excellent example of us taking sensible steps to try to ensure that the UK is as welcoming as possible for international students, and covers exactly the ground in the first limb of the noble Lord's amendment. That's the noble Lord Hannay's amendment. And I have to say to your lordships that I don't believe that a general statutory duty, which would be impossible to measure and would be bound to give rise to litigation, is the way forward here. The noble Lord Green stated that these are not matters for legislation, and as he said, they are matters not appropriate for legislation. Let me now turn to the second part of the noble Lord Hannay's amendment, which seeks to stop students being treated as long-term migrants. And incidentally, I have noticed that the noble Lord has moved from the description of economic migrant in his amendment at committee stage. Now he refers to them as long-term migrants. But now I fear that whatever the terminology, the difficulties, my lords, with what he proposes remain the same.
I'm sorry to disappoint the noble Lord and thank him for giving way, but the reason I changed the wording was because he asked me to at committee stage. So I think a word of thanks might be on order.
I don't believe that was made clear in the noble Lord's speech, but of course I would like to thank him for that. I think it makes sense to do that. So be it. A long-term migrant is defined by the United Nations and the OECD as someone who moves to another country for a period of more than a year. And that is the definition which the Office for National Statistics, the UK's independent statistical authority, choose to follow. As such, virtually all of those who come to the UK on work visas are long-term migrants. These are people, like students, who come for a time-limited period and intend to return home at its conclusion. And I should remind your lordships of the key features of our work visa regime. They are issued with time-limited visas, which specify the terms on which they can come, including their right to work, and whether they can bring dependents. And on the expiry of their visa, they are expected to return home. But all of these are equally important features of the visa regime that applies to international students. As a result of this amendment, we could create a situation where we were potentially unable to apply basic visa checks, such as pre-issue security checks, or impose conditions, such as the right to work or a time limit on a student visa. And I am sure that your lordships will see why this is not a sensible approach. Let me now turn to the final part of the noble Lord Hannay's amendment, which would prevent any more restrictive conditions being applied to international students and academics than currently exist. I did point out at committee stage the difficulty that could be created if there were changes to immigration rules that everybody agreed were desirable but could be seen as more restrictive. The noble Lord Hannay's suggestion was that in such circumstances there should be further primary legislation. But I would remind your lordships that immigration rules are already laid before Parliament and can be debated if appropriate. That seems to me the best way to accommodate those minor changes to our immigration system that are from time to time required, and a more proportionate way of dealing with this than fresh primary legislation. The effect of this part of the amendment would also mean that no future changes could be made to the rules as they relate to citizens of the European Union, and set in stone in perpetuity free movement rights for EU students and academics. As your lordships know, we have indicated that future arrangements for students and academics will be subject to negotiation with the EU and need to be considered in the round rather than writing a particular approach into legislation now. International students do consume services while they are here, so it is right that in line with international norms, they do feature in net migration statistics. But I can reassure your lordships that, as I have explained, that has not led and will not lead to the government seeking to cap numbers or restrict institutions' ability to continue to attract students from around the world. The government wants our world-class institutions to thrive and prosper. International students and academics will always be welcome in the UK. However, I do not believe that we can pass an amendment which would be likely to make operation of the visa system impossible. And just before I invite the Noble Lord to withdraw his amendment, I'd just like to respond to a point raised by the Noble Lord, Lord Bilimoria, where he said that there's a report held by the Home Office showing that only 1% of students overstay. I'm afraid that we do not recognise that 1% figure, which was quoted in the media, and which was also quoted by the Noble Lord. Over time, the data obtained through exit checks will contribute to the statistical picture and the ONS data on net migration figures, but it is too early to draw conclusions from the data. So I do ask the Noble Lord Hannay to withdraw his amendment.
My Lords, this has been a most interesting debate, and I'd like to thank all those who've participated in it with splendid brevity, if I may say so. I think we've beaten probably some of the records for having really brisk, clear interventions. And what I find enormously heartening was the support all round the House from all quarters for this amendment. It really is a great place to be when we are discussing legislation, when you can get a confluence like that around the House, which we've had this afternoon, and that is splendid. There is, of course, one exception, the Noble Lord, Lord Green, who I think has to be thanked for being the grit in the oyster, which will, I hope, shortly produce a pearl. I won't bother to take on his arguments, because the Noble Lord, Lord Blunkett, did it far better than I can, except to say that if he really believes that there is a clear separation between policy and legislation, he has led a very, very sheltered life. And I don't honestly know what we've been doing for about the last 5 weeks if we hadn't been trying to make policy. I think that's the government intention, is to make policy. So here's another bit of policy, and I think the time really has come now to test the opinion of the House.
The question is that Amendment 150 be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Content. The contrary, not content.
Not content.
Clear the bar. The question is that Amendment 150 be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Content. The contrary not content. Contents will go to the right by the throne, the not contents to the left by the bar. The question is that Amendment 150 be agreed to. My Lords, there have voted contents 313, not contents 219, so the contents have it. Amendment 151, Lord Lucas, not moved. After Clause 86, Amendment 152, Baroness Deitch.
This amendment goes to the heart of what this bill is all about. Let's set aside for a moment the question of fees and numbers, the questions of quangos and validation. This bill is ostensibly about teaching excellence, and it's about academic freedom. We take it as implicit, indeed the league tables confirm it, that our universities are amongst the very best in the world, some of them consistently to be found in the top 10 alongside American universities. We're united in wanting to preserve that excellence, as the vote of a few moments ago showed. We want to preserve it for its own sake, and because it is a valuable international attraction, embedding our intellectual values in cohort after cohort of future world leaders who come here to study. But, my Lords, you can't have academic freedom, as now included in the bill, or teaching excellence without freedom of speech. And that, as I have repeatedly warned in this chamber over the last couple of years, is in danger. Sometimes it is farcical gagging of speech, at other times very dangerous. This bill will rank universities' teaching skills as gold, silver, bronze, and ineligible. My Lords, there exists another ranking, a ranking of freedom of speech in our universities, which is, in my opinion, to be taken even more seriously as an indicator of excellence. The Free Speech University Rankings 2017 examines all our universities according to the following criteria: bullying and harassment policies, equal opportunities policies, student unions' attitude to no platform policies, safe space, student codes of conduct, bans on controversial speakers, bans on newspapers, even expulsion of students on the grounds of their controversial views or statements. Then the sampled universities are ranked red. That means a university that is hostile to free speech and free expression, or amber, a university that chills free speech and free expression by issuing guidance with regard to appropriate speech, and then green, the other universities that place no restrictions on free speech and expression, other than where it is unlawful. 61 universities, that's 63%, actively censor speech, the censoring being both by the university administration or by the students themselves. The examples of censoriousness are well known, whether it is silencing a Muslim woman calling for reform of religious attitudes to women, or the playful adoption of foreign dress or cuisine, or mentions of transgender, the likelihood of blasphemy, or even complaints about censorship itself. We all remember the suspension of Sir Tim Hunt and the LSE lecturer who was silenced when his views about welfare were found to be likely to be unacceptable. Violence met Israeli peace activist speakers at UCL and KCL. At the other end of the scale, hate speech is being heard unchallenged. A recent review of people convicted of terrorism found that a significant number were in education at the time of the offence. The organisation Student Rights logged 27 speaker events in London in 4 recent months, where speakers referred to homosexuality in the most derogatory and punitive terms and defended convicted terrorists. It's unlawful speech, and the universities are not always stopping it. My amendment, if accepted, would incidentally clarify, limit and strengthen the prevent policy, which is likely to be reviewed, because it would single out unlawful speech as the target of prohibition rather than the more woolly extremism. In sum, there is no point in pursuing teaching excellence and academic freedom, in ranking universities gold, silver and bronze, if at the same time their real freedom and intellectual excellence is coming out as red or amber, and these rankings are known internationally. The government maintains that my amendment is unnecessary because the required laws are already in place. But I would submit that not only are they ineffectual, but there is a gap in the minister's summing up letter which relates to enforcement. Student union premises are included in the premises on which a university must afford freedom of speech. But in practice, some university authorities claim that union-organised activities taking place on university premises are not covered, and the authorities back off, claiming the union is autonomous, nor do they put a stop to safe space controls. Or the universities tell students who've been discriminated against by their union that complaints are handled exclusively by the student union, which is wrong in law. The Universities UK 2016 Task Force on Violence Against Women, Harassment and Hate Crime set out guidance for a disciplinary code for universities to adopt. The task force found that the evidence also suggested, I quote, that despite some positive activity, university responses are not as comprehensive, systematic and joined up as they could be. A commitment to addressing these issues is required within every university, from senior leadership down. But the report's guidance does not seem to have been widely accepted. Some colleges, for example SOAS, are rejecting the new definition of anti-Semitism helpfully disseminated by the government. And I say helpful because it distinguishes between lawful political criticism, which is fine, of a state, and race hatred, which is not. I turn now to the other points made in the letter sent to all peers by the government. It is stated in that letter that legal proceedings should be brought against universities if the freedom of speech duty is not complied with. But that is too slow, and the action needs to be against the disruptors in the first place, rather than the university. There have been complaints to the Charity Commission about some unions, but that too is slow and difficult. I respectfully suggest that the basis on which the government is now stating that it is confident that student unions are sufficiently controlled by existing law is because I provided them with advice from a QC. Most universities don't know the law and dispute the conclusions. The Office for Students could require freedom of speech principles to be included in the public interest governance conditions, but there is no requirement at the moment. It ought to be included on the face of the bill. Many of our future leaders, both British and international, as we heard a few moments ago, are being educated here in our university system. Since the referendum last year, there's been a spotlight on hate incidents, a rising number of unacceptable actions and speech. We are all disgusted by it. Some of us know that this has been going on for years, and we are relieved that finally the occurrence of hate and intolerance in higher education, in the media, and in society generally is getting the attention and disapprobation that is necessary. We will be letting down our future leaders if we allow them to receive their education on campuses where censorship is accepted and where hate speech and actions are overlooked. We will be storing up even more trouble for the future. Accepting my amendment would show not only genuine commitment to excellence and academic freedom, it would clarify and control the Prevent guidance. It would provide for enforcement and support the UUK Task Force on Hate and Harassment. It would help students who've suffered from silencing and worse. To reject the amendment will send yet another message around the world, I'm not exaggerating, that the government and the university system is remaining passive in the face of a great threat to the future of our young. Our students must not graduate in the belief that there is no real freedom of speech or that hate is mainstream. They must not leave university believing that it is routine to settle debates by silence or violence. For their good, I seek to have this amendment accepted. My Lords, I beg to move.
Amendment proposed. Insert the following new clause as printed on the martial list.
This amendment and spoke to it in previous stages of the bill, so I will be brief. And in any event, the noble Lady Baroness Deach has set out a really comprehensive argument as to why this is so important. Who would have thought that it was important in this country to champion freedom of speech? But sadly, obviously, it has become necessary. We're living in strange times where we've heard tales of students closing down free speech, and universities have taken remarkably little action over some issues when freedom of speech should have been protected. It is difficult to find, there are grey areas, obviously, between what is lawful and what is unlawful. As the noble lady has said, we must not in any way encourage hate speech or incitement to violence. But actually, university students should be subject to ideas they find uncomfortable and be in a safe place where they can address them without those ideas immediately being shut down. And this amendment does also include student unions, so this should help activities and events which are organised by students to make quite sure that they too are encouraging freedom of speech. It's a precious and valued part of our national life, and it is currently under threat, and this amendment will add powers to ensure that we preserve it.
This is a very important debate, and we're grateful to the noble Baroness Deach for raising again, with such powerful arguments, the points she's been making consistently throughout the debates we've been having both in committee and in the second reading about the need to focus on this and to get it right as in the legislation as we go forward. It is indeed a central issue at the heart of what we really think about universities and about higher education providers more generally, that there should, as the noble Baroness Gardiner said, it is almost shocking to think that the present understanding that we have about what constitutes a university does not read across to what actually happens on the ground, and the stories are legion and very, very unpleasant, and in many cases awful, too awful almost to talk about in this sort of circumstances. Now, it may be true, as the government asserts in their amendment, that there are sufficient powers in legislation already, and that all those necessary powers will be sufficient to achieve where she is coming from. But the test that she has put down in her speech is that first of all, we have to be sure that it's not just the promotion of free speech, but also the outlawing of unlawful speech, and that this happens right across the university estates and off the estate when university personnel are concerned. And we've got to be certain that these things are joined up, as she said, and systematically approached in a way that, I'm afraid, does not seem to be the case at the moment. Now, it would be relatively easy, I think, just to say, well, we've got to pass Amendment 152, but I think there is the makings of a joint approach here, which I would put to the noble Lord the Minister as something worth doing. His amendment is in many senses where we want to be, and if we are building on where we have been in the past and moving forward, then that's a good thing. But we need to be sure that the points made by the noble Baroness in relation to the outlawing of unlawful speech and the absolute certainty that premises concerned are joined in the legislation, plus swift and direct action where these things are shown, where laws have been shown to be broken. Now, it may be that in his speech he'll be able to address these points and satisfy us. If not, I do urge him to look very, very carefully at Amendment 152 and to see if it's possible to bring back at third reading a joint approach which will solve this problem once and for all.
My Lords, I thank the noble Baroness Lady Deach and noble Lords for this valuable opportunity to discuss freedom of speech further in this short debate. And as the noble Lord Stevenson and the noble Baroness Lady Garden said, we all recognise that it is a crucial principle at the heart of higher education. And I'm particularly grateful for the meetings and discussions that I have had with the noble Baroness Lady Deach, my noble friend Lord Pollock, and Sir Eric Pickles, who have encouraged us to consider even more closely the responsibilities that universities must have, including in relation to their students' unions. In response, the Minister for Universities and Science will be writing to the higher education sector very shortly, highlighting the importance of the freedom of speech duty and reminding universities of their responsibilities in this respect. And this particularly will focus on students' unions and all students, and to reiterate how freedom of speech codes of practice should be enforced. It will also emphasise the importance and expectations of rapid resolution of any freedom of speech issues. And I do hope that that aspect reassures the Noble Baroness Lady Deach that speed is of the essence, which she made clear in the meetings that we have had. The existing freedom of speech duty requires all those concerned in the government of certain higher education establishments to take such steps as are reasonably practicable to ensure that freedom of speech within the law is secured for members, students, employees and visiting speakers. This includes an express duty to ensure, so far as is reasonably practicable, that the use of any of the provider's premises are not denied to anyone on the grounds of their beliefs, views, policy or objectives. In order to help staff, students and visitors understand their obligations, providers within scope must also have in place an active code of practice. This must explain how they should approach events on any of their premises and the conduct expected of them. I should stress that students' unions also have a role to play in this. The same duty requires that student members of a students' union be subject to the code of practice issued by their higher education establishment. Students' unions established at higher education institutions are typically charities, and the Charities Commission has a statutory function to identify and investigate mismanagement and misconduct in the management and administration of charities. In addition, freedom of speech duty clearly applies in relation to premises which are occupied by students' unions, whether or not they are premises of the higher education establishment. So I hope that also provides some clarity on another point that the Noble Baroness raised. I completely agree with Noble Lords that legal duties and codes of practice only take us so far. We fully expect providers not only to have robust codes of practice in place, but also to take reasonably practicable steps to ensure that they are adhered to. And this includes taking disciplinary action where appropriate. In the occasional case where the duty is not complied with, then legal proceedings have been brought against providers. And in a recent case, the judge found freedom of expression was alive and well in the university involved. As part of its monitoring of the prevent duty, HEFCE found that higher education providers showed a strong understanding of their responsibilities around freedom of speech, and 93% had already put in place strong policies for assessing and managing the risks around any speaker event. We want to ensure, my lords, that all relevant providers now do this. Therefore, for those that haven't yet met this standard, action plans are in place for outstanding issues to be resolved by the spring of this year. More generally, HEFCE regularly engage with higher education institutions, both informally and formally, in relation to balancing free speech with prevent. And while I understand the reasons for the Noble Baroness's amendment, and unfortunately it is not clear how this additional duty would interact with the existing duty, and we believe that there is a genuine danger that in practice it would introduce ambiguity in relation to both duties. However, I fear that to ensure that something happens without reasonable caveats unreasonably and unnecessarily imposes a burden on providers. It may well require them to address matters that are realistically out of control. For example, it could result in a situation whereby an institution was faced with concerns about violence at an event and was therefore mandated to spend unreasonably large amounts of money on a significant security presence. Forcing such an event to unreasonably go ahead, or creating a situation where the duty to ensure freedom of speech may override concerns about the security of attendees, cannot be the desired effect. We need to allow institutions to make their own decisions, balancing the requirements of the duty against other responsibilities and enabling them to assess each individual case according to the situation. And we must also not overlook the fact that students on the whole do not think there is a problem with free speech. A 2016 survey by the Higher Education Policy Institute of over 1,000 full-time undergraduates at UK higher education institutions found that 83% of students felt free to express their opinions and political views openly at university. Noble Lords will also be reassured that Clause 15 of the Bill enables the OFS to impose a public interest governance condition on registered providers. Such a condition would require applicable providers to ensure that their governing documents are consistent with the set of public interest principles relating to governance. The OFS will determine the list of principles following consultation, whilst we cannot prejudge that consultation, a principle underscoring the importance of free speech could be included in the list if the OFS considered it appropriate in the light of the consultation. At committee stage, I assured Noble Lords that we would consider how to make sure that higher education providers continue to be subject to the existing freedom of speech duty under the new definitions created by this bill. We have now considered this, and we propose to extend the vital freedom of speech duty to all registered higher education providers under the bill. This extends the duty beyond its current application to providers who broadly are eligible to receive HEFCE funding. It means that all providers on the OFS register will need to take reasonably practical steps to ensure that freedom of speech is secured and require this broader group of providers to issue a freedom of speech code of conduct and take reasonably practical steps to ensure that it is complied with. We consider that this duty is comprehensive and strikes the right balance between ensuring that the higher education sector remains a vital place for debate and discussion and ensuring that providers aren't burdened by a disproportionate and ambiguous requirement. It is a duty that is just as relevant today as it was at its inception over 30 years ago. My Lords, freedom of speech is vital, but we must always be within the law. We all stand against illegal hate speech, discrimination, intimidation or harassment against anyone, including on the basis of their race, religion, gender, sexuality or disability. And I am sure we all agree that there is no place whatsoever for anyone who is trying to incite violence or support terrorism. In addition to legislation, there are effective mechanisms for reporting hate speech and other incidents. For example, through university internal complaints procedures, to the Office of the Independent Adjudicator, directly to the police, or to organisations including the Community Security Trust, Tell Mama, and the Equalities and Human Rights Commission. Most providers already have clear policies about discrimination, harassment and hate incidents. Providers subject to the prevent duty are also required to have due regard to the need to prevent people from being drawn into terrorism, and as part of this, to consider the impact of extremist speakers on campus. My Lords, despite the good intentions of this amendment, its introduction adds little to existing legislation and risks confusion in relation to freedom of speech. It is not clear what measures would be required to prevent speech in advance of it happening. Unfortunately, this could lead to providers being too risk-averse, and with the unacceptable consequence that lawful free speech could be stifled. The government amendment extending the existing freedom of speech duty to all registered higher education providers, we believe strikes the right balance by requiring providers to do all they can to protect free speech. For unlawful speech, the answer is to continue to work with the sector to implement existing laws instead of creating new legislation. And I do hope with that explanation that the Noble Baroness will see fit to withdraw her amendment.
My Lords, I greatly appreciate the government's involvement in this topic, and of course I support Amendment 204, and I'm very pleased to see that the government wishes to extend the width of the freedom of speech duty. I appreciate the fact that the Noble Viscount, the Minister, has listened, as has his counterpart in the other place, and they've taken this topic seriously. Indeed, no government could possibly reject the notion of freedom of speech while passing a higher education bill. What I would hope to see in correspondence between the government and the universities in the next few days or weeks before we come to third reading is a clear explanation that students individually and their unions are covered wherever they may speak or block speech, both on university premises and off it. I would hope to see provisions for prompt enforcement. We're all well aware of how brief the university year is. You commit an offence if you're a student in April. By June, you are history, and the university no longer has any control over you, and you may well get away with it. I would also hope that the letter would support the matter that the Noble Viscount Minister mentioned, which is what could be more simple than to include a freedom of speech condition in the governance conditions to be set down by the OFS. If those conditions were set out and sent to universities, that would be excellent. I just have a slight caveat. A recent letter from the Minister in the other place, I believe also signed by the Noble Viscount, disseminating the definition of anti-Semitism, has been ignored and rejected by one of the places that most needed to hear it, namely the School of Oriental and African Studies. And secondly, we have had provisions about freedom of speech on our statute book for 30 years, and yet some universities have still not implemented it or don't know how to. Indeed, one of them, I know for sure, had never heard of it until 2011. And thirdly, it would be a pity if violence is still allowed to close down free speech. I would not wish to see, I'm sure noble lords would not wish to see a situation whereby the threat of violence prevents lawful speech, and the university says we simply cannot afford to police it. An atmosphere has to be created in universities, and I'm afraid security put in place, so that violence does not close down free speech, whether it is in the university or anywhere else in society. If those conditions are met, as I hope they will be before third reading, then I would be content to withdraw the amendment now, while reserving my right to revert to this topic.
Is it your Lordship's pleasure that the amendment be withdrawn? The amendment is by leave withdrawn. Amendment 153, the Lord Story.
My Lords, during the course of the debates at committee stage and at report stage now, we've heard about how our universities are the best in the world, how it's important to preserve their reputation, preserve the reputation of higher education. And yet we see at the same time the practice of plagiarism and cheating growing and growing and growing. One only has to look at the 18 or so websites which offer not only to do essays but to employ a tutor to write your whole thesis for you. Interestingly, QAA said, at present we have no legal or regulatory powers to take action against students guilty of plagiarism, essay mills or ghostwriters. So why are we sitting back and allowing this to happen? Why are we sitting back and allowing the reputation of our universities to be besmirched? And how would you feel as a student if you've worked really hard, you've worked very hard to get your degree or to complete an assignment, to find that other students are paying for somebody to write it for them? So how serious is this problem? Is it just a minor little thing? It is a serious problem. According to QAA, again, about 17,000 students get caught cheating each year. 17,000 students cheating each year, but those are the only ones who were caught. What about the number, of course, who aren't caught? Another study commissioned, interestingly, by Saudi Arabia in 2014 found that 22% of students reported having paid someone to complete their assignment. This type of cheating is referred to as contract cheating, a specific type of plagiarism when the student commissions a work produced by a third party for a fee. And recently these companies have started advertising in public places, whether it be on university campuses or even on the London Underground. It noted that some students don't plagiarise intentionally. A disproportionate amount of students who get caught cheating, sadly, are foreign students. And interestingly, and we had the debate on the importance of overseas students, but interestingly, an investigation by the Times newspaper in 2016 suggested that foreign students are 4 times more likely to cheat. So, what are we going to do about this? And that's why the amendment is put down. I'd just make one other point, that the Association of Tutors is very concerned about this issue as well, because of course their reputation as tutors supporting and helping students is undermined by the ability of people just to write essays for students. So I hope that government will take notice of this amendment, and I hope that we can deal with this in a fair and equitable way. I make one final point, and that is, why do students cheat? Why are students forced into going down this path? Well, sometimes it might be from the pressures that they find themselves in. Sometimes it might be mental anxiety. And as well as actually making the practice illegal, as well as dealing with those despicable companies that provide this service, and they want to obviously make a profit, we also need to support students as well. So I move the amendment standing in my name.
He did. I do beg his lordship's pardon. A member proposed, after clause 86, insert the new clause as printed on the marshal's list.
Support the amendment in the name of the noble Lord Storey. I spoke in support of the same amendment in committee. This is a problem that is of some seriousness, and I think it's understated. We heard in the previous debate that the QAA were not taking it particularly seriously. They didn't have any legal or regulatory powers to actually take action against an individual student found to have cheated in whatever way. And they, in terms of what the noble Lord Storey told us at that time, were rather offhand about the fact that only 17,000 students had been caught cheating. The fact that that was the tip of the iceberg seemed not to be a major issue. So I think it is a major issue if there is such an amount of this going on that Professor Newton, to whom the noble Lord Storey has referred in the past, has actually carried out a survey, has interviewed students and those providing those services, and they came up with a whole list of how long it took for an essay or a dissertation or whatever. So if it's even worthy of academic study, it has to be a problem of some substance. I wanted to, I'm not quite clear, maybe the noble Lord Storey can say this in his response, but he did quote the aforementioned Professor Newton and said that he'd been advised that if the word intent had been taken out of the amendment, then it would have strengthened it. I wasn't quite clear how it would have strengthened it. Would have given it more power, I think he said. But that hasn't been done, and I wonder if the noble Lord Storey could explain why the amendment has been submitted in the same form. The other thing I wanted to, the point I wanted to cover, my lords, is I noticed the noble Baroness Goldie on the benches opposite. She was the minister in responding to who responded to this debate in January when we discussed it previously. I'd sometimes someone hoped, because we used to be together in the Scottish Parliament many years ago, that she might be responding to this one, but I see that on this occasion, forgive me, silence is Goldie, and it's going to be the noble Lord Young who's responding. So can I ask him to pick up the point that the noble Baroness Goldie made in her response in January, and that was that the government was on the point of announcing a new initiative on this. Noble Baroness Goldie said it will be with us within a few weeks. Well, 7 weeks have ticked by since we last discussed this. So perhaps the noble Lord the Minister could tell us, we must be very close to it now, if he has a date for the publication of this new initiative, which I think was to involve the QAA, a whole lot of acronyms, NUS, HEFK, and the UUK as well. When this is coming, that I think it would be helpful and would perhaps deal with this issue, at least in the interim, because I think I accept that we are short of a position where legislation is required.
My Lords, I'm grateful to the noble Lord Storey for his extensive work on this issue, and I'm grateful for his contribution to the roundtable discussions with the QAA and his continued engagement on this matter. He touched on the problem of foreign students, and the evidence presented in the QAA's report on plagiarism indicates that cheating may be more prevalent among international students. However, we recognise that plagiarism is a wider issue, and so our approach is to look at the sector as a whole, and we'll be working with the QAA and other sector bodies to develop a coordinated response across all students and all providers. As my noble friend, the noble Baroness Lady Goldie, said in committee, plagiarism in any form, including the use of custom essay writing services or essay mills, is not acceptable, and the government takes this issue very seriously. Having said that, I am afraid I'm going to plagiarise much of the speech which my noble friend made in committee when she dealt with this amendment. My noble friend announced that the Minister, my honourable friend Joe Johnson, would be launching a coordinated sector-led initiative to tackle this issue, working with the QAA, UUQ, NUS and HIFKI. And in response to the question just posed by the noble Lord Watson, this initiative has now been launched. The Minister has asked sector bodies to develop guidance with tough new penalties, as well as information for students to help combat the use of these websites as well as other forms of plagiarism. This new guidance for providers should ensure that a robust approach with tough penalties can be embedded across the sector. In developing this guidance, the Minister has asked sector bodies to bear in mind that for any enforcement to be effective, the penalties imposed must relate both to the gravity of the offence and to the likelihood of an offence being discovered. The new sector guidance and student information is expected to be in place for the beginning of the 2017-18 academic year. As part of this initiative, the QAA has also been tasked to take action against the online advertising of these services and to work with international agencies to deal with this problem. The QAA has already started to progress these actions, including making a formal complaint to the Advertising Standards Agency, asking them to investigate the SA Mills sector on a project basis. So we believe that this sector-led, non-legislative initiative is the best approach to tackling this issue in the first instance. We will, of course, monitor the effectiveness of this approach, and we remain open to legislation in the future should the steps we are taking prove insufficient. If legislation does become necessary, it would be crucial that we get the wording of the offence right, and in the amendment tabled, it is unclear who would be responsible for prosecuting and how they would demonstrate intent to give an unfair advantage. As currently written, there's also a risk that the offence could capture legitimate services such as study guides under the same umbrella as cheating services. So the effectiveness of a legislative offence operating as a deterrent will depend on our ability to execute successful prosecutions, and as such, we would need to take care to get it right. This was acknowledged by the noble Lord Story in committee, who said, I quote, "This should not be rushed, and we should get it spot on." So, my Lords, we don't believe legislative action is the best response at this time. I've outlined the steps that are being taken, and against that background, I hope the amendment might be withdrawn.
Very grateful for the Minister's reply, and I'm also grateful for the opportunity to talk over the issues with the Minister of Universities. He is right to say that this should not be rushed. It is interesting how this issue started from a very small complaint to become such an important matter that we want to now deal with. And I think it shows that when we collectively share our thoughts and our ideas, we can hopefully get a result. I was quite shocked to see in the QAA's own briefing that for a dissertation in law, a 3,000-word dissertation in law, you could get that done for just £6,750. I'm delighted the government take this seriously. I think there is a need for a coordinated response. I think the penalties will be important. I think it's important that students know what is happening, and I suppose if students are not wishing to have penalties levied against them, then hopefully the companies themselves will wither on the vine. And I look forward to seeing how this develops over the next few years, and I'm also pleased to hear the Minister say that if this joint coordinated initiative doesn't prove to be effective, then they are open to legislation, and on that basis I withdraw my amendment.
Your Lordship's pleasure, the amendment be withdrawn. The amendment is by leave withdrawn. Amendment 154, the Lord Dubbs.
This amendment requires the Secretary of State for Education to appoint an independent person to review the prevent strategies in higher educational institutions. And such a review would be intended to cover the operation and effectiveness of the strategy, be intended, for example, to look at the training of staff who have to give effect to the strategy. It would be intended to look at the legal obligations of universities, including human rights protection under the Human Rights Act of 1998. And it is essential that the reviewer of the strategy to be appointed under the amendment should be, of course, quite independent of government. Now, I appreciate that this is a controversial issue, certainly as regards higher education, as regards our universities. And many eminent bodies, parliamentary bodies and others, have criticised the strategy because of the implications of it. Let me, for example, quote the Joint Committee on Human Rights in 2014-15 concluded, and I quote, "Because of the importance of freedom of speech and academic freedom in the context of university education, the entire framework which rests on the new prevent duty is not appropriate for application to universities." And then again, the government guidance requires higher education providers to entirely mitigate the risk of a speaker drawing an individual into terrorism. That's quite a complicated concept. If I can read it again. To entirely mitigate the risk of a speaker drawing an individual into terrorism. And then again, there is the guidance. Well, it came out in a letter from a university in relation to a discussion with the organizer of an event. There is a risk that, given the topics to be discussed, it may attract attendees which hold extremist views. Now, these are quite far-reaching bits of advice to universities, and it's not totally clear whether they can easily be implemented. Let me just give a couple more quotes. In July 2016, the Home Affairs Select Committee concluded in its look at radicalisation that concerns about prevent amongst the communities most affected by it must be addressed. Otherwise, it will continue to be viewed with suspicion by many and by some as toxic. And then David Anderson, QC, the former reviewer of terrorism, thought there should be an independent review, as should Rights Watch, Liberty, and indeed the Open Society Justice Initiative, and many members of Parliament across the political spectrum. So, my Lords, it seems to me fairly clear that there is serious concern about how the strategy should operate. I'm not arguing it should be scrapped. I'm arguing we should know more about it. And it's had long enough now for a proper review to take place. The communities most affected are sensitive to this, and the universities are worried about how to actually implement the strategy. I'd have thought it's a fairly modest and reasonable request in this amendment. The government should review the policy, and the time to do that is pretty soon. I beg to move.
Member proposed, after clause 86, insert the new clause as printed on the marshalled list.
To this amendment as well, and as the Noble Lord has said, this is a modest amendment seeking only a review and only as set out in the amendment. Though, of course, if the government were to tell your lordships that it is about to announce that there should be an independent reviewer of the whole of Prevent, as David Anderson and others have called for, then I don't suppose the Noble Lord would object to that. The UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Freedom of Peaceful Assembly and of Association is one of those who has commented on the operation of Prevent in educational institutions. With the Joint Committee, or with other members of the Joint Committee on Human Rights, I met the Special Rapporteur. It's quite a facer to be in a meeting with someone in that position and be told that your own country is not behaving quite as it should and quite as the UN rapporteur thinks that it should. We are so used to criticising other countries in human rights areas I don't want to repeat everything that's been said on this and other occasions. I appreciate we have other things to get through tonight. But I do want to say that universities seem to me to be precisely where views which are not illegal by definition should not just be challenged, but where there should be the opportunity for those who are confused, interested, whatever, to hear, to listen, to join in the debate. Prevent can't work without confidence and trust in its reliability and its effectiveness. And for these reasons, I think that the proposal to review its operation is entirely sensible.
My Lords, pleased to rise in support of this amendment and to follow the noble Baroness Lady Hamway, who, as she noted at committee, joined the Joint Committee on Human Rights just as I left it. At committee, I reminded the committee of the concerns raised across the House during the Counter-Terrorism and Security Bill about the application of the prevent duty to higher education institutions. As we've heard, the present amendment does no more than call for an independent, authoritative review of how the duty now operates in those HE institutions. This would respond to concerns raised more recently by a range of organisations, including, as my noble friend Lord Dubbs has said, the Home Affairs Select Committee. These concerns include possibly discriminatory impact, the question of the adequacy or not of the training given to academics, and the human rights implications, echoing earlier concerns of the JCHR. At committee, the noble Baroness Lady Goldie said, "We would welcome discussion of how to implement prevent effectively and proportionately, but that a blanket opposition to the duty was unhelpful." Well, as we've heard, the amendment no longer proposes a blanket opposition. Rather, surely, in order to have a well-informed discussion, as called for by the noble lady, it makes sense to have an independent review of how it's operating, as called for in this amendment, to inform that very discussion. I can understand why the noble lady, the Minister, opposed the original amendment, even though I disagreed with her, but I can see no justification for opposing this much more modest amendment, and I hope helpful amendment, as a basis for the discussion that she said the government would like to see.
My Lords, I'm grateful to all noble lords who have spoken to this amendment and for the measured way in which they have put forward the case. My Lords, I hope we'll all agree that we can't ignore the increasing threat to the UK from terrorism. This is currently assessed as severe, meaning an attack is highly likely, and we simply can't wait for attacks to happen. We can't stand by and do nothing while vulnerable individuals are targeted for radicalisation and drawn into terrorism. And so we must have a strong and robust strategy to prevent this. Prevent was discussed at committee stage, and I'm particularly grateful for the input from Baroness Deitch at that stage, who recognised the importance of prevent in higher education. The Prevent programme is designed to safeguard vulnerable individuals from all forms of radicalisation in a variety of institutions. It is an important safeguard for our domestic students, but also for the thousands of international students who choose to study here each year. Setting off to university can be a big transition in the lives of many people, and it is vital that universities safeguard their students during what can be sometimes a very challenging time for vulnerable individuals. The coalition government introduced a clear legal duty to ensure that universities recognise and act on this responsibility. Preventing people from being drawn into terrorism is difficult and challenging work, but Prevent is working and it is making a positive difference. In 2015, over 1,000 referrals of vulnerable individuals were made to Channel, which enabled them to access support to try to divert them away from radicalisation. the vast majority of the individuals who chose to participate in Channel leave with no further concerns about their vulnerability to being drawn into terrorism. So, as I say, Prevent is working. Now, of course, this amendment is aimed at reviewing the operation of Prevent in the higher education sector. And my Lords, this is already happening. Following consultation with the sector, HEFCE, which I believe to be independent of government, launched its monitoring framework last year and has 100% engagement. In its report published in January, HEFCE found that the vast majority of institutions are implementing the Prevent duty effectively. HEFCE have seen higher education providers increasingly improve their awareness of the risks to vulnerable students, and there have been some highly encouraging examples across the sector of how they mitigate these risks in a sensible way. The HEFCE report highlights numerous cases of good practice in the sector and the steps being taken by institutions from our oldest institutions through to newer providers. To give just one example, HEFCE found that the University of West England hosted a joint consultation with their students' union on the implementation of the Prevent duty. And this included open debate between students and Prevent partners, with an opportunity for all students to view and comment on draft policies and procedures. So this demonstrated a real understanding of the importance of engaging and collaborating with the student body to effectively implement the duty. Finally, I know that Noble Lords are concerned about the interplay between Prevent and freedom of speech, something which the higher education sector rightly holds dear and which we touched on in an earlier debate. Prevent does not stop lawful debate. In higher education, providers that are subject to the freedom of speech duty are required to have particular regard to this duty when carrying out their Prevent duty. And this was explicitly written onto the face of the Prevent legislation to underline its importance both as a central value of our higher education system and indeed of our society. HEFCE's monitoring shows that HE providers are balancing the need to protect their students and their obligations under Prevent, whilst at the same time ensuring that freedom of speech on campus is not undermined. So can I say to the Noble Lord Dubbs and those who've taken part in this short debate that the government is grateful for the opportunity to discuss this vital duty, which does stop vulnerable individuals from being drawn into terrorism. Prevent is being implemented effectively and pragmatically in the higher education sector, and we want to maintain this momentum. We know it is both effective and pragmatic from the monitoring that HEFCE does. And against that background, I hope the Noble Lord might feel able to withdraw Amendment 154.
My Lords, I'm grateful to the Minister for his response and also to those members of this House who have spoken in this short debate. I'm not quite sure whether the review by HEFCE that the Minister spoke to goes as widely as I would have wished. Certainly the amendment will go much beyond what that has done. Nor am I sufficiently aware of the details of the results to see whether they would actually meet the concerns that have been expressed to me by many, many people. But given that we've got something, I think we'll return to this before too long. I think in the end the government will have to do a full and totally independent review of the Prevent strategy in higher education. I think there's too much at stake. It's too contentious. It's not as easy a situation as the Minister suggested. The concerns are much more widespread, and I would think that we ought to return to this before too long. On that basis, I beg leave to withdraw the amendment.
Is it your Lordship's pleasure the amendment be withdrawn? The amendment is by leave withdrawn. Amendment 155 has already been debated. Move formally. The question is that Amendment 155 be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. The contrary, not content. The contents have it. Amendments 156, 57 and 58 have been withdrawn.
My Lords, I beg to move that further consideration on report be now adjourned.
The question is that further consideration on report be now adjourned. As many as are of that opinion will say content. The contrary, not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn during pleasure until 8:15 p.m. As signalled on the annunciator, amendments to the European Union Notice of Withdrawal Bill can be tabled until 7:45 p.m.
The question is that the House do now adjourn during pleasure, not to resume before 8:15 p.m. As many as are of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content, the contents have it.
A message from the Commons that they disagree to the amendments made by the House of Lords to the European Union Notification of Withdrawal Bill, for which they assign reasons.
My Lords, I beg to move that the Commons' reasons be considered forthwith.
The question is that the Commons' reasons be considered forthwith. As many of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it. Motion A, Lord Bridges of Headley.
My Lords, I beg to move motion A that this House does not insist on its Amendment 1, to which the other place disagreed for their reason 1A. My Lords, now we are past the 70th hour of parliamentary debate on these 137 words. Let me begin by saying this. The United Kingdom's withdrawal from the European Union is obviously one of the most momentous steps that our nation will take in our lifetimes. I believe that significant opportunities do indeed lie before us, but as someone who voted to remain, I am not deaf to people's concerns, and I do not dismiss those concerns as somehow portraying a lack of patriotism. But, my Lords, that decision to leave the European Union has been made, and this bill, this very simple bill, delivers on that decision. The debate has been one of conviction and passion, and has displayed some of the very best qualities of your Lordship's House. But despite my best efforts to convince your Lordships otherwise, this little bill was amended twice. Now, we all agree, my Lords, that this House is perfectly entitled to ask the other place to think again. And the other place has now done that and debated this again. And once again, they have decided to pass this bill without amendment. The issue at stake in this amendment is very simple. We all agree we want to give certainty for those EU nationals who have made the United Kingdom their home and UK nationals who live in the EU. The disagreement is over how we do that. And the government's position has been clear from June. We have always said that we want to secure the status of EU citizens here in the UK so long as we get a similar guarantee for UK citizens in the EU. We believe this approach is fair and reflects the duty of care we have as a government to the 900,000 UK citizens in the EU. My Lords, we need an agreement on this issue quickly, and we have tried to get one. However, a number of EU member states were not willing to discuss it until we have begun the formal negotiations. And that is why my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, confirmed over the weekend that we intend this issue to be one of the first that is dealt with. And that is why, my Lords, we want to pass this bill as soon as possible, so we can start negotiating and set about reaching that agreement. So, my Lords, given the other place has done as we have asked, and thought again, and decided to reject this amendment by a majority of 48, given all of this, I would argue, with respect, that this evening is really not the time nor the place to return to the fray and insert terms and conditions to our negotiating condition, still less to force the government to make a unilateral move as regards the status of EU nationals in the UK. My Lords, this bill has only one purpose: to implement the outcome of the referendum result in June and respect the judgment of the Supreme Court. Nothing more, nothing less. So I urge this House to pass this bill unamended, and I beg to move.
The question is that motion A be agreed to. Amendment A1, Lord Oates.
My Lords, I beg to move Amendment A1 as the amendment to motion A, leave out from House to end, and insert do insist on this Amendment 1. I do so, my Lords, for the following reasons. First, despite the large majority which voted for the amendment to the bill in this House, the government has failed not only to make any concessions, but it has not even attempted to address the many issues that were raised by noble lords at committee stage. Secondly, the profound nature of the issue at stake should make us think very carefully before we concede. This debate is not on some arcane technicality or over some petty partisan disagreement. It is about people's lives.
It's about whether people will be allowed to live in the country they have made their home with the people for whom they care, whether they can stay in a job or plan a career, whether their children can remain in the school they know and study with the friends they have made. It's about their futures, their homes and their families, and it's about the fear and misery that is being caused by every further day of uncertainty. Thirdly, my lords, we should weigh our decision very carefully, because this debate is also about the integrity of our country. It's about whether we will honour the unequivocal commitment made by the official Vote Leave campaign that if the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union, the rights of all EU citizens in the UK would be guaranteed. Unlike most other issues arising from the referendum, there is absolutely no dispute about what was promised to EU citizens. During the campaign, the Vote Leave campaign, which was supported by a number of noble lords in this House, made the following categorical statement: there will be no change for EU citizens already lawfully resident in the UK. These EU citizens will automatically be granted indefinite leave to remain in the UK and will be treated no less favourably than they are at present. There were no caveats, no issue of reciprocity or talk of negotiations, just a categorical commitment unilaterally given. And finally, my lords, this debate is about the role of this House. Precedent indicates that when the rights of individuals have been threatened, this House has always been robust in its defence of them. I hope we will live up to that precedent today. So, my lords, the facts are clear. A firm and explicit commitment was made by the Vote Leave campaign that the rights of EU citizens in the UK would be protected. Parliamentary committees of both houses agree that a unilateral guarantee should be provided now. And all the bodies representing British citizens in the EU who have contacted me and many other members of this House have supported that position. It is clear, my lords, that if we do not insist on our amendment, there is a real possibility that EU citizens in the UK and UK citizens in the EU may not have clarity as to their status for another 2 years. The Commons exiting the EU committee rightly described such a situation as unconscionable. I understand the nervousness of some noble lords about challenging the elected House on this matter. But to those who argue that this is not the right time for us to insist on our amendment, or this bill is the wrong place for us to insist, or that precedent tells us we should not insist, I would respectfully argue the contrary. Both your Lordship's EU Justice Subcommittee and the House of Commons exiting the EU Committee unanimously agreed that the UK should act unilaterally and that the time to act is now. This bill is the only place to act if we are to end the debilitating uncertainty that is causing so much distress. The Minister says that we have a right to amend the bill. My lords, we also have a right to insist on our amendments. And precedent tells us that we should, that when issues of important principle or individuals' rights are at stake, your Lordship's House can and does insist on its position and, if necessary, repeatedly pushes the issue back to the Commons. It did so on the 2014 Criminal Justice and Courts Bill and on the 2012 Legal Aid Sentencing and Punishment of Offenders Bill. It did so no less than 3 times over the 2007 Corporate Manslaughter and Homicide Bill, no less than 4 times over the 2006 Identity Cards Bill, and no less than 5 times over the 2005 Prevention of Terrorism Bill. And it has regularly insisted on amendments to bills when far less was at stake than today, on the powers of the Learning and Skills Council, or the means by which the chairman of the Legal Services Board is appointed, or even on the fitting of retro-reflective tape on heavy goods vehicles, whatever that is. How then, when the rights of millions of people are on the line, could this House give up
at the first attempt? How, when clear and unequivocal commitments were made to EU citizens in our country, could this House fail to insist that they are upheld? How, when the integrity of our country is at stake, could this House fail to insist that it is upheld? My Lords, many people will be watching us tonight. We cannot please them all, but we can show them that no matter the pressures from the media or the threats from the government, we are prepared to do what we know to be the right thing. I have no doubt that the right thing is to insist on this amendment, to protect the rights of EU citizens in the UK, and in doing so, to uphold the honour and integrity of this country. My Lords, I beg to move.
Hang on. The original question was that motion... The original question was that motion A be agreed to, since when Amendment A1 has been moved, to leave out from House to the end and insert "do insist" on its Amendment 1. The question, therefore, is that Amendment A1 be agreed to.
My Lords, it's not in any way my intention to repeat the arguments I've used about Brexit in the various sessions we've had over the last few weeks. But there is a question that I must ask to the noble Lord, and it's a question, the answer to which I think is very important indeed to all of us, because it goes to the heart of the earnest intention of the government to be quite transparent with the House and with the public as these Brexit negotiations continue, as they will do for a long time, starting presumably in a few days' time. I have not been very successful in getting answers to questions I've asked the Minister in previous sessions on this bill. I console myself by thinking that maybe because I've touched on some rather delicate and for the government potentially embarrassing points, but it's not a very great consolation. I'd very much rather have full and frank answers, and I do hope that I have one tonight, not at all in my interest, but in the interests of the issues that I've just raised. My Lords, the Minister has just told the House today, and the Prime Minister and the Minister for Brexit have both said on many occasions that it was their intention, their hope originally, to negotiate a deal on the future residency rights of EU citizens here and of British citizens in the remaining part of the EU, in advance even of giving notice under Article 50. But that proved unfortunately impossible because some of the Continentals weren't willing to do that, and that now the government would really like to negotiate on that matter and resolve it in advance of negotiations on other general subjects, economic and other difficulties that we have, so that that can start very quickly. My Lords, my question is this: how can that possibly be? Because a negotiation on the future residency rights of British citizens in the EU or of EU citizens here is nothing whatever to do with the Commission. It's not a negotiation that can be pursued with Monsieur Barnier. It's not a matter for Mr. Verhofstadt or Mr. Juncker either. Residency issues, that is to say the regime regarding persons who are not members, are not citizens of a member state, but equally not citizens of another member state, are citizens of a non-EU state. Residency issues, residency requirements, residency regimes throughout the European Union are not a matter for the treaty. They're a matter for each individual member state. And every individual member state has its own residency rules, and they're different. And what is more, the arguments and the forces which will be brought to bear if there's any suggestion of changing those residency rules will be different in each country. So if you want to negotiate, as the Prime Minister says, and as the noble Lord has said this evening, you want to negotiate on that particular matter, you have to conduct a separate bilateral negotiation with 27 different countries. And eventually the result of that negotiation has to be ratified by 27 different countries, actually 28, because it has to be ratified here, I hope. That's not something that can be done in a few weeks, not even something that I think can be done in a short number of months. It's something which, if it had been attempted before notice was given under Article 50, would have delayed by many, many, many months the issuing of a notice under Article 50, quite contrary to what the Prime Minister said her intention was. That's something which, if it's undertaken immediately, we do issue notice under Article 50 will itself delay the procedures for a very, very, very long time. How can it be that, in fact, the government thought that this was a way of accelerating progress on the Brexit negotiations? I think that's a question which nobody has asked. I hoped to ask it the other day, but I wasn't able to capture your Lordship's attention. And I ask it now. I ask it now because it's something which is absolutely essential if I think the House is going to achieve a complete picture of what is really going on in this very important area.
My Lords, I want to speak on an issue tangential to that raised by my noble friend, and I rise to ask a couple of simple questions, and they're essentially the subject of an amendment that I tabled to the bill last week, and which I subsequently withdrew when it became clear that the amendment on these matters moved by my noble friends from the front bench was likely to be carried by the House. My first question is, under a mixed agreement negotiation, does a negotiated settlement in the Council remain valid as far as the rights of United Kingdom citizens living in Europe are concerned, even if such an agreement was not supported in either the European Parliament or in the parliaments of the nation states? So does it stand alone? And secondly, in the event that we were to take this whole debate on EU and UK citizens' rights outside the Article 50 process, which is what essentially my noble friend appeared to be alluding to, whereby the hurdles of qualified majority voting, the hurdle of a European Parliament vote, and approval by nation states were to be avoided, that is, if they are actually required. And also if we hit problems, and in the event that a number of European states outside Article 50 were to indicate their support for upholding the indefinite rights of UK citizens living in the EU, would the government in those circumstances be prepared to concede the rights of EU citizens from those same states living in the United Kingdom? That would mean that some states who didn't agree would be excluded. The government, if it were to do so, would be removing the hurdles of QMV, the European Parliament vote, or votes in national parliaments if they're needed. And that approach would lead to a far earlier closure on the whole debate, which members are concerned will be dragged out over years. And it's all right, the Prime Minister saying that UK citizens' rights will be top of the Euro agenda. But what's worrying some of us is that a victory, or a so-called victory in the Council of Ministers, may be Pyrrhic and not provide the assurances that people want, and also that assurance is given in private to David Davis that some countries may seek to carry decisions on citizenship into arguments, that some countries, despite the assurances they've given to David Davis, may seek to carry their decisions on citizenship actually into arguments over the contribution that Britain the United Kingdom must make to wind up costs. It might be that at the end of the day, despite all these assurances, that governments, nation states in Europe might say, we're going to turn this into an argument about the contributions the British make. And I wonder in that light whether the Minister might be prepared to give me a response this evening.
My Lords, I have no doubt whatsoever that Article 50 must now be triggered and triggered sooner rather than later. But I have equally no doubt of the merits of this motion A1 and this particular amendment. I supported it before, as did 358 members of this House, a majority of 102. Most decisions we take in this House are nicely balanced. This one, I suggest, is perfectly clear. The arguments are compelling. No one doubts the need for the EU nationals already lawfully here to remain here for the sake of academia, for the sake of the health services, the care services, the building industry, note what Lord Kerslake said at committee, and so forth. And no one doubts that those we most need to stay are starting to bleed away. Remember what Lord Winston said about the medics in committee? Read your Times newspaper and the letter from the academics at Oxford today. The government says this assurance is unnecessary, that there's in fact no possibility of our ever wanting to deny these people their present rights, let alone deport them. And of course, logically, that is indeed so. But as the hemorrhaging of this group shows, the perception amongst those who are affected is perhaps unsurprisingly different. Then it is said, it was said by the noble and learned Lord Mackay Clashburn in committee, that fairness demands that all expatriates, EU nationals, are treated identically, so that no assurance should be given to those here until reciprocal assurances are given to our citizens in the other member states. I would give three answers to that suggestion. First, this. As the noble Lord Hannay and others pointed out in committee, those representing UK nationals in other EU states positively support our giving this assurance, and they believe, rightly I would suggest, that their case will be strengthened, not weakened, by our now taking this initiative. As the noble Lord Bonus said in committee, a generous gesture freely given will assist in creating a good climate for the start of these negotiations, difficult though they're going to be with the other 27 nations, as the noble Lord Davis has emphasised again today. That's reason one. Reason two, the stronger the government's point that really no assurance is necessary because EU nationals here are desperately needed for our own economy, health service and so forth, and therefore they face no risk of losing these rights anyway. The stronger that argument, the weaker the argument that there is actually any advantage to our citizens abroad in keeping the future of the EU nationals here in doubt for the purpose of negotiating our nationals' future abroad. In short, even if other member states chose not to allow UK nationals to remain there, and we can understand that the case of some of theirs is rather less compelling perhaps than our need here to keep the EU nationals here, we should still want to keep their nationals here. And third, this, it's really hardly surprising, is it, that the other states are refusing to discuss this issue until we actually trigger Article 50. But it's the UK's decision to pursue Brexit, sensible or not. Obviously, there are different views on that, but it's that decision which has precipitated this crisis and created the uncertainty, the insecurity felt by this group. We can and should, I suggest, allay their fears at the same time as we trigger Article 50. This clause won't delay it.
The noble Lord knows that I agree with much of what he is saying, but that is not the issue tonight. The issue tonight is whether we recognise our constitutional limitations and whether we fly in the face of what the Commons, having been given the opportunity to reconsider, has now decided emphatically. And as a great constitutionalist, which the noble Lord is, I would hope he would agree with that.
In broad terms, of course, I agree. I've never previously voted against government on ping pong. I don't know how often my learned friend, my noble friend, plays ping pong, but is it really so very exceptional to keep a rally going beyond 2 strokes? I would suggest not, and I suggest we do it here.
My Lords, I support Amendment A1. The amendment that was carried in this House a few days ago was by a huge majority on a near-record turnout of noble lords in that division. It appears to me that very little attempt has been made, if any, to meet the points that were made in this chamber. It seems that the government has relied totally on its power to get a whipped vote through and to steamroller this through. The government could have accepted this amendment, or they could have come and met us, but they haven't done so. And I ask the question, in view of what the noble lord said with regards to the government seeking other countries in the European Union to agree the status of UK citizens first, what if they don't? What if they don't? Do we then kick out European citizens that are here? Is that the logic of the argument? And if it is that acceptable to this House? My Lords, the noble Lord, Lord Bridges, said that this is a debate of conviction and of passion. Yes, it is a debate of conviction. And convictions don't change just because they've been beaten by a whipped vote in another place. They don't get kicked into touch. My convictions still stand, and however others will do tonight, mine will stand in the division lobby.
I added my name to and spoke in favour of and voted for the original amendment. And I believe that the arguments that were advanced in support of that amendment were correct and remain so today. The fact that the government has chosen to force through the bill in its unamended form doesn't change my view on that. And it's perhaps worthy of noting, as was noted by the noble and learned Lord Brown of Wheaton under Hayward, that although one of the arguments put forward was concern by the government, is concern about the status of UK citizens in the rest of the European Union, much of the support for the amendment has come from those UK nationals who felt that the amendment, living in the European Union, who felt that our amendment was in their interests. And now, my Lords, I only speak because I feel I cannot keep silent tonight in view of all the communications one's received from people asking one to insist on this particular amendment. But I feel that I have to say openly and publicly that I cannot support continued insistence, which in different circumstances I would have been tempted so to do. To do so is possibly to delay the process of invoking Article 50, which wouldn't be in the interests of the European Union or indeed the United Kingdom. And indeed, if I accept, and of course I accept, from the noble Lord the Minister, it could delay the start of negotiations to safeguard the interests of EU citizens here and UK citizens in the European Union. But I would, my Lords, make one comment, which is applicable to the second amendment that's to be moved tonight. I hope that the government and those within it who favour a quick, hard Brexit appreciate that the referendum, whilst expressing the will of the people, did not give them a blank cheque as to how to implement it, and that the answer to any question or criticism cannot be an allegation that the questioner is trying to thwart the will of the people and somehow acting undemocratically. It's neither an answer to the question, nor is it true. Many of us who, at this time at least, have to accept the inevitability of the referendum and Brexit, want to maintain the closest possible links with the European Union. My Lords, there are many ways to exit the Palace of Westminster. All take you out into the street. And it's perfectly possible to want to be nearer to Millbank or to Westminster Underground. There are valid reasons for choosing either, but there is not much wisdom in choosing to leap out of the nearest first-floor window. Those of us who believe we were correct in passing this amendment and asking the other place to think again will not be pressured into acquiescence by continued allegations that our actions are undemocratic, ignore the people, or as disloyal. I have to say, my Lords, from these benches, and my point of view about the European Union, we don't need lessons in loyalty from some, not all I accept, whose history on the issues of Europe make them experts in disloyalty.
Also, like the noble Lord Bowness, put my name to the amendment that has been rejected by the Commons and which we are now debating another amendment on. My position is identical to the noble Lord Bowness. I have not resiled in any way from my belief that a unilateral statement by the British government would be best for the United Kingdom and best for our citizens in the rest of Europe. But like the noble Lord Bowness, I'm not sure this is the moment to return the ball. But if I may just say to the noble Lord the Minister, I had many dealings over the years with the noble Lady Baroness Thatcher, mainly on budgetary issues which were quite stressful. And on one occasion, when I persuaded her to follow a tactic that I suggested would be the best, and she was doubtful about, she looked up and she said, "OK, but you'd better be right." Well, that's what I say to the government, because their choice of the transactional approach could end in tears, and then we'll be back here.
My Lords, may I just very briefly intervene? As your Lordships know, I voted for the amendments at the committee stage, but for the reasons advanced by my noble friend Lord Barnes, and for the reason advanced by my noble friend Lord Cormac, and indeed by Lord Hannay, I shall not be supporting this motion. I do think that the time has come to accept the view of the House of Commons.
Well done. My Lords, there's been a great deal of weeping and gnashing of gums on these issues in recent weeks and months. I don't like the government policy on this either. It appears to be if we can't help everyone, we won't help anyone. Nevertheless, my Lords, we have asked the other place to think again. They have thought again. They have not taken our advice. And our role now, I believe, my Lords, is not to insist.
Yeah. Front bench. Front bench. Front bench.
My Lords, I don't want to repeat what I said, and I've been listening to people. Some of us who objected to the amendments isn't because we lacked sympathy, understanding, compassion. We did it simply because we thought there was a confusion of process with substance. The second thing that why we objected, particularly myself, is this, which appeared in the government paper at point 6.2. It says, while we're a member of the EU, the rights of EU nationals living in the UK and UK nationals living in the EU remain unchanged, as provided for both in the EU Free Movement Directive, Article 16 of 2004/38/EC, and in UK law. Those who have lived continuously and lawfully in a country for at least 5 years automatically have a permanent right to reside. And at the time of Brexit, if it happens, and I'm sure it will happen, EU law will be incorporated in British law. It'll be quite a tough thing for the government, when that has been incorporated in our law, to argue that those who lived here for more than 5 years don't have a right to reside. And your Lordship House and the other place will have to actually argue again. So as far as I'm concerned, I have as much deep compassion. I came here running away from my means torture and difficulty, and for nearly 15 years I was living and traveling on a UK travel document. As a student, I was prevented from working. So I know the difficulties. But when I sit in this Your Lordship House, and I think the Lord's members who said that the other side doesn't mean the only one who are right, I think all of us, we should find a language which talks about people as people, not as, which I heard which was very hurtful to me and other people. They are being used as a bargaining chip. No, that can't be right, because that casts aspersions on those who are arguing the other way. And so, my Lords, I think the time has come for us to decide, and I will find it difficult if we want a quick resolution to the EU citizens who are living in this country to continue further delay without triggering the article as quickly as possible.
Front bench.
May I thank the noble Lord, the Minister, for his, I think, rather unfortunate task of having to bring to us the regrettable decision of the Commons on the rights of EU nationals living here. Many of them, of course, married to Brits or with British-born children, and possibly with no right to remain after Brexit Day. This House, by a majority of 102, asked the Commons to do two very easy things, and it asked for both pragmatic and ethical reasons. One was to make it clear to EU citizens, whether Brits abroad or Europeans here, should not be treated as bargaining chips to be traded off against each other. The House felt strongly that these families who had, as a result of our forthcoming exit, suddenly found their own lives on hold, given the uncertainty over their future, should have their rights secured as soon as possible, but without holding one group's interests hostage for those of another group. Secondly, we called on the Prime Minister to act unilaterally in the one area under her control, and to say to EEA nationals, we will ensure you continue to have the rights you expected when you arrived, even after we withdraw from the EU. We did it because of the calls of those affected and also of their employers, who fear the loss of valuable colleagues, some 25,000 from the health service alone now thinking of leaving. The Government and the Commons have rejected our call, though I absolve the Brexit Committee, who unanimously felt that the Government should act unilaterally on this. And the only reason for the rejection is that it is not a matter that needs to be dealt with in the bill. Presumably the Government have no other rationale for saying to those here, you must wait to know about your future until the 27 has agreed how they will treat UK nationals. But that could take months, if not years. We're hearing from Brussels that although citizens' rights will be high on the negotiators' agenda, it could take years for the final deal, as I believe Liam Fox and David Davis confirmed yesterday, reflecting on the normal practice of nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. We regret this delay, and we lay the blame for this hiatus fairly and squarely at the door of number 10. But we will also campaign for an early resolution to the plight of those caught up in a legal Neverland not of their making, and we will continue to press the Government to move on this and to provide the certainty our amendment sought, albeit maybe by other, perhaps I should say imaginative, parliamentary routes, a number of which are already under consideration. Because the people concerned cannot wait until March 2019 to hear their fate. But turning to the Liberal Democrat amendment, we do not think this is a responsible move. It is not one that we could support. This House's view, by a majority of 102, is clear. The Government should act unilaterally on the position of people already amongst us. And as the mover of the original motion, no one in this House will doubt my support for that. But our view has been rejected in the elected House of Commons, and it is clear that the Government is not for turning. On behalf of the opposition, I say to the people concerned, we are not giving up on you. We will pursue your interests in other ways. And I'll take no lessons from the Liberal Democrats, who confessed to me outside the chamber that this is appealing to their core vote and they're piling on members because of it. So we are here to move an amendment to help them make members. Well, that may be suitable for them. That is not taking this House as a legislative body seriously. And more than that, they are falsely raising people's hopes when they know that this Government in the Commons, despite my best endeavours and wants, are not going to change their mind. So they should think hard about what they're doing to those people whose expectations they are raising, which will not be fulfilled. I worry that they are also making a bit of a mockery of the House if they think we'll vote on this like they did last week in the safe knowledge that others will vote the other way and it won't be carried. I also wonder even more about what it does to the decision we took. The Lords' majority of 102 is bound to shrink. We know that the House, we've heard it already, does not have the appetite to send this back, given the majority in the Commons, which was higher than before. So instead of us being able to go out from this on the high level of saying, by 102, we think the government is wrong, instead of that, we would have either a lower vote or a lower vote an hour later if it ping-pongs. And by the way, Lord Brown, the way I play ping-pong, I never even get it back once. But instead of saying that we ended up on the side of those EU nationals here with a majority of 102, we are going to have a lower vote either now or later on. So, my Lords, it will be, I'm sure, with enormous regret, not so much on behalf of this side of the chamber, but on behalf of the 3 million people who are looking to us for some help. It is a regret to me, the government's position. I don't think it's correct. I don't think it's moral, ethical. I don't even think it's clever negotiations. However, we accept the view of the elected House. But we won't rest after tonight. We'll be back, urging the government to allay the fears of people caught in this limbo.
My Lords, I'd like to thank those who have contributed to this short debate, and once again, many of your Lordships have spoken with great passion. After so many hours of debate, I fear that there's very little that I can say without repeating myself and travelling over well-worn ground, so I will be quick and brief. And I'd start by reiterating once again that the government's position on this issue is very, very clear. We do want to secure the status of EU citizens in the UK, just so long as we can do so while guaranteeing the position of UK citizens to whom we have a responsibility across the European Union. We cannot and we should not seek to do one without the other. All 4 million people matter. As to assurances given to the EU nationals here today, let me repeat what I said previously in debates. Nothing changes in terms of their status until we have left the EU. Nothing can change without the approval of Parliament, and the government will continue to respect its obligations under the ECHR. This position, my Lords, is held by the government and now by the other place, and I'd like to remind your Lordships of what our European partners are saying. Many of them have made it clear that they too want a speedy agreement, but once we have started the negotiations. Indeed, the Polish Prime Minister has said, of course these guarantees would need to be reciprocal. It's also important what guarantees British citizens living and working in other member states of the European Union will have. So, my Lords, we need an agreement on this issue as soon as possible, and I believe we're in a good position to do just that. Just last Friday, my Lords, Guy Verhofstadt, the lead negotiator for the European Parliament, told the BBC that the issue of EU citizens' rights post-exit should be addressed, and I quote, before we talk about anything else. Before we talk about anything else. And on the matters raised by the Noble Lords Lord Davis and Noble Lord Campbell-Savers, I'd like to highlight the words of my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, who said on this subject earlier this afternoon in the other place that the government would aim to get all member states, the Commission and the Council, in an exchange of letters to explain what the rights of EU citizens are and will be once the UK has left the EU, once an agreement has been reached in negotiations. As regards the process of ratification of such an agreement, this is a matter for negotiation, my Lords, but it is the government's intention to have this agreement concluded by the end of the 2 years. Our commitment, my Lords, to seeking an agreement is clear, but the government will not be able to set about securing this reciprocal guarantee until we have passed this bill and triggered Article 50. So I would urge your Lordships to let this bill go through unamended and not to prolong the passing of this bill so the Prime Minister can indeed trigger Article 50 and seek the certainty we all want to offer both European and UK citizens.
My Lords, I thank all noble Lords who have taken part in this debate. I pay tribute to the noble Lord Cormac for the principled advocacy he has undertaken on behalf of this issue. But I must confess I cannot follow the constitutional argument that he has made, that somehow we cannot insist to the elected House, or indeed that other noble lords have made. I could understand it if this House never did insist. I could understand it if the noble Lord Cormac never voted to insist against the will of the elected House. But he knows that is not the case. So I wonder why, on this issue of such vital importance to so many people, we should not.
Perhaps I can answer the noble lord. Yes, we do agree on the fundamentals of the issue, but this is a constitutional matter, and what is the point of prolonging a time-sensitive bill on which the fortunes of so many do ultimately depend, merely to have the satisfaction of being soundly beaten in the lobbies?
Or whether we are soundly beaten in the lobby is a matter for noble lords in this House. It's not, with respect, a matter for the noble Lord Cormac. I seek to put my argument, and I hope to convince people. Nonetheless, as I've said, I pay tribute to the advocacy he's given so far, and to all the noble lords who have made this issue a crucial one. I'm sorry that the government continues to refuse to do the right things, my lords, and I'm sorry that they failed to make any concessions, or indeed, again, to answer any of the questions that were put to them at committee stage. And I'm particularly sorry that, as a result, they intend to allow the fear and uncertainty of millions of EU and UK citizens to continue. But, my noble lords, the Minister, to be fair to him, has been given an impossible job defending the indefensible, and I respect the skill with which he does it. But what I cannot respect is the 7 current Cabinet Ministers who backed the Vote Leave campaign, which made an unequivocal unilateral commitment to EU citizens during the referendum campaign, a commitment that has been betrayed. And I hope that all noble lords in this House who supported that campaign and were involved in Vote Leave will think about that commitment they made without caveats or conditions. So that's the position of the government. What I really don't understand, my lords, is the position taken by the Labour front bench in the House today. Though I recognise that it will be as bewildering to many Labour members as it is to me. I would say to the noble Lady Hayter that if you want to get the ball back across the net, it's very important not to drop the bat before you get there. And the way in which things are decided in this House, the Labour Party has a key role, and if it was prepared to stand behind this and insist, then obviously there would be much more chance of success. Last Tuesday, the leader of the Labour peers in this House, Baroness Smith of Basildon, made a great play of attacking the Liberal Democrats, as indeed the noble Lady Hayter has done, and she asked how we could oppose the bill given how extraordinarily important the amendment on citizens' rights was. I voted that the bill should not pass, because I firmly believe that we shouldn't begin withdrawal negotiations until there is a mechanism for the people to have a final say on the outcome of those negotiations. But I can say that there were 2 things also in my mind when I went through the division lobby. The first thing was that the government were making it crystal clear, even at that stage, that they would concede nothing in regard to the amendments. And the second thing I had in my mind was that the noble Lady Smith of Basildon had already indicated that if the bill was returned to this House, then she would concede everything, that she would not once lead.
Noble Lord is absolutely wrong on that point. If he is going to quote me, he should do so correctly. What I have always said is in this House we respect the primacy of the other place. We also said no extended ping-pong But we also have said we would listen to what the Commons have to say. If he really believes, by voting for this amendment tonight, he's going to change the mind of the other place, then go ahead. But do not give false hope to people who rely on this House to make a point, to get the other side to think again. And it's no good Noble Lords opposite you and me. You got us into this mess.
The noble lady's argument makes no sense at all. She herself has voted in many, many divisions insisting on amendments. Insisting on amendments when she knew they had no chance of success.
Carry on.
It is true.
Just keep
so, my Lords, it turns out that those amendments were apparently the many amendments that she has voted for in the past to insist to the Commons, when they didn't give in, weren't going to give in, were more important than this amendment. And I'm sorry about that, and I'm bewildered by it. But I hope that noble lords of all parties and none will, on this occasion, pay attention to their conscience rather than their party whip and join us in the division lobby. And in view of the importance of this issue to millions of EU and UK citizens, I would like to test the opinion of the House.
The question is that Amendment A1 be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content. Content. The contrary, not content. Not content. Clear the bar. Question is that Amendment A1 be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content. The contrary, not content. Not content. The contents will go to the right by the throne, the not contents to the left by the bar. The question is that Amendment A1 be agreed to. They have voted contents 135, not contents 274. So the not contents have it. The question is now that motion A be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content, the contrary not content, the contents have it. Motion B, Lord Bridges of Headley.
My Lords, I beg to move motion B, that this House does not insist on its Amendment 2, to which the other place disagreed for their reason 2A. My Lords, last week I set out the three core principles governing the UK's approach to leaving the European Union. Namely, that the government is determined to honour the result of the referendum, that everything we do will be determined by our national interest, and finally, that parliamentary sovereignty is key. This last principle was reflected in the government's commitment to give Parliament a vote on the final agreement. This House believed that this commitment ought to be enshrined in legislation, and your Lordships also sought to go further by giving Parliament the power to say whether or not the Prime Minister can terminate negotiations with the European Union. The issue of parliamentary approval, my Lords, had been debated by the other place before the bill came to this House. It disagreed with amending the bill then, and having considered this specific amendment, it has now disagreed again by a majority of 45. So, my Lords, in essence, and to keep it very short, the government's position has not changed. This amendment is unnecessary, it would create untold uncertainty, and it would undermine our negotiating position. This is why the other place considered this issue again. Let me just finish this, and then the noble Lord will be able to speak. I'm sure once I've sat down he will be able to speak. Rejected this amendment, and therefore I urge the House not to insist on this amendment, and I beg to move. I will take one intervention from the noble Lord, as I'm feeling very...
I am really most grateful to the Minister for taking an intervention. Enfin. I'm genuinely puzzled. If it is the case that John Major could seek parliamentary approval for the Maastricht Bill twice without weakening his bargaining position, how is it that this government cannot allow the Parliament to have a say once without weakening theirs?
Well, Lord, but I'm genuinely puzzled by his position. He went on national television saying that he would obey the decision of the British people, and now he's trying to get away from those comments. That is what I think, my Lords, will baffle many people. My Lords, we have made it very, very clear about the government's position. When an agreement has been reached, we will give this House and the other place the chance to vote on that. But that is the government's position. But I urge your Lordships not to insist on this amendment, and I beg to move.
The question is that motion B be agreed to. Amendment B1, Baroness Ludford.
My Lords, I beg leave to move Amendment B1 as an amendment to motion B. Leave out from House to end and insert do insist on its amendment 2. My Lords, the Secretary of State for exiting the EU, David Davis, told the Mar Show yesterday that he was determined to make sure Britain does not fall off a cliff edge, in other words, without an agreement. Meanwhile, Foreign Secretary Boris Johnson told the rival Peston on Sunday that it would be perfectly okay if we weren't able to get an agreement. While the last in the trio, Trade Secretary Liam Fox, told Sky News that not having a deal would be bad, not just for the UK but for Europe as a whole. And I agree with Liam Fox. So the three merry Brexiteers seem to be rather at odds about the prospects. One thinks no deal is perfectly okay, another thinks it would be bad all round, a third says it won't happen. Given that the Cabinet is all over the place, it is perfectly self-evident that Parliament needs to stay in the driving seat throughout the process to prevent a disorderly and catastrophic plunge over the cliff edge, though Liberal Democrats would add, with the people having the last word. We've been reminded by the press of the Treasury view that an extreme Brexit, crashing out of the EU without a trade deal and relying only on WTO rules, will cause a major economic shock and the option with the most negative long-term impact on the economy. And the Commons Foreign Affairs Committee, chaired by Conservative MP Crispin Blunt, has just now warned of uncertainty and shock of a hard Brexit, including confusion for EU and British citizens, the sudden return of a hard border between Northern Ireland and the Republic, as well as a major hit to the economy. My Lords, government assurances of a vote on a final deal are not enough. Firstly, it is executive arrogance and presumption of the most preposterous kind for the government to insist that MPs will have to choose only between the deal brokered by the Prime Minister and crashing out of the EU onto WTO terms in a hard Brexit. Secondly, Tory government assurances do not have a good track record. Their broken promises include manifesto commitments on safeguarding the UK's position in the single market, on not raising national insurance contributions, and on lifting the 15-year cap on votes for Brits abroad, the very Brits they claim to be looking after, incidentally. This is in addition to unfulfilled assurances in respect of the Dubs Amendment, on refugee children, and pledges on the full implementation of Leveson. At report stage, the noble Lord, the Minister, Lord Bridges of Headley, said that, of course, we will honour our promise. But that's 5 broken promises already, and an assurance now on parliamentary sovereignty may well be destined to go just the same way, given that the track record on the issue of parliamentary sovereignty itself since last June has involved resistance all the way from this government on any restraint on executive power. So a commitment on a vote wide enough in scope to be meaningful in the event of no deal must be written into this bill. The government has given no good reason why that should not be so. The noble Lord Heseltine, who sadly I think is not in his place tonight, wrote yesterday about how members of the House of Lords were called upon to vote on an issue involving a critical principle, the supremacy of Parliament in approving or rejecting the outcome of the Brexit negotiations. He said, "Some say the involvement of Parliament will weaken the Prime Minister's hand. I reject this argument as mere blackmail, much of it peddled by extreme Brexiteers, some of whom, he added, hanker for the hardest Brexit of all without a deal of any kind with our EU partners." So he rejected the cheap jibes uttered by Brexiteer fanatics, some of them, he regretted to say, sitting on the government front bench. My Lords, the noble Baroness Lady Smith of Basildon last week set the tone for staying the course. She said, "We passed those amendments not as some kind of vanity exercise or just to make a point. We are not a debating society where we have our debates and then afterwards shrug off home or off to the pub because we've made our point and have no thought about what happens next." She issued a rallying cry that responsibility is not just about winning, it is about taking responsibility for our actions, since she was, quote, very much committed to these 2 amendments. I thus very much hope that that commitment will be made evident from the Labour benches tonight, or at least from many of them, because otherwise the risk is of facilitating what it is becoming clear is the real agenda of many, if not all, of this Tory government, which is to pursue Brexit at any cost, to go over that cliff in what they apparently believe will be a winning Tory party formula for a 2020 election. We have delivered Brexit, maybe, but at what terrible cost. My Lords, for us, as well as for the noble Lord Heseltine last week, for the Liberal Democrats, this is a matter of principle and conscience. Not the government, but Parliament must be in charge for the good of the country. So, my lords, I beg to move.
The original question was that motion B be agreed to, since when Amendment B1 has been moved to leave out from House to the end and insert do insist on its Amendment 2. The question, therefore, is that Amendment B1 be agreed to.
My Lords, I moved the amendment last week, which was approved by your Lordship's House. I very much regret that the House of Commons has not taken the advice of this House, indeed that the government has made no effort to move in the direction of the views of this House. My Lords, we won the vote last week because we won the argument. That's why the amendment was carried by a majority of 98, with the largest number of noble lords voting, so I understand, in any vote since 1831. But, my lords, it is now time for this House to give way to the House of Commons on this matter. Earlier this evening, the government had a majority of 45 in the Commons. There is no reason whatsoever to think that if this House were to stand its ground, that the House of Commons would change its view later this evening. For the Liberal Democrats, I have to say to the noble lady, for the Liberal Democrats to press this matter is, in parliamentary terms, I say nothing about any other consideration, but in parliamentary terms, it is a completely pointless gesture, and I, for my part, cannot support it. I also bear in mind that the Secretary of State this afternoon gave a very clear assurance that any agreement will be put to both houses for their approval. I would prefer that to be in the bill, but we do have an assurance. We have no assurance on parliamentary approval if the Prime Minister decides that it would be better to leave the EU with no deal, and I regret that. But I take some comfort from the point that was made last week by a number of noble lords who were supporting the government, that Parliament has ample means of asserting its sovereignty in those circumstances. My lords, I have two other brief points. The first is that this bill has demonstrated the value of parliamentary sovereignty at this stage of notifying our intention to withdraw from the EU. And, my lords, it is only because of the determination of my client, Mrs. Gina Miller, and the independence of the Divisional Court and the Supreme Court that we've had this bill at all. And I very much hope that during the negotiating process and at the end of the negotiating process, the government will show more wisdom on the question of parliamentary sovereignty than they have shown at this notification stage. My lords, the other point I want to make is that I, for my part, bear very much in mind that this is only the beginning of the process for withdrawal from the EU, a point which the noble Lord the Minister has repeatedly emphasised. A much more complex bill is going to be brought forward in the next session to repeal the 1972 European Communities Act and to maintain rights and duties which owe their origin to EU law. The government is, I think, on notice that this House will be scrutinising that bill with especial care to ensure that parliamentary sovereignty and the rule of law and other constitutional principles are upheld. And your Lordship's Constitution Committee, of which I'm a member, has produced, under the chairmanship, the excellent chairmanship of the noble Lord, Lord Lang, an introduction to some of the issues which are going to arise. So, my lords, this is just the start of the debate. This House has made known its views on the importance of parliamentary sovereignty. I very much look forward to continuing the debate with the noble Lord the Minister, but not on this bill.
Best part of 35 years ago, I had a hand in trying to amend what Gerald Kaufman described as the longest suicide note in history. I've played a little part in trying to amend what I now think we should call the shortest suicide note in history. But on the question of how Parliament fits into this, Parliament will be there in 2 years' time, and I think that there will be plenty of opportunity then, I would have preferred it today, but plenty of opportunity then for Parliament to have a decisive say, whatever the small print says, both in relation to scenario A, scenario B, or any other scenario at the outcome of the negotiations, which I don't think will be a very happy occasion.
My Lords, I want to discuss a fundamental question. I think that we are absolutely justified on this occasion for this amendment not to give way to the House of Commons, because the House of Commons has now in effect abandoned the principle of parliamentary democracy and has taken the view that the referendum verdict is sacrosanct and cannot be challenged, and that is quite clear what the opinion of the government is. Now, what does that mean? It means that MPs are delegates and not representatives. It means that there's no point in parliamentary government considering the argument and debates, considering the evidence and the argument. They have to obey the will of the people. And that is now the principle. Now, I wasn't the greatest admirer of Mrs. Thatcher in all her policies, but she was not someone who said to the electorate, these are my principles, and if you don't like them, I will change them. And that is, in effect, what those who supported the Remain cause and who've felt deeply that Brexit would be disastrous or very damaging to this country have now accepted. It is a very dangerous step towards the doctrine that the people's will must always prevail. My Lords, this is the doctrine which has always been favoured by Hitler, by Mussolini, by Stalin, by Erdogan at this present time. It is a denial of the essence of democracy which we have supported with great effect and to great effect in this country. And now we are abandoning it. My Lords, we are the guardians of parliamentary democracy, and we are right in this. We are the Democrats, and we are right to support the democratic cause.
Ask a question of noble lords who may be thinking of voting against the Commons and in favour of their previous amendments this evening. And the question is this: how do they justify extolling the supremacy of Parliament, the House of Commons and your Lordship's House, and wanting Parliament to have the last word on the terms of our leaving the EU, when for the last 43 years they have supported our EU membership and still do so? I ask, my Lords, because perhaps the main achievement of the European Union is precisely that national parliaments have been emasculated and that much of their former power has been transferred to the institutions of the European Union. Thus, my Lords, the unelected bureaucrats in the Commission have the monopoly to propose EU laws in secret, which are then negotiated in secret by yet more bureaucrats in COREPER, the Committee of Permanent Representatives, and are then decided in the Council of Ministers from national governments, not parliaments, my Lords, where our government has some 14% of the votes. EU law, now a large proportion of our law, is then enforced by the Commission and the so-called Court of Justice in Luxembourg. The point, my Lords, is that our national parliament, which noble Remainers have been praying in aid to keep us in this anti-democratic failure, is excluded from the whole process. Yes. We do indeed have EU select committees in both houses of Parliament, which scrutinise very little of the legislation which is imposed on us by Brussels, but they can't change any of it, and never have. Nor can the House of Commons or your Lordship's House change any of it, nor have we ever. Yet, my lords, it is this system which those who have tabled this new amendment in truth wish to perpetuate with their newfound faith in parliamentary democracy. My lords, the people with whom ultimate sovereignty resides voted to leave that system. The House of Commons has this evening again agreed with the government that the bill should become law as originally drafted. I would, of course, be amused to hear the noble Remainer's answer, but I trust that that is the end of this matter.
My lords, as somebody...
I won't detain you long. It's just a response to Lord Panic, who always speaks with such clarity, such grace. The problem with that amendment, if I start, is really clause 4. If the Prime Minister doesn't get an agreement, whatever she does, has got to have the rule of Parliament. I'm sure she'll bring it to Parliament, but the problem is this, if I understand it right. Triggering Article 50 is an irreversible act. 2 years after triggering Article 50, the UK will leave the EU. It will do so with or without a deal, but either way, it will leave, because Article 50, paragraph 3, make clear the treaties will cease to apply 2 years after notification has been made. It is possible, of course, that the EU 27 might unanimously agree to extend the negotiation period beyond the 2 years, but this cannot be taken for granted, nor should it be assumed that will offer anything but a brief extension. The amendment, for me, shows no awareness, as the reality is actually presented by Article 50 timescale. So this amendment, again, overlooks that the European Union notification of withdrawal bill is about to trigger Article 50 and the formal divorce agreement. Neither this bill nor Article 50 are without negotiating a new, as it were, agreement with the EU. So, as far as I'm concerned, once we trigger it, it's irreversible. Leave we will, with an agreement or without. So why put it Section 4 in the amendment? And for that reason, I hope we just follow what the House of Commons have just done.
Article 50 of the Lisbon Treaty says that, and I quote, "The Council needs to obtain the European Parliament's consent, voting by simple majority of the votes cast, before it can conclude the withdrawal agreement." My Lords, this means that all members of the European Parliament, including, of course, UK members, have the legal right to vote on any final agreement, or indeed lack of it, whilst members of the British Parliament have no such legal right because the government refuses to put such a right on the face of the bill. My Lords, I think really that does try to answer, if I may, Lord Pearson of Rannoch's point, that supporting the EU Parliament having legal rights on the withdrawal agreement that our own elected members of Parliament will not have seems to me, at least, to be completely inconsistent with why many people voted for Brexit. They voted for Brexit to have better control of our own laws, and by refusing to put this on the face of the bill, the government is, in effect, making our legal rights less than those of the European Parliament. And I think that is a very strong argument on this point that needs to be aired, and I hope Lord Pearson of Rannoch accepts that that is indeed the legal position.
My Lords, I should like to answer Lord Pearson of Rannoch as well. I have not supported the EU for 45 years, but even I think that this amendment has validity. The fact is, when people voted on taking back the power, they did not expect it to be a Prime Minister with a very small mandate and a small coterie of people that would make these decisions. I think people imagined they were voting that our Parliament would have some sort of supremacy. I've listened very, very carefully to the government on this, and I have found that their arguments are not arguments at all. They're actually comments, and rather specious comments at that. This is not a time-sensitive issue. We're not actually triggering Article 50 until much later in the month. It is not true that a promise is as good as having something on the face of the bill. And quite honestly, I think that it's time that we accepted this is a mistake, and we really ought to support the amendment. I very much regret that it won't pass, but I will be voting for it.
I'm sorry, I would want to put a question to the Noble Lord the Minister before the front bench speech, because it may be relevant to what she says. But I wonder if the Noble Lord the Minister could just answer a very simple question. I think his colleague in the other place has answered the question as to what happens if there is a deal on the Article 50 withdrawal agreement. The matter will be brought to the two houses for approval. I think he has also answered the question as to what happens if there is a new partnership agreement. The agreement will be brought to both houses for their approval. So far, so good. Now, could the Noble Lord just say what happens if the Prime Minister decides that no deal is better than a bad deal? What happens then? Answer, please.
My Lords, I was never someone to enjoy saying, "I told you so," because I rather expect my advice to be heeded. And never was this more the case than with the highest ever votes in the Lords last week, with 634 peers voting, of which 366 advised that the promised vote on the outcome of the negotiations should be inscribed in law. That would make it very clear to the government, but also to the EU Commission and the Council, as well as to the European Parliament, that this Parliament is a player in the process of how we extract ourselves from the EU. As my noble friend Baroness Simons has said, without our change, the European Parliament, and indeed with its UK members in it, has the right in law to consent to the deal, but this Parliament has no such guaranteed right. Our amendment last week gave legal certainty to the promised vote and the legislative authority for the withdrawal agreement, something which the government may well have to do another way, if not in this bill, as there's currently no legislative way of authorising the withdrawal deal ahead of a treaty. My Lords, there are challenges ahead. Withdrawal is not simply about the divorce or even just about the potential shape of new trade deals with the EU 27. It will be about forging a new partnership or concordat which will cover so much more than trade, vital though that is. We will need a vision of how we should work together after exit, not just on the hard subjects such as security and terrorism and that, but on the whole swathe of our approach to the economy. And we will need to negotiate with the EU in a way that shows our openness and our willingness to retain our strong bonds, because that will influence our future relationship with the EU as a bloc and with the 27 members individually. It is for this reason that it is important to recognise Parliament's role in the process, because we will be a part of those negotiations with the EU and with the 27 countries. All of our contacts, be they in business, in trade unions, in consumers, we will be working across Europe to help us get the best deal for this country. And Parliament should be a part of that. Insofar as we heed the polls, they also indicate a 2-to-1 in favour of Parliament having a meaningful vote at the end of the negotiations. And this House spoke very clearly last week. So I deeply regret that the Government and the Commons did not hear our plea. But as the Noble Lord, Lord Panicus, says, their view will not change, and we will not make a pointless gesture. What I believe the Noble Lady Ludford is now tweeting is shabby of us. But that is our view, that we have heard regrettably that the Commons did not hear the overwhelming vote in this House. But what I will say is that we will hold the government to its promise of a vote before that in the European Parliament, and we will work to devise a parliamentary route of establishing it more firmly, not least because having the support of Parliament during the negotiations would be a source of strength rather than of weakness. The government has made the wrong call on this amendment, but we will seek to rectify that another way.
My Lords, we've spent considerable time debating this issue at committee, at report and again today, and I fear that once again there's little I can really add to this debate, to this fulsome debate, especially, my Lords, as I'm very much aware that my last attempt to convince the House of the merits of my case did not result in what I can call an unalloyed success. As the Noble Lord Pannick said, it was the largest vote in this House on record, with a turnout of 634 members. My Lords, the fact that 366 of your Lordships did not accept my arguments was, as I hope, as they put in Sicily, as they say it in Sicily, nothing personal, just business. But my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, did a bit better this afternoon, and the other place, as has been remarked, rejected this amendment by a majority of 45. And let me briefly remind your Lordships of the government's case. First, as I have said, this is a simple and straightforward bill designed to implement the referendum result and respect the Supreme Court's judgment. It is the culmination, my Lords, of a long democratic process, a process started by the people at the last election, endorsed by this House in an Act of Parliament, and then voted for by the people at the referendum itself. And, my Lords, Parliament will continue to play its part through scrutiny of and passing future legislation, through questions and debates, and most important of all, a vote on the final agreement. So despite what the Noble Lord Tavern said, we are not abandoning parliamentary sovereignty, my Lords. Our commitment to a vote in both houses, which we fully expect and intend to take place before the European Parliament votes on any deal, is an absolute commitment, and it will be honoured. Furthermore, as my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for exiting the European Union, said this afternoon in the other place, and I quote, "Of course, Parliament can, if it wishes, have a vote and a debate on any issue. That's a matter for Parliament, and it's not for a minister to try and constrain that." And so, as I have said on a number of occasions now, subclauses 1 to 3 are unnecessary. But, my Lords, as I said before, this amendment goes further. It seeks to make it impossible for the Prime Minister to walk away without a vote in Parliament. My Lords, Article 50 does not give the European Parliament that power. The European Commission would not have to go to the European Parliament if they wanted to walk away from the negotiations. So it is incorrect to say that the amendment would simply put on the face of this bill the same power as that given to the European Parliament. And also, as I argued before, it is unclear what the effects of this would be in any case. If Parliament were to vote against the Prime Minister walking away, is she to accept the deal on offer? Is she meant to try to negotiate a better one? Or is she to try to revoke the UK's notice to withdraw? My Lords, we don't know, and as I have said, such vagueness on something so critical is unacceptable. My Lords, the people voted to leave the EU in a referendum granted to them by this Parliament. We will respect that result. We are confident that the UK and the EU can indeed reach a positive deal on our future partnership, as this would be to the mutual benefit of both this country and the European Union. And we will approach the negotiations in that spirit. So as to the Noble Lord Hannay's point, it is very hard to see what meaningful vote could be if there had been no deal at all. In the absence of an agreement, I have no doubt there would be further statements to this House. But, my Lords, we are leaving the European Union, either through the deal we have agreed or without a deal. And so what we now need to consider, my Lords, is whether the other place should be asked to consider this issue yet again, given they have considered and decided against amendments twice that seek to put on the face of the bill a vote on the final agreement. And let me end by saying this. This bill is to trigger the process of our leaving and fulfil the Supreme Court's requirements. As I have said many times before, tonight we might just make it to the legislative base camp in terms of parliamentary scrutiny and debate. There is a lot more to come. My Lords, the other place is clearly satisfied with this approach and that this bill does not merit amendment. I would therefore ask Noble Lords to be mindful of that and to pass this bill unamended.
My Lords, The Noble Lord the Minister attempts to bamboozle us and produce some of the same Aunt Sallies and red herrings that I mentioned last week. The key point is that if he pledges that the government will honour a commitment, an assurance to a parliamentary vote, why not put it in the legislation? No good reason has been produced why that should not be enshrined in statute. And the more he does protest too much, the more he generates concern that that commitment to honour a parliamentary vote may be somewhat fragile. If there are indeed ample means for Parliament to assert its control, there is no problem then in writing them into the bill. It is an issue that is completely fundamental, a fundamental principle. This is the most important decision for this country in over 70 years. Noble Lord Lee of Crondall, referred to this bill as the shortest suicide note in history. It didn't need to be that if the government had given any indication of pursuing a sensible Brexit. But unfortunately, it gives every indication of hurtling towards an extreme, brutal Brexit. That makes many people inside and outside this building very nervous. The Noble Baroness Lady Hayter said that she, from the opposition front bench, wanted to show that this Parliament is a player, wanted recognition of Parliament's role. Well, the best way to do that is to follow the advice of my noble friend Lord Taverne, that we should not abdicate parliamentary responsibility. There is a huge onus on us to continue to maintain that principle in the face of, I have to say, considerable bluster and not enough actual legislative commitments. I therefore believe that it is justified to press this amendment. I would ask the House to agree to Amendment B1, and I wish to test the opinion of the House.
The question is that Amendment B1 be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content. Content. The contrary, not content. Not content. Clear the bar. The question is that Amendment B1 be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content. The contrary, not content.
Not content.
The contents will go to the right by the throne, the not contents to the left by the bar. The question is that Amendment B1 be agreed to. There have voted contents 118, not contents 274. So the not contents have it. The question is that motion B be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content, the contrary not content, the contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
That the House do now adjourn.
The proceeding has ended. 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 The proceeding has ended.